Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Professor. After Zhu Chuchu left, Jiang Ning was the only one left in the room. The game screen on the 32-inch monitor fell into a static state, and that world froze. Jiang Ning randomly found a TV program and asked it to play the sound. He picked up the skewers from the small table and ate them while watching TV. Jiang Ning had long been accustomed to such a life. In the years after graduation in his previous life, he would sometimes feel greedy after get off work every day and spend 40 or 50 yuan to buy some skewers to bring back to the rented house. Like now, watching TV, eating, and enjoying himself. It can't be said to be good or bad, at most a little lonely, but at least he is still alive and healthy, and has not suffered a lot of injustice. The taste of the skewers he bought in his previous life was naturally not as good as the goats that his neighbor, Boss Yang, slaughtered every day. Jiang Ning ate very slowly. After the skewers cooled down, the taste was much worse. Jiang Ning ejected a spiritual flame and gently covered the skewers. While he was enjoying it, there were small and hurried footsteps outside, and Zhu Yuantang broke into the house. She was furious. "Okay, Jiang Ning, you actually did this behind my back." Jiang Ning looked away. "Huh? What did I do?" "Zhu Yuantang, you know what you did." She sat on the sofa and picked up the skewers to taste. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense was not released just now, so he didn't know what happened. He closed his eyes, drove his spiritual sense, and scanned around along the ground. Under the reflection of his spiritual sense, countless footprints appeared. He was sure that Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu had not touched each other just now. So, it should be fine. Zhu Yuantang didn't know it at all, ate 2 skewers, and picked up 2 more. "I'm going to send them to Chuchu." Jiang Ning, "Okay. Also, Bayuksha won't eat in the cafeteria tomorrow. Let's ask Chuchu to come to school, to find us after school, and then go to the cafeteria to eat together. She will finish school 10 minutes earlier than us, and we will go home together after dinner." Zhu Yuantang told her plan in full. "Okay, tell her," Jiang Ning said. "Then I'm leaving." Zhu Yuantang took 2 steps out of the door, then turned back, with a childish face and slightly upturned lips. "I'm coming back. Don't eat while I'm not here." Jiang Ning laughed. "I'll wait for you." After giving her instructions, she left with peace of mind. The bungalow next door. Zhu Chuchu opened the book. Her mind was hard to calm down. She was always introverted, and her cold face rarely showed shame and anger. Jiang Ning, he is really Zhu Chuchu didn't care about the unintentional touch. Everyone makes mistakes. At most it's just embarrassing. But why did he say that? Zhu Chuchu and Jiang Ning have been together for a while. Knowing that with his rationality, it is difficult to say such words, but he said it. It's hard not to doubt what he is thinking. Moreover, Zhu Chuchu has a deeper mind, which is obviously not what he said. The deepest and darkest voice in her heart seems to be shouting, "If you have the ability, try again if you have the ability." When the thought came to this, Zhu Chuchu's cheeks turned pink and her expression became lively. "Chuchu, here I come." Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice came. Zhu Chuchu straightened her textbook and her complexion returned to normal. A building in the city. Liu Chuandao lit a cigarette and took a puff. One's own failure is terrible, but the success of others is more distressing. Fortunately, Shan Keiquan's failure was even worse than his. Thinking of the grand show Shan Keiquan made during the day, Liu Chuandao took another puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled smoke rings. When Shan Keiquan confessed, he saw clearly that all the girls in the class ran outside to watch, especially Jiang Yanan and the others, who were discussing it very enthusiastically, claiming how romantic it was. This inspired Liu Chuandao. He originally thought that Shan Keiquan was crazy and made it like this. Who would have thought that girls actually like this? Romance is a killer move. As the saying goes, you can learn until you die. Liu Chuandao learned a trick and is ready to put it to good use. Just imagine, Shan Keiquan's confession yesterday was a complete failure. If Liu Chuandao could succeed in his confession, wouldn't he have slapped Shan Keikun's face? Thinking of Shan Keikun's sorrow, Liu Chuandao laughed out loud. Boy, I'll let you know what it means to kill someone and destroy their heart. Thinking of this, Liu Chuandao prepared to confess. He aimed at Jiang Yanan and spit out a message. Jiang Yanan, the first time I met you, I had a strong love in my heart. You are as eye-catching as the stars. I can't resist loving you and your beauty. I know I'm not perfect, but I'm willing to give you a grand confession ceremony for you, which is countless times grander than the confession this afternoon. Are you willing to accept my love? Liu Chuandao checked it again, and felt that he was so damn genius. He expressed his love first, and then used the romance that girls like as baits to seduce. This set of tricks, who can resist it? Liu Chuandao clicked to send to Jiang Yanan, and then waited quietly for a reply. At the same time, Jiang Yanan said in her small group, "Sisters, Pastor Liu confessed to me. What do you think? Yuan, what kind of person is he? Don't you know? Do you mean to reject him directly? Lukiki, didn't he say he would give you a gift to confess his love? You can agree to it first and let him give you a gift." Jiang Yanan immediately denied. He is not good looking. If I agree for the gift, doesn't it mean that I have to be his girlfriend? Lukiki, accepting a gift does not mean that I agree. Jiang Yanan, who has had correct values since childhood, cannot accept this idea. Pastor Liu didn't know what was going on over there. He finished the cigarette in his hand, lit another cigarette, and then finished another cigarette, but he never waited for Jiang Yanan's reply. Silence is golden, but sometimes it is rejection. Pastor Liu was disappointed, but it didn't matter. He had mastered the secret. Pastor Liu edited the message and sent it to someone else. "Shenkinj, this is the first time I met you." At the same time, Jiang Yanan couldn't get any advice from Lukiki, so she took the initiative to @Shenkinj, hoping to get advice from this most rational sister. "Kinj, what do you think?" Shenkinj, "Not really, because I received it too." She sent the screenshot to the small group. Lukiki, "Amazing." The sister group suddenly became active. 10 minutes later, Lukiki actually received a confession message from Pastor Liu. Lukiki, "Brother please write. No reply within 10 minutes will be deemed as automatic abandonment. Next time." Friday, morning self-study. Chen Xiaoyu poked Jiang Ning, mysteriously, "Have you heard that an ambulance came into our school last night?" Zhenglu's news was obviously not as good as the twins who surfed all year round. She was curious. "What's the matter?" Chen Xiaoyu, "I heard that someone was bitten by a wild dog at the east gate of the playground." Che Wei in the front row had sharp ears. After hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched. The last time he sneaked into the campus at night, he was also bitten by a dog. He wanted to poison the wild dogs. Unfortunately, the development of things later was beyond his expectations. From then on, he fell into the heavy pressure of Pang Zhao and others. Just staying alive has exhausted all his strength. Che Wei, who has tasted the bitterness of life, how can he have time for revenge? Now hearing that a dog has bitten someone, Che Wei is gloating over the misfortune. He deserves it. Zhenglu, no wonder there were several pickup trucks parked at the school gate this morning. Chen Xiaoyu, they are urban management officers. They must have caught a dog. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense extended to the playground wall, and he saw a middle-aged man with a fierce face and a sturdy figure, talking to the leader in official uniform. Around them, a group of urban management officers picked up tools and killed stray dogs. Director Wang and other teachers were accompanying them. Soon, stray dogs were caught by dog clamps and dog nets and brought to the crowd. The middle-aged man pointed to a group of black, gray-brown, and spotted stray dogs and said to Wu Yunzi, "Which dog bit you?" Wu Yunzi stood out in a white coat with handsome features, a handsome pretty boy. He asked someone to punish Tan Keikun yesterday, but his men provoked the stray dogs, causing them to be besieged by the dogs, which made Wu Yunzi so angry that his mind was almost twisted. Fortunately, he ran fast and was only scratched by the dog's teeth. Wu Yunzi, who had a smooth life and a narrow mind, could not swallow this breath, so he called his father at night and asked him to kill the wild dogs. Wu Yunzi identified the spotted wild dog, as if he was identifying a criminal. The sturdy middle-aged man understood and said to the person next to him, "Leave this dog to me." Upon hearing this, Director Wang thought the father and son were interesting. They spent so much effort early in the morning to treat this dog. Out of responsibility, Director Wang, who was in charge of the safety of number 4 middle school, asked, "Wu Yunzi, right? It was not just you who was bitten yesterday. There were also some friends from outside the school. I want to ask, why did people from outside the school enter the campus so late at night?" Wu Yunzi's face was not very good, and his father came over immediately. "Brother Wang, right? I'll be the banker tonight. Let's have a drink." Director Wang didn't give face. "I don't drink." The sturdy man smiled. "It's okay, we don't drink." Jiang Ning paid attention for a while and felt that it was boring later, so he simply withdrew his consciousness. The sturdy middle-aged man was one of the famous Wu brothers in Yuzhou in later generations. He was very powerful. When he was dealt with later, he owned more than 100 properties, more than 200 cars, ships, buildings, famous wines, famous watches, and countless jewelry. His net worth had already exceeded 1 billion. After the morning self-study, the operation of killing wild dogs ended. Before the sturdy man left, Wu Yunzi said, "Dad, can you help beat that student? He didn't beat Shan Kaikun last night, and now he was targeted by Director Wang, so it would be difficult for him to do it again." The man patted him and educated him. "It's different now. This is not our town. Otherwise I will have someone break his legs tonight. You are now in number 4 middle school, and this is Changqing Guy's men. Dad can't help you." Wu Yunzi was still unhappy. "Dad, the sturdy man, be more brainy in the future, study hard in school, there is still a lot of time." Thanks to the influence of his family, Wu Yunzi immediately understood what his father meant. There is still a lot of time, which means that he will be dealt with sooner or later. Wu Yunzi immediately responded, "Okay, okay." The 4th class in the morning was physical education. As soon as the bell rang for the 3rd class, the classmates headed for the playground. Wu Zhaoqi took the basketball and led the way. Cuiu, Meng Jiui and others ran away early. It was not until the class was about to start that there were only a few people in the classroom. Jiang Ning mentioned Zhu Yuantong and took her to the playground, who was still half asleep. Jiang Ning handed her a badminton racket, and Zhu Yuantong walked with the racket. After leaving the classroom and going to the east corridor, they ran into Linzida. Linzida said happily, "Wow, you are amazing. It's like an old-fashioned RPG game, carrying a treasure and a teammate with you." Jiang Ning understood the meaning, but Zhu Yuantong didn't know enough about the game type and didn't understand the meaning. She didn't care and was still drowsy and confused. When she arrived at the playground, she barely woke up a little. "Brother Quan, look." Jiuo Kunan bumped his shoulder. Shan Kaikun looked into the distance and saw that class 16 of grade 1 was taking physical education classes. Not only class 16 of grade 1, but also class 1 of grade 2 and class 4 of grade 2, all of which were physical education classes. There were many familiar faces among them, such as Deng Xiang from class 4 of grade 2, and Jeheo, who were little hooligans. Physical education teacher Gu Wei has been very popular recently. He received another bonus of 10,000 yuan at the beginning of this semester. Facing the envious eyes of his colleagues, Gu Wei has never been proud of his identity as a physical education teacher. "Let's run a lap to warm up first, and then we'll go to the gym," Gu Wei shouted. As soon as he heard the word gym, there were a lot of chatter in the square team. The confident Song Sheng asked, "Teacher, is it a commercial gym?" Song Sheng was hanging around in the gym during the summer vacation of the 3rd year of junior high school. In just over a month, his bench press performance increased to 60 kilograms. Although he broke his leg in the middle and the training was interrupted for a long time, his bench press has now reached 80 kilograms after sporadic practice. Well, the level that even dogs can push on the internet. But in reality, he is already an entry-level master of bench press. Not only Song Sheng, but also Kaiang Li, a new classmate who used to hang out in the gym, also felt that he was looking down on all the mountains. He had been in class 8 for so long, and it was finally his turn to show off. Although other students didn't understand, they were still a little curious when they heard about the gym, especially many boys. Jiang Lu took the opportunity to touch Jiang Ning. "Have you been to the gym?" "I think so," he said. Shen Qinj, who was nearby, heard that and her first reaction was impossible. She knew Jiang Ning very well and knew all his trajectories. But she suddenly thought that she hadn't participated in Jiang Ning's life for more than a year. In addition, the night she was injured, Jiang Ning went to the infirmary to see the joke with indifference, which completely chilled Shen Qinj's heart. "From now on, his life or death has nothing to do with me," Shen Qinj swore bitterly. After running a circle, the students, led by the physical education teacher, went to the school gym. Not only class 8 of grade 2, but also class 1 of grade 2, also rushed to the gym. As they were marching, the team seemed a little scattered. Linzada said, "Xiaohu, don't show off too much later." Zhuang Jianhu stood tall and straight like a pine tree, and his steps were full of confidence, just like when he performed a slam dunk in front of all the students at the beginning of the school year. Zhuang Jianhu smiled handsomely. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep a low profile." The team of class 4, grade 2, Deng Xiang, let's join in the fun. Jaheo glanced at the wheat-colored Humenking next to him and shouted obscenely, "Of course." When they arrived in front of building 4, Jiang Ning fell to the end of the team. Jiang Lu asked Jiang Ning again, "Can you teach me fitness?" "Jiang Ning, what do you want to learn?" Jiang Lu leaned in close and exhaled a warm breath. "I'll learn if you teach me." "Okay, teacher Jiang." Chapter 552 The gym of number 4 middle school is located in building 4. Building 4 is a comprehensive center with a library, music room, calligraphy room, equipment room, etc. The gym is located on the first floor and is composed of 2 large classrooms. The space is wide. Led by the physical education teacher, the students filed in, and Jiang Ning fell behind. Zhu Yuantang quietly told him that the exercise task was over today, and she was going to teacher Guo's office to play computer games. When the class was almost over, she would come to him to pick up Chuchu. Saying goodbye to Tong Tong, Jiang Ning stepped into the gym. There were all kinds of equipment in his field of vision, including dumbbells, barbells, bench press racks, smith racks, reverse leg press machines, and hack squat machines. The equipment was as rich as that of a commercial gym. Of course, facilities like treadmills did not exist. After all, there was a plastic playground. As soon as the students entered the gym, they were like fish in water, touching left and right, and were particularly curious. Cuiu wandered to a piece of equipment and said to Ma Shicheng and others, "Bench press rack. I saw on TV that fitness people like this equipment." The new classmate Kyangli wore a pair of glasses. Hearing this, he was very happy. Finally, someone came out to serve as a foil. When Kyangli was in school, he was often bullied because of his short stature. Later, in order to become stronger, he got a gym membership. After training day after day, he finally became strong. Unfortunately, with the development of society and the advancement of technology, bad students were gradually eliminated, and he had no chance to take revenge as he imagined. One of the few times was when Pang Zhao brutally abused her friend Che Wei on the badminton court. Even though Kyangli often lifted weights, he couldn't do it to Pang Zhao. He was not afraid of Pang Zhao's physical attack, but he was afraid of chemical attack. After transferring to class 8, his friend Che Wei suffered repeated setbacks. He was once in class 6 and fell into a slump, but a turning point appeared today. Kyangli put on a contemptuous smile. "It's a bench press, brother, try one." Cuiu felt that his smile deserved a beating. "Come on. Kyangli, can you do it?" Cuiu didn't know, so he raised his hand directly. "Teacher, how do you do a bench press?" Physical education teacher Gu Wei was originally preparing to demonstrate the movements to everyone. At this moment, he heard the students shouting, and he decisively walked towards the bench press. When the students saw the teacher demonstrating, they gathered around, and soon, the bench press formed a circle inside and outside. Gu Wei walked to the side of the bench press and added 20-kilogram barbell plates to both sides of the barbell. He explained, "Students, do you know what the total weight of the barbell is now?" Jiang Yanan was closer and answered, two 20 kilograms ones, a total of 40 kilograms. Gu Wei pointed to the bar and said, this bar is also 20 kilograms, so the total weight is 60 kilograms. 120 pounds? I only weigh 105 pounds. Jiang Ning looked at the barbell, slightly surprised. Cuiu looked at Jiang Ning and said inappropriately, you weigh over 100 pounds, and you will soon be heavier than me. Jiang Ning was attacked for her weight, but she was not angry at all. She said with a little pride, I'm 168 centimeter tall. Next, I will show you the correct posture of the standard barbell bench press. Gu Wei lay on his back on the bench press and adjusted his body position. Everyone, look at the bar, put your feet on the ground, and then your body will form a natural reverse arch. From the side, Gu Wei's waist was hanging in the air. Put your hands 1.5 times the width of your shoulders and hold the barbell. Take the barbell off first and take a deep breath. Gu Wei demonstrated the 60 kilogram bench press with very smooth movements. Put it at the sternum position. Remember, it is the sternum position. Gu Wei did 3 or 4 more, very easily. It looked effortless. Cuiu said, what's so difficult about this? The teacher let me do it. Gu Wei smiled. Okay. He stood up and took off the 2 barbell plates. Cuiu felt insulted. Teacher, you put it back on. You can't push it up. Gu Wei said. Teacher, let me try. You try with a light one first, and when you can push it up, I'll change the barbell plate for you. Gu Wei knew that high school students of this age like to show off the most. Okay. Cuiu reluctantly agreed. So Gu Wei installed 2 10 kilogram barbell plates, and the total weight is now 40 kilograms. Watch it, watch it. Cuiu said to the students around him. First his brothers Meng Jiui, Marja, Shan Keiquan, and the girls, such as Jiang Ning and Shen Qinj. Which boy doesn't want to show his strength in front of beautiful girls? This is an instinct engraved in the genes, and it is inevitable. Gu Wei was worried that the students would get hurt, so he assisted from the periphery throughout the process. Cuiu lay down, held a barbell, imitated the teacher's movements just now, grabbed the barbell, took a deep breath, and raised it suddenly, his arms trembling. It's so damn heavy. Cuiu put the barbell on his sternum, ready to push it up, and then he was directly pressed down and couldn't push it at all. In the end, it was Gu Wei who helped and put the barbell on the rack. Cuiu was ashamed, and he just felt that he had lost face for the boss. Is it that heavy? Zhang Kai disagreed. Duan Shigang, Yuzi, what's wrong with you? Duan Shigang knew that he watched movies in class every day, but he became weak after watching too much. There was a commotion, and Gu Wei said, don't laugh at him. I dare say that the students present can lift no more than one hand for a 40 kilogram bench press. Everyone was dissatisfied. What's so difficult about 40 kilograms? Jiuo Kanan took the initiative to volunteer to try, but he was also suppressed. It was fun for Gu Wei to watch from the side. Not many people with normal body shape and no training experience could lift 40 kilograms on the bench press for the first time. On the bench press rack, many male students challenged enthusiastically, and the female students watched with relish. Many equipments were occupied by other classes. Jiang Ning found an empty corner, found a 10 kilogram barbell, and added 2 5 kilogram barbell plates. Don't you want to learn fitness? I'll teach you the barbell deadlift. This movement is one of the 3 major items. Like this. Jiang Ning demonstrated it to Zheng Lu. After Zheng Lu saw it, she went up to learn. Jiang Ning instructed from the side, keep your back straight. This is very important. It can prevent you from getting injured. Although Jiang Ning has never been a fitness coach, he is very aware and observes carefully and corrects mistakes at any time. Zheng Lu bent down with a graceful posture. She held the barbell with both hands. Long-term practice of yoga has made her waist straight without a trace of bend, forming a perfect curve from shoulders to hips. The twins next to her stared at Zheng Lu with envy in their eyes. They didn't understand why her waist was so thin, but they was so big. It's so unfair. The weight of 20 kilograms is not difficult for girls. Zheng Lu did it easily. The twins watched for a while, then went up to learn. The atmosphere was peaceful. Suddenly, there was a thunderous shout from the bench press rack. Awesome. Keiquan is awesome. 40 kilograms is pushed up. Jiang Ning extended his consciousness and saw that Shan Kaikun was the most popular. The schoolmate Lan Zichen, to whom he confessed his love, was also present, but Wu Yunzi was standing next to him. Shan Kaikun glanced at Wu Yunzi, and the grudges from last night came to his mind. The two of them had come to that point, so naturally there was no need to be polite. He raised his middle finger. Try it? Wu Yunzi was young and energetic, and he couldn't stand such an insult. He accepted the challenge. Although he was bigger than Shan Kaikun, he still couldn't push 40 kilograms. Cuiu and the others laughed. Chen Xiaida held her sister's hand and leaned forward, with lovely expectation in her eyes. Jiang Ning, you are so good at sports, why don't you push it? Aren't I teaching you? Jiang Ning replied. When he said this, Chen Xiaida blamed herself instead, with some guilt. Did we delay you? Jiang Ning, it's okay, I don't like to join in the fun. He continued to instruct the girls. The bench press was a rotating event. After Shan Kaikun pushed up 40 kilograms, Kyangli broke the record and raised it to 60 kilograms. This record tied the previous physical education teacher. Facing the gaze of the girls around him, Kyangli tightened his arms and showed everyone his muscles. Lukiki, do you have abdominal muscles? Kyangli immediately lifted his t-shirt to show off his not so tidy abdominal muscles. He wore glasses and smiled confidently and arrogantly. Not only did he show it to Lukiki, he also turned around and showed it to everyone, as if saying, I have abdominal muscles, look at me, look at me. For some reason, the female classmates who were originally a little surprised instantly lost their emotions towards him and just thought he was greasy. Kyangli didn't show off for long. Song Sheng pushed up 80 kilograms, shocking the physical education teacher Gu Wei. Teacher, is this result amazing? Before Gu Wei could answer, Lin Zida explained, it's amazing. Many professional athletes who have not been specially trained can only bench press at this level. So strong? Jiang Yanan was surprised. Gu Wei, yes, my limit is about 100 kilograms. Many male coaches in commercial gyms have bench press results of 100 kilograms. Jiang Yanan, is there a higher one? For example, 120 kilograms? Of course there is, but 80 kilograms to 100 kilograms is a watershed. Gu Wei explained patiently. Now, many girls looked at Song Sheng with admiration. When Jiuo Kunan saw Song Sheng, he was secretly envious. If he could push harder than Song Sheng, would the female classmates look at him like this now? Lukiki, Song Sheng, do you have muscles? Song Sheng tightened his arms and showed her his strong arms. Lukiki, I'm talking about abdominal muscles. Song Sheng looked at his strong belly and kept silent. Long-term strength training has turned him from an ordinary fat man into a strong fat man. Other girls also noticed Song Sheng's belly. Jiuo Kunan concluded, it turns out that girls like boys with abdominal muscles. In fact, I don't need to train to be stronger than Song Sheng. Class monitor, how much can you push? Yu Wen asked. Huang Zhangfei was very tall and stood out from the crowd. He was embarrassed. I guess it's an empty bar. I want to see you push. Yu Wen encouraged. Jiang Yanan was also looking forward to it. So Huang Zhangfei walked out of the crowd. As soon as he came out, he attracted the attention of many female classmates. The eyes of the female classmates in class 16 of grade 1, class 1 of grade 2, and class 4 of grade 2 were almost fixed on Huang Zhangfei. He was tall, with perfect proportions, a very three-dimensional facial contour, deep eyes, a high nose bridge, and a sunny smile. He seemed to be the center of the crowd since he was born. The girls in class 8 were fine. After all, they saw each other every day, but the girls outside were excited. So handsome, so handsome. He's so handsome. Hearing those bitches going crazy, Yu Wen regretted letting Huang Zhangfei show up. But it doesn't matter, no one can break the bond between me and the class monitor. Huang Zhangfei's athletic ability was average, and he only pushed a few empty bars, but the praise never stopped from beginning to end, and some girls even came to add him as a friend. Jiuo Kunan realized, damn, it turns out that girls don't care how much you can push, as long as you are handsome. The bench press rack was filled with smoke. After Huang Zhangfei, Zhuang Jianu came on stage and also pushed 80 kilograms, which amazed everyone. Wu Yunzi, the pride of the first grade, couldn't stand others pretending to be cool, and left in anger. He was the most handsome boy in their class. Looking at the 24 classes in the first grade, Wu Yunzi considered himself to be the best, but just one physical education class hit him hard. Handsome, and powerful ones appeared one after another, making Wu Yunzi almost crazy. Why? Wu Yunzi was unwilling. When he left the bench press circle just now, he was going to take Lan Zichen away, but the other party refused him on the grounds of watching others bench press. Wu Yunzi felt extremely frustrated. This frustration, unwillingness, turned into resentment, making him gloomy. I can't do it anymore. It's your turn, sister. Chen Xiaoyu took a breath. Her face flushed. There were watermarks on her forehead sticking to her hair, and even her eyes seemed wet. She complained. Jiang Ning, you are too tormenting. Jiang Ning stayed out of it. Did you say that you are the same intensity as your sister, or do you admit that you are not as good as your sister? After the younger sister finished, it was the turn of the older sister Chen Xiqing to do the group. The two girls had poor physical strength and were far inferior to Zheng Lu. After 2 groups, they were exhausted and panting. Jiang Ning trained the female classmates leisurely and had a lot of fun, but his happiness was not hidden from others. Song Sheng had just lifted 80 kilograms, and his strength was the best in the whole venue. With the idea of being invincible in his heart, he went out for a walk and saw Jiang Ning coaching others. He was beaten up by Jiang Ning at the beginning of the school year, and then his leg was broken, and he never had the chance to take revenge. In addition, Jiang Ning showed that he was very good at fighting, so Song Sheng didn't dare to offend him and lay low for the time being. But it didn't mean that he was convinced by Jiang Ning. Seeing Jiang Ning teaching others to exercise, Song Sheng said, have you been to the gym? Teach others to exercise? Jiang Ning, yes. The only time he went to the gym in his life was to break Song Sheng's leg. The leg breaking treatment was effective, and Song Sheng's arrogance was reduced by half. Song Sheng, what is the maximum bench press? Jiang Ning, 70 kilograms. Song Sheng was delighted when he heard this number. He grinned and narrowed his eyes. I'm 80 kilograms. Although Jiang Ning was good at fighting, he was still a long way from him in terms of fitness. Jiang Ning, not bad. Song Sheng thought he had misheard. He pushed 80 kilograms, but someone who pushed 70 kilograms said it was not bad. It was really funny, wasn't it? While they were talking, Wu Yunzi, who was hit hard, was stranded here. He glanced over here, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What's going on? So many beautiful girls? Twins, a sweet girl with a great figure, a heroic girl with short hair, and a girl with a beautiful face and excellent temperament. Wu Yunzi was like a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for a long time and suddenly encountered an oasis. The joy was incomparable. Before he had time to observe carefully, the girl of the twins said to a boy, Jiang Ning, you only taught us today. Do you want to try pushing? Sister Chen Xiqing, the boys in our class are all pushing barbells. Song Sheng encouraged from the side. Try it? As long as Jiang Ning was out, he could break everyone's view of Jiang Ning as invincible. He was unfathomable before, but as long as he revealed the bottom line of bench press, the mystery would disappear. As long as the health bar is exposed, even God will kill you. Jiang Ning flexed his wrists. Let's try it. He picked up his steps. The bench press rack was surrounded by many students who were watching the excitement, so it was not easy to walk in. Seeing this, Chen Xiao cleared her throat and shouted, Jiang Ning is here. The girl's voice echoed in the noisy crowd, clear and melodious. After hearing Jiang Ning's name, the originally crowded crowd, the members of Class 8 made way for him. Jiang Ning stepped into this road, and the twins, Zheng Lu and others followed closely behind. The students who didn't know what was going on, such as Lan Zichen, were extremely surprised. Who is he? Why are they all making way? As soon as he appeared, Jeheo from class 4 of grade 2 saw this scene and disdainfully said, isn't he the one from the sports meet? Wu Yunzi asked, what sports meet? Jeheo, with a sly look, looked at this pretty boy. He was most annoyed by pretty boys, and explained impatiently, you are in grade 10, right? Haven't you heard about last year's sports meet? Wu Yunzi was a freshman and really didn't know. Lan Zichen's best friend touched her and whispered, so handsome in the second year of high school. Lan Zichen looked at Jiang Ning who was tall and long-legged, with broad shoulders and a straight back, and looked gentle and elegant. The barbell on the bench press rack was 40 kilograms, and Jiang Ning pushed it up easily. Add another 20 kilograms. Jiang Ning ordered. The twins ran to both ends of the barbell. They had the same eyebrows and eyes, and looked lively and cute. They added weights to Jiang Ning together. After adding them, they said coquettishly, "If it's too heavy, you should have told me earlier." This scene made the boys watching feel mixed emotions, and they wanted to play in person. Beautiful twins. A man's dream. 60 kilograms was easily pushed up again, and Jiang Ning said, "Add to 20 kilogram pieces." The barbell soared from 60 kilograms to 100 kilograms in an instant. Song Sheng was incredible. "Are you crazy? Didn't you say the limit is 70 kilograms? The 100 kilogram barbell was ready." Jiang Ning lay on her back, arched her back, raised the bar, and lifted it down, achieving it perfectly. Gu Wei couldn't help but praise. "Beautiful." Jiang Ning said calmly, "Add 2 more 20 kilogram pieces." In ancient times, there were beauties stirring soup with bare hands. Today, there are twin girls loading barbell plates. It is a refined thing. Zhuang Jian, who from experimental class 1 was not calm. He asked in surprise, 140 kilograms? He has been to many gyms, but no one can push 140 kilograms, no matter how big their body is. No one knows the difficulty of 140 kilograms better than him. This is a weight that many people cannot push in their lifetime. In full view of the crowd, Jiang Ning easily pushed 140 kilograms and did 3 in a row. 5 minutes before the end of get out of class, Zhu Yuantang ran from the office to find Jiang Ning. She walked to the door of the gym and happened to hear the commotion coming from inside. The crowd was noisy, and Zhu Yuantang couldn't find Jiang Ning at all. She suddenly heard someone calling Jiang Ning's name. Zhu Yuantang was short and couldn't see Jiang Ning, so she looked around for a place. Jiang Ning stood up from the bench press, surrounded by the crowd. Gu Wei gave Jiang Ning a can of Red Bull, and he pulled the ring. Chen Xiao unscrewed the purified water. Zheng Luo opened the wet wipes and wiped his hands. Shan Kaiquan praised, "Awesome." He could only bench press 40 kilograms, which was just a fraction of Jiang Ning's. Physical education teacher, your performance is unique in our school. Not bad. Jiang Ning smiled and looked calm. Song Sheng was unwilling to accept it and asked back, "Didn't you say you could only push 70 kilograms? Are you lying to me?" Jiang Ning was very calm. "I said I could push 70 kilograms with one hand." Song Sheng, fuck. Praise, envy, admiration, countless praises surrounded Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang, who was on the periphery, stepped on the bench. Her petite body was a little unstable. She looked at Jiang Ning, who was surrounded by the crowd. He was the center of the crowd, like a shining light, making people sigh in despair. Zhu Yuantang held the rack tightly, feeling proud and a little happy. Although Jiang Ning is bright and arrogant now, no one knows that he is wearing little pink rabbit socks on his feet. Zhu Yuantang snorted, "I knitted them myself." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Appearance. After a brief rest, Jiang Ning said goodbye to everyone, walked out of the crowd, and went to the outside of the gym. Tang Tang was still indoors just now. Perhaps because she didn't want to be noticed, she was waiting outside. Zhu Yuantang was looking down at her toes, her shoelaces tied into a bow. Noticing the darkness in front of her, she raised her little face. "Chachu is here." Jiang Ning calculated the time. It's quite early. They were studying on their last class, and she came out early. Chachu asked for leave on purpose. She was afraid that there would be too many people after school, and it would delay the small dining table time. "Well, let's go." Jiang Ning took the Tang Tang brand access card and stepped into the empty main road of the campus. The midday sun was very good, and the buildings on the campus were particularly dazzling. The light fell on the glass windows and reflected the light. Walking all the way to the school gate, a young security guard who was well versed in the truth of life was guarding the gate that was about to open. "Open the door." Jiang Ning put Zhu Yuantang in a conspicuous position. Zhu Yuantang cooperated with his head held high and chest puffed out to show his identity. Every evening, Zhu Yuantang ran away early. The security guard had memorized her appearance and opened the door immediately. When the two of them left, the young security guard was envious and a little disappointed. Who hasn't dreamed of having the power to leave school early when they were in school? When the security guard was young, he was also full of ambition and thought about everything. He imagined that he could walk out of the campus in front of the vicious security guard and lead the whole school. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable. 10 years later, the young man who once had great ambitions has become the person he hated the most. He also became a security guard. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual consciousness to spread like ripples and find Chachu. As they got closer, Zhu Chachu called softly, "Tang Tang." She was looking at Tang Tang, while Tang Tang was looking at the roadside stall selling fried tofu. Jiang Ning took over the responsibility and came out to welcome him. "Chachu." Zhu Chachu looked over and saw Jiang Ning, who was smiling gently. He was the same at school as at home, always calm and unhurried. Even in the market, he still perfectly integrated into it. For some reason, Zhu Chachu suddenly thought of mortals. She felt it was absurd, because he was a mortal. Zhu Chachu was wearing a beige dress, plain and elegant. She pushed the heavy black electric bike, and her skirt swayed gently as she walked, like ripples on the lake. The aunt selling fried skewers on the roadside and the old lady selling ice wine chatted with Zhu Chachu. When they saw Zhu Chachu, they said, "This girl is so pretty. Jiang Ning, let me do it." Without waiting for Chachu to refuse, he took the handle of the electric bike. He rode slowly in front, while Chachu and Tang Tang talked behind. At this time, the school was not over yet, and the campus was still empty. After Jiang Ning parked the car, the school bell rang. The students in the physical education class went to the cafeteria. Wu Yunzi, a freshman, found Lan Zichen again and said something with a smile. Perhaps what he said was interesting. Lan Zichen was amused and smiled. Shan Keiquan's face was not looking good. Although he won the bench press, he was defeated miserably in the love field. During the conversation, Wu Yunzi noticed Shan Keiquan in the distance and looked at him provocatively. He had indeed suffered a blow just now, but Wu Yunzi knew that he was still as excellent as ever. After Jiuo Kanon found out, he made a dog-biting man gesture. By the way, he comforted Keiquan. Let him be arrogant first. Jiang Yanan and Shen Qinchu were talking and laughing, happily discussing interesting things in physical education class. Deng Xiang, Jeheo and their friends were arm in arm, laughing and joking. There were many students in groups like this. When they walked between the two teaching buildings, at this moment, their eyes couldn't help but look at the three figures in the empty square. Your restaurant is a test of your connections. Wu Yunzi couldn't help but get stuck in the middle of his words. He opened his mouth and looked at the girl in a plain long skirt with light steps. He only saw the girl's profile. Perhaps it was because of the sunlight, or because of her stunning beauty. Wu Yunzi even felt that she was dazzling. "What's wrong with you?" While talking, Lan Zichen also noticed the beautiful figure. At a glance, Lan Zichen was amazed. The girl's profile was too beautiful, and the contours and lines were perfect. Wu Yunzi retracted his gaze and looked at Lan Zichen again. Suddenly, he felt that she was not attractive. Jiang Yanan was originally saying, "I can't tell that Jiang Ning is not strong at all, but he is so strong, 140 kilograms, heavier than two of us. He can actually lift it." I wanted to ask him how he trained, but who knew that he went out before the get out of class was over. But he also ran early for evening self-study. "I envy him for his privilege," she said, and suddenly found that Shen Qinchu stopped. Jiang Yanan followed her gaze and saw Jiang Ning and the dazzling girl beside her. Jiang Yanan had seen that girl at the night of the small temple fair. Who would have thought that she actually came to number 4 middle school? What is her relationship with Jiang Ning? Thinking of this, Jiang Yanan couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shen Qinchu, and she stared at the two of them intently. Jiang Yanan sighed leisurely. During the conversation, she occasionally learned that Shen Qinchu and Jiang Ning were actually from the same junior high school and were admitted to number 4 middle school together. At that time, she still thought that the two were a good match. After all, the only competitive girl around Jiang Ning was Zheng Lu, and later joined Chen Xiaoyu, but Jiang Yanan didn't think Qinj was worse than them. However, when the girl in front of her thought of this, Jiang Yanan felt distressed for her good sisters. The difference in appearance was too big. Shen Qinj's body was motionless, her eyes were unblinking, and she didn't seem to have any emotional changes, but the bottle of Binglu brand pure water in her hand made a sound when it was squeezed. Deng Qingfeng? What's wrong with you? Xin Yaoling called. Deng Qingfeng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He took a deep breath. I'm fine. Deng Qingfeng's eyes were very picky. He didn't warm to ugly girls at all. Because of this, he liked girls with outstanding appearance very much. Although he was not very old, he had been to many places and met beautiful girls from all over the world. He had a deep impression of this girl. They had met at a small temple fair, but that night, his vision was not clear enough, and he was eager to please Yao. So even so, he was still amazed. The light was very good today, and Deng Qingfeng could see her style clearly. Deng Qingfeng had seen many beautiful things, and was amazed more than once. The feelings were different. Sometimes his heartbeat accelerated, sometimes his blood boiled, sometimes he felt ashamed of himself, and some made him admire. But this time was different. The elegant and cold girl gave him the feeling that he woke up from class on an ordinary afternoon, accidentally knocked over the water cup, and the sun shone all over the table. Jiang Ning and Zhu Chuchu passed by Deng Qingfeng and smiled. Let's go. Deng Qingfeng nodded hurriedly. When the girl passed by, Deng Qingfeng suddenly wanted to ask Jiang Ning, what is your relationship? However, Deng Qingfeng suddenly thought of the last time he praised Ding Xuan in front of Jiang Ning. He thought silently, it's better not to humiliate yourself. He raised his head and looked at the almost dazzling figure from a distance, wanting to bite his teeth. Jiahao was still laughing, and when he found that Deng Xiang was not right, he found the girl over there. The next second, Jiahao encountered a side profile kill, blurted out, fuck, it's so fucking beautiful. He couldn't suppress his inner excitement and hurriedly said, Brother Xiang, let's go and show off. People like Jiahao were once very popular in Tizhang. Although he was not as fierce and powerful as Boss Du and Shigang, who dominated an era, he was also a well-known figure. Who wouldn't call him Brother Mouse when they saw him? They are little hooligans who stand out among the good students and show off their power. Such a sharp temperament is actually a kind of charm. Charming boys are not lacking in girls. What even broke the defense of countless boys was that many girls who were in love for the first time in middle school, including many top students, just liked bad boys like Jiahao. Even if they didn't like them, as long as they were targeted, they would gradually lower their bottom line under their persistence, coercion, and inducement, and finally fall into their hands. Many boys had no experience in this area when they were students, so they were submissive and wanted to worship girls. This was normal. After all, humans always have awe of the unknown. But bad students like to take the initiative and wander among many girls, so they naturally have no fear. Brother Xiang, what are you doing? Jiahao didn't understand. He was extremely confident at the moment. Ordinary students' skills are in learning, while these students are in chasing girls. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. Deng Xiang looked at the girl carefully, but his feet still didn't move. If you don't leave, I'll go by myself. Jiahao smiled warmly, and he was ready to whistle. Some of the guys next to him said, hey Ozzy, he can bench press 140 kilograms. You should take it easy, be careful he will beat you up. Jiahao didn't care. Being strong doesn't mean you are good at fighting. Deng Xiang finally retracted his gaze. He remembered the painful history of being beaten by Jiang Ning alone at the beginning of the school year, and said solemnly, hey Ozzy, I advise you to be kind. Li Shi and Fang Qiuyu walked down the stairs together, and went to the cafeteria for dinner. Li Shi's family is rich, but she is not like Qi and Heng, who asks the chef to prepare special dishes every day. She still chose the small dining table plan of the cafeteria of number 4 middle school. The food in the cafeteria is now good. In the past, Li Shi went to official institutions with her father. Many powerful official personnel only ate in the cafeteria of the agency, which may not be much better than the cafeteria of number 4 middle school. Thank you touched Li Shi, so beautiful. When Li Shi saw Zuchachu, her eyes flashed, and she said insincerely, not bad. With a broadened vision, a wealthy family, and having met Zuchachu a few times, she was not as amazed as other girls. Appearance is one aspect, and on the other hand, family background is more important. It was good looking, but the clothes she wore were made of the cheapest fabric on the market. Her beauty alone was not enough to be compared with Li Shi. Besides, as both were beautiful women, Li Shi did not think she was inferior to her. In the cafeteria, at table 27, the unfamiliar Zuchachu was being looked at and scrutinized by the twins and Tang Fu. Zuchachu felt uneasy, and her cold face was slightly tense. She felt that the eyes of the three girls were full of wisdom, and they must be exquisite. She could not embarrass Tang Tang. Jiang Ning introduced, my neighbor, Zuchachu. Zhenglu was alert in her heart. Why is she here? Was she invited by Jiang Ning, or by Tang Tang? She felt inexplicably anxious. After careful observation, Zhenglu found the sense of distance between the two, and she was slightly relieved. It seems that their relationship is very ordinary. Zhenglu made a judgment. At a nearby table, Lukaki took the lead, and Jiuo Kanon joined in, showing a talkative demeanor. They were talking about the gym. Jiuo Kanon, Kyangle's abdominal muscles are really good. I didn't realize that he has trained well. Lukaki shook her head. Abs are okay, but what's wrong? Don't you like abdominal muscles? Jiuo Kanon asked. Lukaki said, I like them, but we girls like more than just abdominal muscles. First of all, you have abdominal muscles, but you can't let us know that you have abdominal muscles, but show them inadvertently. Do you understand what I mean? There are men in my circle of friends who like to show off their abdominal muscles. In fact, they are greasy. No matter how good your abdominal muscles are, if you take the initiative to show them, I feel it's not okay. Kyangli passed by when he was getting food and accidentally heard this. He was furious. We have people with abdominal muscles, and we don't show pictures for women like you, Lukaki, but I think this behavior is very inappropriate. Kyangli fell into self-justification. What's inappropriate? We show off our abdominal muscles for the people we like. Lukaki, greasy. She picked up a piece of beef and ate it in an elegant manner. Kyangli still wanted to find a reason to defend himself. After eating the beef, Lukaki taught the other men at the table, you guys should learn from this. Don't post your abs and selfies on social media in the future. We girls don't like your face turning selfies. Jiuo Kanon, I've learned your lesson. Ma Shicheng sneered. Do you think we like to see your photos that you put on Macup and photoshopped so hard that even your own mother wouldn't recognize you? Lukaki had made great progress after being criticized by Ma Shicheng so many times. She immediately took out her mobile phone and looked through her moments. A group of pictures of beautiful girls with thin waists and perky buttocks appeared in front of everyone. Don't look good? Don't like to see it? Lukaki asked. Jiuo Kanon swallowed his saliva. Good guy. Shan Kaikwan also fell. Seeing this, Ma Shicheng grabbed Meng Jiui who came to eat for free. He knew Meng Jiui was a true saint. Gizzy, is it pretty? Meng Jiui looked at the photo with a blank expression. I always believe that the purpose of reading and education is to establish correct values and understand the truth, rather than immersing ourselves in a group of pictures of strange girls. It's too decadent. Gizzy is worthy of being called Gizzy. She didn't disappoint Ma Shicheng. Lukaki, don't talk nonsense. I'm asking you if you like it. Meng Jiui, just say it. It's pretty good. Give me more. Chapter 554 Basketball Overlord. The lunch in the cafeteria today was particularly rich, with 4 dishes, a soup, a plate of fruit, and a box of mini yogurt for each person. Chachu, come and try it. Zhu Yuantang introduced excitedly. She identified with the number 4 middle school that slept every day. Facing the unfamiliar environment, Zhu Chachu was a little restrained. She looked at the other people at the table, all of whom had moved their chopsticks. She then clenched her chopsticks, leaned forward slightly, and picked up a piece of stir-fried zucchini. After a light taste, the zucchini had a crisp taste, and was slightly spicy, which was very delicious. She held the bowl with both hands, put the rice into her mouth, bit it gently, chewed it slowly, and her movements were light and coordinated, like a landscape. Or rather, she herself was the landscape. During the meal, students around her looked over quietly from time to time. Qi Xianheng and his lackey Zhao Xiafeng, Wei Ziyuan, Liu Chuandao, and Duan Shigan all looked at her in different ways. Some people at the same table looked at her. For example, the twins were eating very calmly, but when they saw Chachu, they looked at each other as if to say, "Oh my god, she is so elegant." So the twins became serious and serious, carving out the appearance of ladies, but it was a bit cute and pretentious. Tang Fu didn't care. She relied on her height and long arms to sweep across the table, picking up beef and chicken in a bold manner, and then taking a big sip of the quail egg in the 3 fresh soup. At the table not far away, Pang Jiao opened her bloody mouth and ate in the same bold manner, swallowing all the beef in the potato beef. Liu Chuandao was so angry that he yelled, "Damn, what are you doing? Are you really a woman?" Yan Xianpeng was indignant. "This is the first time I've seen a woman eat like this." Wang Yanan made an excuse for her good sister. She pointed to Tang Fu over there and said, "Isn't she eating like this too? Do you understand? This shows that she has a unique charm." Liu Chuandao looked at Tang Fu and saw that the girl had a very good figure, a thin waist, a perky butt, long and strong legs, and beautiful muscle lines. Her eating posture looked pleasing to the eye. He turned his head again and looked at Pang Jiao, whose arm circumference reached 42. Liu Chuandao was in pain. "Damn, I can't stand it anymore." Tang Fu ate too fast, but the people at the same table didn't care. The food on the table was fixed. There were 7 girls at their table, and they didn't eat much, so there would be some leftovers. With Tang Fu helping them finish it, it was pretty good. Tang Fu picked up another piece of chicken and was about to put it into her mouth. Yang Sheng, who had changed his seat, saw it and reminded her, "That's a piece of ginger." The twins all looked at her. Seeing the 2 similar little faces, Tang Fu wanted to show off and said carelessly, "It's just a piece of ginger, what's there to be afraid of?" Then she bit into the ginger, ate it up with a crunch, and swallowed it. As expected, the twins looked shocked. They opened their mouths slightly and were shocked by her. "You ate such a big piece of ginger. How amazing. I dare not eat it at all. It's too spicy." "It's mainly because it tastes bad." The twins talked to each other to express their admiration. In order to show her strength, Tang Fu picked out 2 more pieces of ginger and ate them with a crunch. So the surprise in the twins' eyes became brighter, and they admired her very much. "Silly, Fufu, you are so awesome." Zhu Chachu, who was watching from the side, said nothing and focused on eating. Tang Fu raised her lips, revealing a strong sense of confidence. She gave a speech as a champion. "When I was a child, I accidentally ate ginger and my mother saw it. Since then, every time I go out to eat, she will show off to others that I can eat ginger. Every time at the dinner table, I must show off eating ginger." Recalling the shocked eyes of all the relatives and the compliments, Tang Fu couldn't help but indulge in it. "Chen Xiaoyu, so it's a specialty that I have practiced since childhood." Chen Xiking took a breath of cold air. There is indeed a reason behind success. Tang Fu ate another piece of ginger. Yang Sheng hadn't eaten together for a long time. Today, he specially asked Shang Kaiwei to change seats. She really couldn't stand Tang Fu's ignorant and stupid look. She complained, "It's embarrassing for your mother. It's too difficult to find your specialty." Zhenglu agreed. "Indeed, every time I visit relatives, my mother asks me to perform singing, but your mother can only show off her daughter eating ginger." Jiang Ning sat, tears in my eyes. In the 3rd class in the afternoon, self-study class, Xin Yaoling was guarding class 8 at the podium. Before she could show her authority as a monitor, Wu Zhaoqi picked up his precious basketball and prepared to go out for training. Seeing this, Xin Yaoling asked, "Wu Zhaoqi, what are you doing?" "Chasing dreams." After leaving these 2 words, Wu Zhaoqi left without looking back, leaving only a chic back. Xin Yaoling was tired. Wu Zhaoqi had skipped classes more than once. After she explained to the head teacher, Shan Qingrong said that she didn't need to care as long as he didn't disrupt the classroom discipline. Xin Yaoling wondered, is she a monitor for show? How come no one can control it? Wang Lang saw Wu Zhaoqi going out and said, Today, 2 classes in the first grade of high school have an appointment for a basketball game. Shan Kai-kun said Owen didn't care. Although he plays basketball, he is not obsessed with it, and the basketball game has nothing to do with him. Wang Lang continued, the appointment was made by class 16 of the first grade of high school and class 7 of the first grade of high school, and Wu Yunzi is the main force. Shan Kai-kun's eyes moved. With a confession and a fight on the playground, he and Wu Yunzi successfully became enemies. But he was more concerned about whether Lan Zichen watched the game. In high school, if the boys in the class played basketball games with other classes, the girls often liked to cheer. Although Shan Kai-kun cared, as a student, he could not leave the class and could only hope that Wu Yunzi would be blocked. After Wu Zhaoqi left the class, he dribbled the ball while moving to the playground. Basketball is not only a sport for Wu Zhaoqi, but also a dream that he deserves to devote his life to. He loves basketball, loves to run, loves teamwork, loves the progress after countless lonely training, and loves the joy of winning. For him, the most beautiful sound in the world is the bang when the basketball enters the net. He has always been a wild way, without professional training. All his skills come from his own exploration and watching videos of NBA stars. He relies on his love, which makes him lively, sweats profusely, and makes him passionate. In the end, love will also make him great and become the most eye-catching star of the century. Only dreams cannot be let down. The world is changing, and the future is uncertain, but basketball is Wu Zhaoqi's way forward, which makes him consistent in this complicated world. After every victory in a basketball game, Wu Zhaoqi always leaves his teammates who are celebrating with each other, finds a court, and quietly hone his skills. Dreams should not be let down, and passion can withstand the long years. When Wu Zhaoqi thought of this, he was full of strength and his blood was boiling. He warmed up with his mind. He is now in the strongest and most peak state. It's time to play. Wu Zhaoqi no longer paused, and his dribbling figure turned into a whirlwind and rolled towards the playground. Since the expansion of the first grade of high school, the basketball court has not been enough. It is now the third class in the afternoon. Although the second and third grades of high school are in class, the first grade of high school has just been on vacation. Many students play basketball, and there are few empty seats on the court. Wu Zhaoqi decisively occupies one. At the same time, class 16 of the first grade of high school, Wu Yunzi is dressed in a white sportswear, which is as gentle as jade, full of energy, and extremely handsome. He held the basketball in his arms and discussed tactics with several boys behind him. From time to time, he raised his head and looked at the girls in the class. Among them were Lan Zichen, Yao Zixin, and other girls, all of whom came to cheer for them. Wu Yunzi smiled confidently, with a mocking look on his face. There are so many beautiful girls in our class. When the boys in class 7 see them later, they won't go crazy, right? The other boys heard it and said with a smile, be careful that they defend you desperately. Wu Yunzi's temperament changed, and he looked down on them with their skills. Are they qualified? The chubby Chang Yi said, beat class 7 violently and give them a 0. Aren't they mad to death? Ha ha ha. The atmosphere in class 16 was joyful. Wu Yunzi was full of self-satisfaction. He was handsome, tall, and could play basketball. Therefore, every time he played a game, he only needed to hook his finger, and many girls would come to cheer him up, defeating the opponent on the surface. Wu Yunzi's mind turned, and he suddenly remembered the stunning girl at noon. How cool would it be if that girl could come to cheer him up? If he stood there, the whole audience would be boiling, right? His face was bursting. He had to find out which class the other party was from. As for the boy next to the girl, Wu Yunzi didn't think much of it. He knew that boy was good at bench press, but who would watch such a thing as bench press? How could he be as handsome as basketball? If you have the ability, play basketball. The group gradually approached the playground, and during the period, they met students from class 7. The two groups merged into one, and went to the playground together. When they arrived at the playground, there was no place on the basketball court, and students playing basketball were everywhere. Wu Yunzi scanned, and finally aimed at Wu Zhaoqi. In basketball, the taller you are, the more advantages you have. When Wu Yunzi saw the little guy who was just over 1.6 meters tall occupying a section of the court, he just felt funny. He turned to the girls in the class and said, "Wait for me to clear the court." After saying this, Wu Yunzi took his classmate Jiang Ning and others to negotiate with Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi was practicing a 3-step layup. His movements were simple and unpretentious, and he successfully shot the ball. Wu Yunzi had a large number of people, and he was a basketball expert. Seeing such a small guy, he naturally had contempt. He teased, "Brother, you are not suitable for playing basketball." Wu Zhaoqi shot by himself. His basketball heart was stronger than anyone imagined. Wu Yunzi was the center of attention since he was a child. At this moment, the boy he looked down on actually ignored him, which made him angry. His tone unconsciously became much stiffer. "Brother, you can play anywhere by yourself. Let's play the game. You give up your position." Wu Zhaoqi was still shooting. Jiang Ning in the class gestured. What did he mean? Now there is no position. They can't play basketball. This problem must be solved. The other basketball stands on the basketball court are occupied by many people, and the one in front of him has the least, so it is easiest to solve. Wu Zhaoqi was about to shoot again, and Wu Yunzi couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as the basketball slipped out of his hand, he stepped forward, jumped up, and intercepted the basketball. Wu Yunzi held the basketball and stood face to face with Wu Zhaoqi. One ball will decide the outcome. Whoever loses will get out. Wu Zhaoqi smiled. How dare someone challenge him? He agreed immediately. Okay. The two stood in position. Wu Yunzi dribbled the ball very steadily. Obviously he had basic skills in hand, not an embroidered pillow. But how could his level of effort compare to Wu Zhaoqi, who got up at 4 in the morning to practice basketball every day? While dribbling, Wu Yunzi was ready to use his physical fitness to knock Wu Zhaoqi away. After all, basketball is a test of physical fitness. As for the little guy in front of him, he thought that the other party could not withstand the physical confrontation. As a result, the boy was like a solid rock when he collided with him. Wu Yunzi was knocked off balance and the basketball was snatched away by Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi made a perfect layup. Wu Yunzi lost. Wu Zhaoqi caught the rebounded basketball with a look of contempt. Wu Yunzi was a child of destiny. When had he ever suffered such a great humiliation? He subconsciously looked at the female classmates around him. The female classmates were paying attention to this side at this time. They saw his miserable defeat. Wu Yunzi seemed to see the mockery in their eyes. He felt hot on his face. His strong self-esteem made him unbearable to be humiliated. His handsome face turned livid, ugly and gloomy. Wu Yunzi walked in front of Wu Zhaoqi and said word by word, "One more round." Wu Zhaoqi didn't care. He was full of the demeanor of a strong man. "You are still far from it. Practice for another half a year. I say, one more round." Wu Yunzi's eyes were a little gloomy. "No." Wu Zhaoqi said something in English. Wu Yunzi could no longer suppress his anger. He raised his hand and slapped Wu Zhaoqi on the head, saying provocatively, "I'll let you play another round. Can't you afford it?" The noise around him suddenly quieted down, and all the students paid attention. Wu Zhaoqi had a bad temper, but there were too many strong people in class 8, so he had been suppressed, and could not lift the restrictions. Being insulted at this moment, Wu Zhaoqi's feet seemed to be equipped with springs. He jumped up, and jumped a head higher than Wu Yunzi, and slapped Wu Yunzi on the face. There was a crisp sound of snap. "Dare to hit your father?" Wu Zhaoqi retracted his slap, his face disdainful. Wu Yunzi's face was really burning with pain, and he screamed, "Fuck, you're looking for death." Wu Yunzi stepped forward, his face full of anger and murderous aura. He twisted his shoulders, and the power poured out from his fists, without any reservation. With this punch, he just wanted to smash Wu Zhaoqi's face, and see him crying miserably. Wu Zhaoqi had practiced his moves countless times. He did not confront the opponent head on, but quickly took 2 steps back, to avoid the range of the fist. After his punch missed, Wu Yunzi caught up and kicked him. This action happened in a flash. When Lan Zichen and the others saw it, they hurriedly shouted, "Stop fighting." Wu Yunzi was so angry that he just wanted to beat the dwarf to death. Wu Zhaoqi saw the opportunity, stepped forward, and used the tricks of elementary school students in a fight. He accurately hugged Wu Yun's kicked right leg with both hands. After Wu Yun's leg was hugged, he took the opportunity to use the force, bent his body and attacked, punching hard. Wu Zhaoqi was faster. He directly combined his waist and horsepower, using his legs as a chassis, and swung counterclockwise. Wu Yunski, who was already standing on one leg, could no longer stand. His body was completely unbalanced, and he was about to be spun up. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you still standing there for, damn it?" His classmate Jiang Ning immediately rushed out and shouted, "Beat him." Chapter 555 Willing. Beat him. Don't hold back. Jiang Ning roared and rushed forward. He kicked the ground with his feet, twisted his hips, and sent his shoulders forward, punching out a powerful turtle punch. Wu Zhaoqi was holding Wu Yun's legs. Seeing this scene, he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He quickly let go of Wu Yun's legs and stepped back a few steps. Jiang Ning fought with great power. Seeing Wu Zhaoqi dodge, he kept swinging his turtle punches with both arms, forming a dense and imposing turtle punch net. Countless fists raged in the air. Although Wu Zhaoqi was wild, it didn't mean he was stupid. Back then, he faced the terrifying four golden flowers alone. He was very sensible and chose to surrender from his heart. Now facing a group of tall and strong boys, Wu Zhaoqi did not fight head on. He retreated and dodged, and Jiang Ning chased him and beat him. Wu Yunzi did not miss this opportunity. He was slapped just now. It was a great shame and humiliation. Wu Zhaoqi must pay a sufficient price. Wu Yunzi stepped forward and shouted, "Aren't you really crazy?" He kicked Wu Zhaoqi in the thigh, causing Wu Zhaoqi to take a few steps back. Crazy? Wu Yunzi looked defiant. Several boys from class 16 surrounded Wu Zhaoqi. Although they knew that Wu Yunzi was more at fault because he did not admit defeat, since there was a conflict, they would definitely help their classmate. A fat guy smiled and tried to stop the fight. "Brother Wu, stop it, stop it." He said this, but his actions were completely different. He ran to Wu Zhaoqi, pushed him, and took the opportunity to punch and kick him. Wu Zhaoqi dodged left and right, was hit several times, and was chased all the way to the basketball court in the corner. A bunch of students came to watch, and some of them were afraid that things would not go smoothly, so they shouted, "Come on. Come on." Not far away, Deng Xiang, who also skipped classes to play basketball, looked into the crowd and blurted out, "Fuck, it's Brother Qi." There was a period of time when Deng Xiang played basketball with Wu Zhaoqi every day and ate his food. Later, he brought his friends to eat his food. It was too much, so Wu Zhaoqi didn't want to be a fool. Deng Xiang reflected on it at the time. He regretted it so much. Seeing Wu Zhaoqi being beaten up, he yelled, "Brothers, beat them." He took the lead and took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, his eyes glaring, and his momentum was very fierce, which made people afraid before the fight. Jeheo and others who followed responded one after another and took off their shirts. They were experienced in fighting, and taking off their clothes could better exert their strength, and it was also helpful to distinguish between the enemy and us. Deng Xiang has grown up a lot and is not as impulsive as before. He said in a unified tone, "Everyone remember, we are here to stop the fight." After that, a group of people rushed forward aggressively. A melee was about to break out. The boys in class 16 originally enjoyed many against one, but now suddenly it became many against many. A dozen boys swung their fists on the basketball and hit each other. After 2 minutes of fighting, the shirtless boys in the second year camp were sweating. "Kill him, kill him. Go, the little bastard is too lame." There were shouting all around, and some people took their mobile phones to take Kuarishao videos. The scene was very lively. Class 8 of the second year of high school. Before the class was over, the video of the fight was posted on Kuarishao. Wang Lang announced to the world in the class group, "Wu Zhaoqi from our class had a fight with someone on the playground." Students who secretly played with their mobile phones spread the news to each other, which soon caused a commotion, and the class was full of whispers. Xiaoling, who was concentrating on doing the questions, noticed the noise and maintained discipline. "Everyone, be quiet." Jiuo Kunan, class monitor, "Wu Zhaoqi is fighting with someone on the playground." "How do you know?" Xiaoling was puzzled. "The video has been spread, it's in the class group." Jiao said. After his spread, the whole class knew about it, and almost all the students who brought mobile phones took out their phones to watch the excitement. Zhenglu put her phone on the table. She had a lot of data, so she didn't care about it. She directly clicked on the video, increased the volume, and started playing. On the playground, two groups of people were fighting each other, roaring and howling, coming from the mobile phone speakers. Chen Xiaoyu saw the group fight on the screen, and was secretly surprised. It was really super chaotic, fighting in a mess. Zhenglu watched for a while, frowned slightly, and asked puzzledly, why do they take off their shirts when fighting? Chen Xiaoyu replied immediately, if they don't take off their shirts, and take off their pants, won't the atmosphere feel weird? Zhenglu looked at her deskmat with a little shock. She couldn't imagine why Chen Xiaoyu had such a tricky angle. After Chen Xiaoyu finished speaking, she smiled awkwardly, a little stiff, and her eyes wandered around, as if she was looking for a secret place to hide to cover up her inner filth. She found it, and Chen Xiaoyu poked Jiang Ning's waist. Jiang Ning, I want to ask you a question. Huh? That's it. She showed Jiang Ning the fight video. Why do you take off your shirt when fighting? Jiang Ning had divine sense observation, and had long seen through the fights on the playground. He explained, wearing a shirt to fight is not conducive to performance. For example, it affects the strength of the punch, or it is easy for someone to grab the shirt, involving the action, or the shirt covers the head. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhenglu immediately understood. Especially Zhenglu, she recalled the few fights Jiang Ning had, and stared at his shirt, as if she could see some lines. She was very curious, what would it look like inside, after taking off his clothes? Zhenglu's eyes flickered with desire, her lips slightly opened, and she asked expectantly, why don't you take off your shirt when you fight? Chen Xiaoyu was also curious. Yes. Jiang Ning was calm and confident, because I'm strong. Evening self-study. Wu Zhaoqi was called to the office by his class teacher Shan Qingrong, and taught 2 classes. He didn't come out of the office until the last class. When he entered the class, he was greeted by the attention of the whole class. CUIU responded, Zhaoqi, you fought well, and you didn't lose our class 8. Wu Zhaoqi touched his face, which was covered with a band-aid. He was scratched twice. Since no one used any equipment, the casualties were light. After a simple disturbance, the class returned to calm. Wu Zhaoqi found his deskmat Myo Zhe and discussed, what's the price of a 1,500 word apology for fighting? Myo Zhe said, you decide. Wu Zhaoqi immediately took out a 100 yuan bill. Myo Zhe took the banknotes and handed over an A4 paper. Wu Zhaoqi took a quick look and saw that the paper was full of words, starting with, Dear Teacher Shan Qingrong, hello. I'm very sorry to hand you my apology for fighting. Wu Zhaoqi came to his senses and was incredulous. Have you finished it? Myo Zhe, I had nothing to do in the first 2 classes, so I wrote it. Wu Zhaoqi took a while to suppress his shock. He looked at Myo Zhe's thin figure, thought of the revenge battle, and immediately shook his head. What a pity, you can't fight. Myo Zhe, I usually don't fight. Wu Zhaoqi, I understand, you are not suitable for fighting, you are too thin. Myo Zhe did not refute. Night. Heba. Tang Tang was at home chatting with her mother. Zhu Chuchu didn't want to play games with Jiang Ning. After all, she was accidentally bumped into that day, and Jiang Ning's words made the atmosphere very awkward. However, after struggling, she still came. If she didn't come, wouldn't it seem that she had something to hide? Zhu Chuchu didn't want to leave this impression on Jiang Ning, so she insisted on coming to Jiang Ning's room and continuing the game that she hadn't completed. Since her arrival, the room was filled with a faint fragrance. She sat quietly, wearing a black dress, with soft fabric sticking to her body, and her curves were graceful and moving. Her originally cold temperament and the mystery of the black dress complement each other, making people dare not touch her easily. She held the handle. Her eyes were indifferent, and occasionally because of the game screen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, melting the coldness. Jiang Ning leaned lazily on the sofa, and when he was with a girl like Zhu Chuchu, the air around him seemed to be smooth. He said, Mario 3D World is actually of good quality, but it's a pity that the Wii U console is not very good, which has affected its sales. Zuchachu didn't understand the things in the game circle, and she expressed her own opinion. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know that such a game console existed. Jiang Ning said, your concept of game consoles is only the sub game console when you were a child, such as Super Mario, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and MapleStory. Yeah, that's right. Zuchachu added, the mobile games that Tan plays are not sophisticated enough. Jiang Ning laughed and said, indeed. Zuchachu, but a good game is one that brings happiness. As they talked, they worked together and passed another level. While the two were playing games, the owner of the farmhouse, Yang, returned the favor and sent a plate of barbecue, grilled lamb skewers, tendons, grilled squid, etc. Jiang Ning accepted all the orders, and Boss Yang left with satisfaction. Zuchachu was hesitant to speak. After Jiang Ning found out, he said, what's wrong? Zuchachu rarely expressed her inner thoughts. Do you owe too many favors? He has sent them several times. She grew up in a poor family, and she was actually afraid of owing favors to others, fearing that she could not pay them back. In her daily life, Zuchachu tried not to ask for help from others, no matter how difficult it was. If I owe it, I owe it. Jiang Ning was very calm. People can only get closer by giving and taking, and a little barbecue doesn't matter. But these barbecues are very expensive. Zuchachu clenched her hands and whispered to herself. She once heard Boss Yang calculating the bill. These mutton skewers were sold for 3 yuan each. Seeing her worried and weak appearance, Jiang Ning felt inexplicably touched in his heart. He picked up the skewers and spoke with great confidence. Do you think I can't pay back this little favor? He smiled gently, which was the absolute control of an immortal descending to the mortal world. After saying this, Zuchachu's eyes moved over, and a ripple of light appeared in her eyes. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to check and make sure that she was not looking at the skewers in his hand, but staring at his face. Zuchachu was silent for a moment and said, I rarely see you like this. You rarely spoke like this before. What? Zuchachu, a little childish. Jiang Ning was a little helpless. He rarely acted arrogant, but he was actually complained about. As soon as the idea came to his mind, he saw that the corners of Zuchachu's lips slightly raised, drawing a beautiful line, and becoming more and more tender and tempting. But I think it's good. What Zuchachu said was true, and it was indeed her true inner thoughts. Jiang Ning used to be too mature. No matter what he said or did, he was at ease and calm, unlike his peers. Who would have thought that he would also show such an expression? Jiang Ning was disturbed by Chachu's words, and he was quite speechless. Eat. He handed over 2 skewers of mutton. Zuchachu took it gently, to prevent the situation from happening again, otherwise she would be embarrassed to come again next time. I feel that the barbecue is tastier today than last time. The chef's cooking skills have improved. Jiang Ning commented. HMM. Zuchachu ate quietly, her lips opened and closed without making any sound. Jiang Ning opened a can of herbal tea as usual. It was late at night, eating barbecue and drinking herbal tea, which was really enjoyable. Boss Yang opened a farmhouse nearby, so he didn't lack barbecue to eat at night. Barbecue is very expensive. The first time I ate it was at my uncle's house. Several people set up a stall and grilled it themselves. Jiang Ning said, yes, it's too expensive. Zuchachu finished eating a skewer, picked up a tissue, and wiped the oil on the corners of her mouth with a little shyness. She shared her past. Her voice was soft, as if teasing the earlobes. The first time I ate barbecue, well, it was in winter, a very cold winter. My mother went to the street to buy vegetables, and when she came home, she took out a big bag from her cotton padded jacket, and took a long time to reveal the barbecue skewers inside. She slowly said, Tang Tang, and I ate it together with steamed buns. Jiang Ning heard this, wrapped in so many layers of plastic bags. Can it be delicious? Delicious. Zuchachu smiled sweetly, as if answering that era. After Tan Tan finished eating, he took me out to pick up rags in the middle of winter and prepared to sell them at the scrap station to buy barbecue skewers to eat. She may have been thinking about speaking and spread out her slender fingers again. Jiang Ning's consciousness passed by. Her fingers were white and slender, and her fingertips were round, as pleasing to the eye as warm and delicate white jade. It snowed. Tong Tong and I turned over the snow to look for Ryan. The most valuable thing was copper, but unfortunately we couldn't find it. She talked a lot, some good and some bad, such as her fingers were frozen and swollen, or Tong Tong found the traces of a hair and ran to catch it, but ended up stepping into a snow pit. After talking for a while, she probably realized that she was a bit nagging, pursed her lips, and apologized. "Sorry, I said too much." Jiang Ning leaned against the armrest of the sofa, with a smile in his eyes and a gentle tone. "Tell me more, I like to listen." Chapter 556 Teasing Chuchu. 2014, Monday. During the morning self-study session at Yazhou No. 4 Middle School, the sun rose slowly. 3,000 students lined up in square formations on the playground, bathing in the morning light and exuding vigorous vitality. After the flag-raising ceremony, Ding Xuan from Class 1 of Grade 2, wearing her school uniform, stepped onto the podium. As a student representative, she delivered a speech entitled "The Journey is Long," seeking up and down in front of 3,000 classmates and 200 faculty members. Countless eyes stared at the stunning figure, all of which were indescribably stunning. Especially for the freshmen of Grade 1, Ding Xuan almost gave them the ultimate fantasy of a senior schoolmate. Although it was not the first time for the students of Class 8 to see Ding Xuan, the eye-catching figure on the stage at this moment still made them thrilling. Really beautiful. Jiuo Kunan couldn't help but sigh. Shan Kaikun, it's really beautiful, but not as good as. He wanted to say not as good as Bayuxia, but he couldn't say it anyway. Dong Qingfeng heard what he said, defended Ding's appearance, and retorted, "She is the most beautiful girl in our school. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Everyone around agreed, and no one opposed. Dong Qingfeng smiled proudly, as if he was proud of it. His point of view was right. No one in Yazhou No. 4 Middle School is better than Ding Xuan. The appearance of the girl on the podium is the ultimate of Dong Qingfeng's imagination of women. Cuiu glanced at her and said, "So what if she is excellent? What does it have to do with you?" He and Dong Qingfeng were former rivals in love, so naturally he had to seize every opportunity to strike at his mentality. Jiuo Kunan, as far as I know, she has never been in a relationship, and no one even pursued her. It seems that there has been no one around her, except Lin Sida and Zhuang Jianhu. Dong Qingfeng suddenly thought of the scene on campus that day when Ding Xuan gave fruit to Jiang Ning. He couldn't help but wonder, what is their relationship? Duan Shigen gossiped, "Isn't Zhuang Jianhu pursuing her?" As soon as he said this, Pang Jiao cursed, "Get lost, he's my man." Duan Shigen, what bad luck. Pang Jiao puffed up her arms, "Who are you talking about?" Duan Shigen looked at Pang Jiao's body like a water tank. "I'm talking about whoever is fat." Xin Yaoling, stop talking, the class teacher is in front. Due to the scene, the small conflict subsided. After Ding Xuan gave a speech, Principal Yu delivered a speech entitled "Struggle to Achieve Dreams," encouraging all teachers and students to work together, look up at the stars, and keep their feet on the ground. Then thunderous applause broke out on the playground. During the period, Principal Yu invited Wu Yunsky, Wu Zhaoqi, Deng Xiang, Jeheo and others who had a big fight on the playground last Friday. More than a dozen boys lined up on the podium to welcome the attention of all students in the school. Fighting. School is the place for you to fight, showing off your strength and fighting fiercely. Principal Yu caught several students, severely criticized them, and punished them. Finally, he gave a speech about Jiangsh No. 4 Middle School, and finally ended the long ceremony. There were still 5 minutes before the end of the get out of class. Under the leadership of the class teacher, the students of each class walked back to the classroom in an orderly manner. Long lines swam out of the playground one after another. Taking this opportunity, Jiuo Kunan, Duan Shigen and others looked around, eager to find beautiful girls and feast their eyes. Jiuo Ran stood in the corridor in front of the No. 4 comprehensive building. Her jeans tightly wrapped her round legs, making her waist more slender, like a thin willow branch that would break with a slight bend. She waved her hand, her delicate and three-dimensional face revealed joy, her rosy lips opened, and she waved and called, "Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning." She stood there, like a beautiful scenery, and all the students passing by cast their eyes. Jiang Ning knew that she was calling him to go to the cafeteria to eat, so as to avoid the trouble of queuing. Jiang Ning decisively left the team, took Tang Tang with him, and went up the corridor together to meet teacher Guo. The students passing by below all wondered who the boy was. How dare they openly leave the team and talk to such a pretty female teacher. Unfortunately, they can only follow the team, follow the rules, move forward honestly, and finally return to the class. After the morning self-study and lunch, most of the students chose to return to the classroom, either reading books or playing games on their mobile phones. Some students chose to stand in the corridor, looking down from a high angle and admiring the girls downstairs. Shengzi, what's wrong with you? Didn't we make an appointment to go to the gym this weekend? You stood me up. Kyangli got angry when he thought of this. Songsheng looked at the Dagwon poplar trees with yellow leaves on the campus. The withering of the leaves was like the loneliness in his heart. I don't want to practice anymore. He used to be very confident and thought that he would improve by 10 kilograms every week like when he first started working out. However, after he bench pressed 80 kilograms, he had not made any progress for a long time, and every 5 kilograms of progress was extremely difficult. After seeing Jiang Ning push 140 kilograms with his own eyes, Songsheng's mentality collapsed. He had been training for so long, but he had never seen anyone who could push so heavy. And he didn't just push one, he pushed 3 very easily. Songsheng suspected that his limit might be 150 kilograms, or even 160 kilograms. How can this be compared? Kyangli patted him on the shoulder and borrowed the words his former coach taught him. Brother, you have to persist. Fitness is one of the few things in life. As long as you persist, you can see progress. And if you have a good figure, there will be girls chasing you. Look at your arms and the marks of training. Kyangli praised. Seeing that Songsheng was still very depressed, Kyangli said to Yuwen next to him, look at how Songsheng is training. Yuwen said, he is so strong. Why do you train so strong? I feel that those who train so strong have violent tendencies. When class was about to start, a joke spread in the class. Tang Jing said that she invited Huang Yasu to the internet cafe on the weekend, and Huang Yasu actually brought shoe covers. The laughter echoed in the classroom, and Huang Yasu's old face was embarrassed. Chen Xiaoyu didn't laugh. She dragged Zheng Lu and poked Jiang Ning on this issue, and had a small group discussion. Do you know why we had to wear shoe covers when we were in computer class when we were young? Zheng Lu thought about it and said what she had always thought. It should be because they were afraid that the shoes would have static electricity and burn the computer. Chen Xiaoyu held the opposite opinion. But isn't there more static electricity on clothes in winter? It's crackling. Zheng Lu thought about it, and it was indeed the case. She said another point of view. For hygiene, for example, if the shoes are very dirty, it will make the computer room difficult to clean. Chen Xiaoyu, but my shoe covers are dirtier than my shoes. Zheng Lu coughed. She found a few more points of view, but even she couldn't convince herself. Chen Xiaoyu looked at the knowledgeable Jiang Ning. Do you know why you need to wear shoe covers when you take computer classes? Duan Shigang, who was passing by, saw the beautiful Chen Xiaoyu asking questions, and he happily shook his head to adapt to the dust-free workshop in advance. After school in the evening, Shan Kaikun went to the playground alone to run and train in order to meet the upcoming Yuzhou half marathon. Chen Qian was only interested in reading the books of sages. Tang Jing, as usual, was trying to capture Huang Yuzhou. Yuwen pretended to meet Huang Zhongfei by chance. Yang Sheng instructed his classmates to work. Everyone has a life they love. At this moment, Jiang Ning's electric car was speeding on the river dam. Although he was only 10 minutes early from school, he could avoid the crowds and save a lot of time. You and Chachu can play in the evening. I'm going out for a while, Jiang Ning explained. Ah, you're going out again. You didn't accompany me last night. Zhu Yuantang felt that the tar odoraki in his hand was no longer fragrant. Jiang Ning comforted him in a gentle voice. After you are busy these days, be obedient. Recently, he asked Xiao Shuangshang to collect all the spiritual materials, including some that surprised him. With those materials, his spiritual boat can carry more powerful and more sophisticated formations, and the speed will be greatly improved. This is of great benefit to him when he travels far away. Last time, the evergreen liquid was fined up to $1 billion by the Xianzhu kingdom. Jiang Ning drove the spiritual boat with all his strength, flying in the sky at a speed of 200 meters per second for 5 hours before he flew there. If he had the cultivation level of the late nascent soul stage in his previous life, he could use fire escape to cover a distance of 8,000 miles in just a few breaths. Limited by the speed of the spirit boat, Jiang Ning's attack surface became very small. For example, if Jiang Ning were to drive the spirit boat now, it would probably take a whole day to fly to the country on the other side of the ocean. Can I collect empty crystal silk to set up a teleportation array? Jiang Ning pondered. In the past, his sect had set up teleportation arrays in various resource areas outside, such as spirit mines and markets, so there were similar array masters in the sect, and Jiang Ning had the honor to ask for advice. The spirit stones required for the teleportation array were not a problem. Jiang Ning could set up a spirit gathering array, borrow the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and activate the teleportation array. In this way, the ability to strike globally can be achieved without having to drive the spirit boat every time. Jiang Ning perfected his idea. After sending Tang Tang home, he turned the car around and headed for Huqi Mountain. Heba Bungalow. Without Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang retreated and found Chachu to play games together. He was going to complete the game while he was away and make him regret it. It was windy outside today, and it was whistling loudly, making Tang Tang a little worried about Jiang Ning's safety. She and Chachu were playing games on the sofa. There was only the game music in the room. After playing for a while, Zhu Yuantang suddenly pressed the pause button and listened to the gloomy wind outside. She told Chachu, "Do you feel that it is particularly quiet today?" Zhu Chachu listened attentively. "It's windy, and the farmhouse is not doing much business tonight." Zhu Yuantang looked at Chachu, who was playing the game seriously. She was sitting there, her movements and behavior were like a lady, very, very serious. She was completely without the cuteness of her childhood. Zhu Yuantang suddenly wanted to tease her. Zhu Yuantang's eyes reflected the light on the display screen. She leaned closer with a certain caution in her eyes. "Jiang Ning and I came back today, and we dug another grave in the fields under the dam. There seemed to be flames." Zhu Chachu frowned. "No one should be burning a fire in this weather, and it's so late." Zhu Yuantang lowered her voice, with fear on her little face. "It's not an ordinary fire. It's a blue fire, floating in the air." She stretched out her little hand and shook it deliberately. "It's like this, shaking and trembling." Zhu Chachu was born in the countryside, so she had naturally heard the rumors about ghost fires. The country people believed that it was controlled by ghosts, because if people encountered ghost fires, that kind of weird flame would follow people, which was particularly scary. But Zhu Chachu had good grades. She said, "The will-o'-the-wisp is a natural phenomenon. It is the flame produced by the burning of phosphine. There is nothing to be afraid of." Zhu Yuantang had better grades than her. She also used science to explain, but phosphine is produced from the dead human body after a chemical reaction. "Do you think it is possible that there is?" Zhu Chachu's cold face changed. Obviously, she thought of the possibility of horror. Her body unconsciously moved closer to Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang was secretly happy. She scared her. She needs to keep working hard. She covered her mouth and yawned. "Chachu, do you have any fruit at home? I want to eat an apple." Zhu Chachu, "Yes, I want one." After hearing this, Zhu Chachu looked at the dark sky outside the window. She thought of the will-o'-the-wisp that Tang Tang mentioned, and felt a little scared. But Tang Tang treated her very well. Zhu Chachu didn't want her to be disappointed. She calmed down, opened the door, and stepped into the darkness. After Chachu left, Zhu Yuantang started the game and just entered the level of the haunted house. "God help me." Zhu Yuantang took off his shoes and hid them carefully, then went into Jiang Ning's closet and waited quietly for Chachu to come. Soon, Chachu walked into the house with 2 red apples, but what appeared in front of her was only an empty house. She glanced at the house. The game was in progress, the mobile phone was placed on the small table, and the snacks had just been opened, but Tang Tang disappeared. "Tang Tang, Tang Tang," Zhu Chachu called. Zhu Yuantang hid in the closet, covering his mouth and not laughing. "Strange, where is Tang Tang?" Zhu Chachu whispered. Inexplicably, she thought of Tang Tang's previous words and felt a slight chill in her body. She went out and found Aunt Gu next door to look for Tang Tang, but she couldn't find him. When Chachu returned to Jiang Ning's house, she found that Tang Tang was actually playing games. Zhu Chachu not only asked, "Tang Tang, where did you go just now?" Zhu Yuantang's little face was ignorant and innocent. "I didn't go anywhere. I was playing games all the time." Zhu Chachu took a deep breath, clenched her hands, and said uneasily, "Really? What's wrong, Chachu? You are not hallucinating, right?" Zhu Yuantang waved her little hand, showing concern on the surface, but in fact, she was very happy. Zhu Chachu's face turned a little pale, and her eyes showed confusion. What happened just now? Seeing her become like this, Zhu Yuantang finally couldn't hold it back. She slapped the table and laughed out loud. Her eyebrows were curved, and her mouth was curved into a crescent. "Chachu, I just hid in the closet. Hehe. Are you scared?" She pointed at Chachu and laughed so hard that her body trembled. "You are actually scared." Zhu Chachu stared at Tang Tang. Her face quickly turned red, like a ripe apple. She rarely showed that kind of shame and strong embarrassment. She actually fell for such a simple tease. She thought Tang Tang was as childish as ever. Zhu Chachu's eyes flickered, and she looked at the closet. "Is this it? How did you get in?" "Of course I took off my shoes." "Can you get in?" "Of course." Zhu Yuantang took off her shoes and showed Chachu the process of her crime. As soon as she closed the closet door, Chachu picked up the lock next to it and locked the closet. Zhu Yuantang shrank in the dark closet, her little face stunned. Chapter 557 Straw. Bang, bang. Chachu, Chachu. Zhu Yuantang slapped the closet door, and shouts came from inside. "Let me out." Zhu Chachu picked up the potato chips slowly, biting them with a crisp sound, and smiled sweetly. "I'll let you scare me." Just now, Tang Tang first used ghost fire to evoke bad memories, then let herself take the apple, and finally played a trick of disappearing. Zhu Chachu admitted that she was a little scared. In the end, who would have thought that it was Tang Tang's prank? "I'll open the door for you after you finish eating the potato chips." Zhu Chachu punished her a little. Well, Zhu Yuantang was locked in the closet, listening to the sound of Chachu eating, which was simply too torturous. Zhu Chachu was halfway through eating when she heard the sound of a battery car at the door. She thought, Jiang Ning is back. Thinking of this, she quickly found a tissue to wipe her hands and prepared to unlock Tang Tang. Otherwise, if Jiang Ning saw this scene, he might think that she bullied Tang Tang. In short, Zhu Chachu didn't want to leave such a bad impression on him. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, like an urgent rhythm, knocking on her heartstrings. Zhu Chachu was a little confused. She didn't hold the key firmly in her hand, and the small key slipped out of her hand and flew to the ground at the door. She hurriedly took 2 steps and bent down to pick it up. Perhaps because she was anxious, she ignored the equipment left by Tang Tang. Tang Tang's slippers. Zhu Chachu accidentally stepped on the slippers, twisted her feet, and lost her balance. The thin pajamas on her body fluttered gently like a butterfly blown by the wind. Seeing that she was about to fall, she could almost imagine that her embarrassed appearance was seen by Jiang Ning. Zhu Chachu's heart was really full of emotions. In her always calm eyes, complex waves appeared. At this moment, Jiang Ning's leisurely figure outside instantly turned into a phantom and moved to the door of the room. Jiang Ning leaned over in a millimeter and held Chachu's shoulders with both hands. The touch was soft and warm. With a little force, Jiang Ning straightened her body. Zhu Chachu realized that she was rescued. She tied up her messy black hair, revealing her plain face, but was covered with shyness. "It's so embarrassing." Jiang Ning laughed and said, "My dear, you don't have to be so polite." Zhu Chachu's shyness turned into laughter again. Jiang Ning looked around the room with his consciousness and asked, "Why are you alone? Where is Tang Tang?" Zhu Chachu remained calm and said nonchalantly, "Tang Tang went out." Oh. Jiang Ning looked down at Tang Tang's slippers on the ground. After Zhu Chachu noticed it, she was silent. Zhu Yuantang in the closet held her breath and didn't make any sound to prevent Jiang Ning from discovering that she was in such a miserable and embarrassing situation. "When will she come back?" Jiang Ning asked. "As for her, who knows?" Zhu Chachu continued to involve Jiang Ning nodded. What a pity. I also brought some candied horse fruit. She won't be able to enjoy it. Let's share it. Bang bang. There was a sound from the closet. From inside came her sweet voice. Jiang Ning, I'm here. Jiang Ning pretended to be surprised. Why are you in the closet? Zhu Chuchu took the opportunity to pick up the key and unlocked it. Tang Tang regained her freedom and took a breath of freedom. In order to maintain her dignity, Zhu Yuantang clapped her hands and said nonchalantly, the closet is really a treasure place. Just now Chuchu and I were competing to come in. I played rock paper scissors with her and I won, so I experienced the feeling of sleeping in the closet. It was really nice. She was calm and composed, without any humiliation after being teased. Zhu Chuchu cooperated. Yes, she is very good at rock paper scissors. Jiang Ning saw through it, but didn't say it, and cooperated. Great. Humph. Although Zhu Yuantang was strict, she didn't lose face in front of Jiang Ning. She saved her dignity. On Tuesday, before the morning self-study began, the classmates gradually gathered. Jiang Yanan, Meng Xian, Xin Yaoling tasted the appetizers brought by Deng Qingfeng. Deng Qingfeng used the name of tasting to communicate with them and gradually get closer to them. His favorability increased rapidly, especially when Meng Xian talked and laughed with him, which made Ko Kun pound the table crazily behind his back. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang always came on time. When he didn't come to the classroom, Chen Xiao and her sister Chen Xiqing occupied his seat and chatted with Bei Yuxia in the front row. Yuxia, the color of this paintbrush is so beautiful. Chen Xiao was scribbling on the paper. Song Sheng next to him really didn't understand. Is there any difference in the color of those paintbrushes? Yang Sheng walked into the classroom and saw the excitement on Bei Yuxia's side, so he also went forward to chat. Bei Yuxia is not only outstanding in appearance, but just based on this, she will not become the center. More importantly, she has a gentle and generous personality and a wide range of knowledge. It is very comfortable to be with her. Several girls whispered, and during this time, Bei Yuxia took out a new paintbrush from her handbag. At the back of the classroom, Shan Keikwon entered the classroom and shouted, Brother Nan, did you get me some water? Jiuo Kunan loudly praised his good brother. How many laps did you run this morning? Shan Keikwon said calmly, not much, 25 laps, exactly 10 kilometers. How long did it take? Jiuo Kunan played a supporting role for his good brother. Shan Keikwon glanced at his watch, just run for 43 minutes. That's awesome, why don't you participate in our city's half marathon? Jiuo Kunan continued to praise him, and the whole class heard it. But Bei Yuxia and the others in the front row were still talking about themselves. Lukaki walked into the classroom from the front door. She saw Bei Yuxia's handbag and her eyes moved. Among the girls in class 8, Lukaki admitted that in real life, she was not as good looking as Bei Yuxia, but on the internet, Lukaki felt that no one should be better than her. Every time she posted on Questions Space, the number of likes on her posts was no less than Bei Yuxia, but in terms of the activeness of replying to messages, she was crushed by Bei Yuxia, making her friends look like fake fans. Every time, Lukaki could only barely surpass Bei Yuxia by privately chatting with friends and liking and commenting. This made Lukaki feel a little dissatisfied with Bei Yuxia, even she herself was unwilling to admit it. Bei Yuxia's appearance, figure, grades, family conditions, almost all aspects are perfect. Lukaki can't find any gaps at ordinary times. In her eyes, Bei Yuxia is simply wearing a perfect dress because she is seamless. If there are no conditions, you can create them. Lukaki stared at Bei Yuxia's handbag and smiled silently. Bei Yuxia, your handbag is the same as my mother's. After she finished speaking, several girls around heard it. Bei Yuxia was not displeased by her offense. She smiled and replied, well, my bag was chosen by my mother for me. It seems that their tastes are very similar. Lukaki failed to test and left in a huff. The morning self-study began, and the sound of reading aloud came from class 8. Of course, not everyone is reading. For example, CUIU recently upgraded his equipment and bought a half-smart watch. This watch is equivalent to an MP4, which can listen to music and play videos. Since it is disguised as a watch, it is not easy to be discovered. With this watch, CUIU only needs to import the film source into the memory card and insert it into the watch, and he can watch movies all day long at school and enjoy happiness all the time. For example, this morning, Shan Qingrong was patrolling the classroom and did not notice CUIU's behavior. Shan Qingrong looked around the classroom twice, and his reading voice became more energetic. He looked at Zhu Yuantang, who was playing games, and was very satisfied. Shan Qingrong walked to the corridor at the door and chatted with the head teacher of class 9 next door. Suddenly, his mobile phone vibrated, and the caller was Shan Keiquan's parents. As a head teacher, Shan Qingrong has the contact information of many parents. Occasionally, parents call to ask about the situation of their children. For example, performance in school, whether they have caused trouble, how their academic performance is, etc. Shen Qinji's parents called several times to ask about their daughter's physical condition and whether she was bullied. Or Song Sheng's parents called to ask if their son bullied others. There were also Chen Kan's parents who asked the teacher to persuade him not to study every day and asked him to rest more. Even Mao Zhe's mother asked if Mao Zhe had made good friends. There were many trivial matters like this. Shan Qingrong was usually strict, but whenever a parent called, he would always explain patiently. Shan Qingrong and Shan Keiquan had the same surname, so they were relatives with a lot of connection. In addition, the child's academic performance had improved greatly, so Shan Qingrong admired him very much. "Hello, Teacher Shan. How is my son Quangquan doing in school? Recently, he asked me for living expenses." A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Shan Qingrong, how much living expenses did he ask for?" 800. The key point is that he made money during the summer vacation before, and he has always been rich. I don't know why he asked for living expenses again. Did he do something bad? After hearing this, Shan Qingrong remembered the information sent by Xin Yaoling. Later, he personally found Wang Longlong and got a more detailed information. Shan Qingrong knew exactly what Shan Keiquan had done. Although it violated the school regulations, the student did it on his own merits and was not discovered by the school, so he did not pursue the matter and chose to help the other party. "It's like this, your son has liked a girl recently," Shan Qingrong said. When Shan Keiquan's mother heard this, she was excited at first. He has never been in a relationship before, but now he likes her. He has really grown up. After talking for a while, Shan Keiquan's mother worried again. What if he falls in love too early? It will definitely affect his grades. After hearing this, Shan Qingrong smiled and said, "I don't think you need to worry. The girl doesn't like him." At the school gate, the second grade was responsible for cleaning the main road of the campus last year, and today it was the turn of the first grade. It was the turn of class 16 of the first grade, and Wu Yunzi picked up a big broom and was cleaning the cement floor. There was no way, no matter how powerful his family was, he always had to clean up when he came to school. Fortunately, there were Lan Zichen and several female classmates around him, which added a bit of fun to the boring duty. Wu Yunzi was sweeping the floor while chatting and laughing. After the fight last week, his father stepped forward and invited the school leaders to dinner. He said it was a disciplinary action, but it actually had no impact at all. He just needed to keep a low profile in the future. This made Wu Yunzi extremely proud. He was a privileged person. Just as he was chatting with Lan Zichen, two figures swaggered in from the school gate. It was already early self-study time, and they were late. Wu Yunzi was confused. One of the boys, who was wearing cropped pants and loafers, saw the girl here, and his eyes lit up. He quickly said to the boy next to him who was wearing a trendy brand, "Brother Shan, Brother Shan." Hearing this, Qi Xianheng looked away, and when he saw Lan Zichen's face clearly, he was surprised. "Oh, not bad." The fourth class in the morning was chemistry. Ji Yuoran's beautiful voice came from the podium. The volume occupied by a unit of substance is called the molar volume of the gas. She was teaching seriously, breaking down the knowledge and explaining it in detail. Although Ji Yuoran's level is not as good as the best old teachers in number 4 middle school, she is definitely at an upper middle level because she actively prepares lessons every night. Young teachers always have a passion for teaching and educating people. This is the last class in the morning. Every time the last class comes, Students who have been tired for the whole morning will inevitably lose their concentration. 5 minutes before the end of get out of class, there was a rumor that the cafeteria fried big chicken legs at noon, one for each student, which aroused discussion among classmates. Wang Yan'an told Pang Jiao that she was going to share the chicken legs with her. Pang Jiao roared, like a gunpowder barrel igniting the classroom. Zhang Kai thought of the crispy big chicken legs sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, and he was even more eager to fight. Talking about chicken legs, cosmetics, and chasing stars, the classroom suddenly became chaotic, with many students chatting and laughing, and the classroom order was in chaos. Jiuo Ran is a young female teacher, with no deterrent appearance and gentle means, so everyone spoke more presumptuously. If it was the former bold strongman, English teacher Chen Haiyang, no one would dare to act rashly. With only 4 minutes left before the end of get out of class, the students were discussing everywhere, and the noise was getting louder and louder, like the waves of the sea, covering Jiuo Ran's beautiful voice, and the sound of the lecture completely disappeared in the classroom, until no one could hear it. This was a group riot, and the monitors in Yaoling wanted to stop it, but she looked at her watch, and chose to give up. There were only a few minutes left, and the class was about to end. Jiuo Ran stood on the podium, first gradually lowered his voice until he stopped talking, and then looked at the students, trying to use this gentle method to maintain classroom discipline and improve the students' self-discipline. Under normal circumstances, using this method, the classroom will quickly return to silence. But it didn't work today, and Pang Jiao laughed roaring. Jiuo Ran silently looked at the chaotic classroom. She opened her mouth, wanted to say something, or said nothing, unless she used a loud voice to cover it up, otherwise it would just be drowned in it. Jiuo Ran didn't like to use harsh words to maintain classroom order, so the classroom was full of noise. Jiuo Ran stood helplessly on the podium. Her eyes swept through the students and finally fell on Jiang Ning's face, as if she was a drowning person grabbing the last straw. Jiang Ning chose to be that straw. He said, "Silence." The voice was not loud, but it was like a strong wind sweeping through the classroom, clearly echoing in the ears of the students, sweeping away all the noise. Pang Jiao, who was originally discussing lipstick colors with Wang Yan'an, also shut up tactfully. The class was quiet at this moment. Jiuo Ran stopped teaching. She said, "There are 3 minutes left before the class ends. Everyone, please be quiet." Then, she gave Jiang Ning a grateful look, as if to say, "Thank you for letting me grab it." Jiang Ning laughed. If his previous life was counted, the beautiful and gentle teacher Jiuo should be his straw. Recommend a book. I'm really not the scumbag ex-boyfriend of the miserable queen recommendation. Li Ran just wanted to take advantage of the top female star, but how did he end up getting himself into it? Daily entertainment of a single female lead. Chapter 558 Testing them. The setting sun shines through the window and shines on every corner of the classroom. The blackboard, desks, walls, and even the air are filled with golden light. It is the break between the second class and the afternoon. Jiang Ning, do you want to eat plum cake? No. Jiang Ning said. I thought she would not speak after the refusal, but Tang Tang said the opposite, but I want to buy it for you. You must have never eaten it. She touched her phone and saw that someone posted a post on the campus of number 4 middle school about a new plum cake shop opened at the school gate. I don't really want to eat it. You must want to eat it. Plum cake with taro paste. She tugged at the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes and begged hypocritically. She showed Jiang Ning the plum cake. The plum cake was very beautiful and colorful. The corn, raisins, and red dates visible on the surface were full of ingredients, giving people a sense of beauty and elegance. It looked delicious. How are you going to eat dinner now that you've eaten the cakes? I'm sure I can eat. Okay. Jiang Ning stood up to stretch his body and walked to the corridor outside. Zhu Yuantang saw him and quickly followed him. School was not over yet and the school gate was closed. If she wasn't there, Jiang Ning might not be able to leave the school. The two walked outside and were seen by the twin sisters who were watching on the corridor. Chen Xiao asked, "What are you doing?" Zhu Yuantang's face was full of joy. "We are going out of the school gates to buy plum cakes." Oh, the twins nodded. Chen Xiao looked at their tall and short figures until they disappeared from her sight. She then pulled her sister into the classroom and occupied the seats of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. Zaya, Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed. Bayuxia was solving math problems and writing and drawing on the draft paper with an ink pen. Hearing this, she turned sideways and said, "What's wrong? Do you know plum cakes?" Chen Xiaoyu asked. "Well, I went to Nanxi to eat it before. It tastes very good. It is said that the ancient emperor tasted it and thought that the shape was similar to plum blossoms, so he named the pastry, but this pastry does not contain plum blossoms." Bayuxia said slowly. "Wow, you even know this?" Chen Xiaoyu and her sister showed the same surprise. Bayuxia didn't care. What's the big deal? Then she put the draft paper on Jiang Ning's desk and continued to calculate. The answer to this question was almost solved, and she didn't want to interrupt her train of thought. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiqing held their chins and bathed in the brilliant sunset. The two little girls' eyes were erratic, and at a certain moment, as if they had telepathy, they looked at each other for a moment. The two sisters came closer to Bayuxia, who was writing with her head down, and said mysteriously, "Sister, Zaya, have you noticed that Jiang Ning and Tang Tang are very close?" The golden light reflected in Chen Xiaoyu's eyes added a bit of wisdom and holiness to her face. Chen Xiqing, yeah, they get out of school together every day, and they are neighbors. If you calculate it this way, they are together every day. Chen Xiaoyu, yes, there are very few people like them. Their relationship is so good. Bayuxia still picked up the pen to check the calculations, not asking about worldly affairs. Chen Xiaoyu looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so she whispered, "Is it possible that they are?" In high school, dating is no longer a topic that is not obscure. Many male and female students are very close and have private relationships. Some of them are even living together outside of school without telling their parents and teachers. These are not secrets. Bayuxia is still writing and drawing with her hands, but not as fluently as before. She listened silently, her ears showing a light pink in the hazy sunlight, looking delicate and soft, and exquisite like a painting. "It's impossible, sister. Tang Tang is still a child." Chen Xiqing overturned the assumption. "Although their relationship is indeed good, I still don't think it will happen." Chen Xiqing believed that there was no such atmosphere between the two of them. Chen Xiaoyu, "Oh, don't worry, sister, I have a way to test it." Chen Xiqing, "What method?" Bayuxia, who was solving the problem, also had the same thought in her mind. What method? Immediately, she couldn't help but feel stupid. How stupid are twins? How could she not know? But Chen Xiqing believed in her sister. Chen Xiaoyu said, "From a scientific and psychological perspective, if we look at someone we like, the brain will release a substance called dopamine. Dopamine can make people feel happy. If they look at each other, they will smile happily, and their mouths will turn up." Chen Xiqing was confused. "So, we just need to let them look at each other, and then we can judge the situation based on their reactions." Chen Xiaoyu was confident. Chen Xiqing, "The question is, how can we make them look at each other?" Chen Xiaoyu was also worried. She couldn't hold Jiang Ning down and let him stare at Tang Tang, right? Jiang Ning was so strong that, even if she and her sister went into battle together, he would easily control her. Bayuxia silently put away the messy draft paper. She raised her head, her eyes reflecting the light, revealing clarity and calmness. The twins looked at each other and saw that Bayuxia's hair fell on her shoulders and was stained with a halo by the setting sun, making her hair look even darker and smoother. Her lips were delicate and juicy, and she said simply and generously, "I have a way." At dinner, in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school, as the students at each table got their meals, the originally chaotic hall gradually became quiet. The students who had been hungry for the whole afternoon enjoyed the dinner in the cafeteria. Tonight's dishes were relatively ordinary, including mouth-watering chicken, dry pot cauliflower, lettuce with oyster sauce, pumpkin soup, candied date rice soup, cakes and steamed buns, as well as other boiled corn, eggs, sweet potatoes, etc. Just as Chen Xiaoyu was about to implement the plan, Zhao Xiaofeng and his two younger brothers ran to the cafeteria door, and immediately two men in work clothes pushed a small cart into the cafeteria. It was an exquisite glass cart, with light strips wrapped around it, emitting a beautiful glow, which set off the beauty of the fruit cake on the cart. On the edge of the cake, there were also several bunches of colorful juices carefully placed. Zhao Xiaofeng and his two younger brothers pushed the glass cart and walked past countless students who were eating. Zhao Xiaofeng was protected by his elder brother, so he was not afraid of the teacher at all. He pushed the glass cart all the way to the dining table, where the first year students were. Zhao Xiaofeng looked at Lan Zichen and Wu Yangzi at the next table, and he shouted, "Cut the cake." After that, the two younger brothers picked up the cake knife, and Zhao Xiaofeng picked up the cake and said to the people around him, "Today is my birthday, please have a cake." After hearing this, the students he had recruited in advance immediately stood up from the dining table and said enthusiastically, "Brother, happy birthday, share in the good luck." He took the cake. The shy students felt much less embarrassed when they saw someone taking the cake. Zhao Xiaofeng chatted with them for a few more words, and the cake looked really tempting. Soon, all 8 people at the table took the cake. After clearing one table first, Zhao Xiaofeng walked to another table, cut a piece for each person, and also cleared all of them. Then, he walked to the table of Lan Zichen and Wu Yangzi. With the demonstration of the first 2 tables, the people at this table smiled and said happy birthday and took the cake one after another to get some good luck. Lan Zichen didn't say anything, but a classmate who got along well with her helped her take a piece. All 7 people at the table got cake, except Wu Yangzi. That's right, Zhao Xiaofeng was deliberately suppressing him. During the morning self-study today, Brother Shan walked into the gate of number 4 middle school and fell in love with Lan Zichen who was cleaning. So he went up to flirt with the girl, but this guy dared to stop him, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. If it weren't for Director Wang at the school gate, Zhao Xiaofeng would have cut him for Brother Shan. Now it's just a small revenge. Zhao Xiaofeng didn't even look at Wu Yangzi, ignored him directly, and continued to deliver cake to the next table. At the table, where Wu Yangzi was, the students' reactions were different. Some of them ate cake and looked at Wu Yangzi. In fact, no one said anything, but Wu Yangzi always felt that others were talking about him, talking about his poor popularity. This kind of open distribution of food, but not for you, is embarrassing for adults, not to mention in the student days, even in the workplace, when a colleague treats people around to milk tea, but not you. Zhao Xiaofeng walked around, and there were 5 or 6 tables around, all with cakes, except Wu Yangzi. Wu Yangzi's face darkened. He was narrow-minded, and couldn't swallow this breath, but he couldn't get angry, like a punch on cotton. Just wait for me. Wu Yangzi took note of Zhao Xiaofeng. The fluctuation of the birthday cake did not cause fluctuations at table number 27. During the meal, Chen Xiaoyu remembered Bei Yuxia's reminder. She quietly touched Jiang Ning and then showed him the screen of her mobile phone. There were a few big words on the note on the screen. I found something interesting. If you look carefully at Tang Tang's eyes for more than 5 seconds, she will have a very interesting reaction. Believe me. After seeing this, Jiang Ning first glanced at Chen Xiaoyu. At this time, the 2 twins all looked at him seriously, hoping that he would try. Jiang Ning did not reject their kindness. He was no longer the boy who loudly condemned "you are stupid" and did not understand the fun. So, Jiang Ning moved his eyes. The twins secretly touched Bei Yuxia, indicating that it was time to start. It was time to start. Zhu Yuantang picked up the chicken leg of the saliva chicken and was ready to eat it when he was proud of it, but he found Jiang Ning's gaze. Jiang Ning's eyes were calm and stared at her closely. Chen Xiaoyu excitedly, "It's time to start. It's time to start." She was already looking forward to the scene of the 2 laughing. 5 seconds later, Zhu Yuantang pursed his lips, reluctantly sent the chicken leg meat on the chopsticks, and complained, "If you want to eat, just say it. Why are you looking at me like this?" Chen Xiaoyu looked at her sister. "This is wrong. It's totally unreasonable." Chen Xiaoyu was confused. "How should I know?" Bei Yuxia was speechless. She reflected, "Why did I believe these 2 idiots?" Before evening self-study, the boys in the back row were talking about mountain bikes. Liu Chuandao said he had ridden a fixed gear, a bicycle without brakes, and the fun was all about excitement. Duan Shigang said that fixed gears were nothing, and he would just modify a motorcycle. Liu Chuandao said that fixed gears were more dangerous because they had no brakes, and riding them felt more like dancing on the edge of death. The two of them actually started arguing about which of the two vehicles was more dangerous, in order to show who was more awesome. The argument was extremely intense, with spit flying everywhere. In the end, no one could convince the other. They asked the boys in the 4 rows in the back row to judge. Jiang was puzzled. "I'm confused. How can you stop a fixed gear car without brakes?" Liu Chuandao said very knowledgeably, "Rely on natural deceleration, or use the wheels, or step on the ground to brake." After Jiang pondered, he asked again, "If the speed is too fast, it's useless to step on the ground, right?" Liu Chuandao proudly said, "It's definitely useless. It can't stop." Jiang thought of a possible scenario, and he said bluntly, What if you can't stop the car when turning, and a large truck is coming from the opposite direction?" Wang Lang said happily, "It must be done in a grand manner." Liu Chuandao, "What do you mean?" Shan Kaiquan said, "I'll sit at the table with the children." Jiuo Kunan, "I'll sit at the table with the elderly." Ma Shiqing, "No, follow the rules. Everyone sit at the table with classmates." During the evening self-study, Chen Xiao waved her hand and invited Zhu Yuantang to eat double skim milk. She said that she got the money from her sister, and Zhu Yuantang was curious. Chen Xiao said that she cheated her sister's pocket money. "How did you cheat?" Zhu Yuantang was ready to learn. He didn't have to use it, but he had to master it. "WeChat transfer," Chen Xiao said. Jiang Ning listened to the two girls chatting. Although scanning code payment was not popular in 2014, people usually bought things in cash. But during this period, the functions of red envelopes and transfers have appeared, and now there is no withdrawal fee, and you can withdraw money directly to your bank card. Many students in number 4 middle school, including Jiang Ning, have their living expenses transferred to their bank cards by their parents, and then withdraw money from the ATM. Chen Xiao showed the chat records to Tang Tang. Chen Xiao asked her sister for money to top up her phone bill. Chen Xiqing transferred 50 yuan to her, but Chen Xiao claimed that there was a bug and she didn't receive it, so she asked her sister to transfer it again. Chen Xiqing was fooled and transferred it again, so Chen Xiao got 250 yuan. Zhu Yuantang was amazed. "Can it be like this?" Chen Xiao, "Of course, this is a new trick I learned, and passed it on to you." After Zhu Yuantang learned it, he looked at Jiang Ning next to him. "It's a pity that he heard it, otherwise I could have fooled him. Let him know how powerful he is." Without Jiang Ning as her target, Zhu Yuantang changed her target slightly. She was going to target Chachu and let her have a taste of her wit. But when she thought of Chachu's usual thriftiness, she couldn't bear it. What if Chachu found out that she had less money? She wouldn't know how sad she would be. I remember when she was a child, Chachu once lost $1 and quietly wiped away tears. Zhu Yuantang changed her target again. She sent a message to her mother. "Mom, are you off work?" "Aunt Gu, I'm having lunch at the company. I'll be home later." Zhu Yuantang began to implement her plan. "Mom, my phone is out of credit. Please transfer 20 yuan to me, and I'll top it up." Aunt Gu never lost money from Tang Tang when she was poor. Now that her family is well off, she transferred 50 yuan to her daughter. "Give you more." Zhu Yuantang, "Mom, I can't click the payment button. It seems to be broken. It's so slow." "Mom, send it to me again." In the kitchen of Changqingai, Aunt Gu, who was sitting in the corner, saw her daughter's message and transferred another 50 yuan to her. Zhu Yuantang quickly received 2 transfers and was so happy that she flew. She sent a message to her mother. "Mom, I just lied to you. Actually, you can click on the first payment. Ha ha ha." Aunt Gu, "Mom is not stupid. I just want you to be happy." Chapter 559 A Little Revenge. Thursday afternoon school was over. The sky was no longer pure blue, but was covered by thick clouds, white and grey intertwined. The sun shuttled through the clouds, through the gaps in the clouds, casting mottled light and shadows, and fell into the campus. Chen Xiao poked Jiang Ning. "The big supermarket outside the school is open. There will be a circus performance at the entrance of the supermarket tonight, with horses and monkeys. I heard that, if the audience is selected, they can ride horses and monkeys for free. Zhenglu, you can draw a lottery when you buy things in the supermarket at noon. There are chances to win various prizes, including coupons for riding horses and monkeys. Chen Xiaoyu, I know, someone in our class won. Who? Zheng Lu, Shan Keikwun. Chen Xiaoyu pointed out the name. What good luck, but unfortunately the circus has nothing to do with us. We have evening self-study. Alas, Chen Xiaoyu sighed. I hope the circus will still be there after school. Jiang Ning, have you ever seen a circus? Chen Xiaoyu asked. I haven't seen it, but I have seen many opera troupes. Jiang Ning said, in the past, when the village held a funeral, it would invite an opera troupe to perform acrobatics. This was a common story, but Chen Xiaoyu was shocked after hearing it. Have you seen an opera troupe? Yes, Jiang Ning replied. What's so surprising about this? He added, I often watch it. In their town, opera troupes are very popular. They cost hundreds of yuan per show. For a funeral, the host often invites 2 or 3 opera troupes to perform in turn. At any time, more than half of the village people gather to watch. I often watch it. At that time, the young Chen Xiaoyu went back to the village for the first time to attend a funeral. The opera troupe she saw was a stripper dancing pole dance in public, which opened her and her sister's eyes. So she had a stereotype about it. But Chen Xiaoyu didn't know that some hosts chose to pay extra money to make the show more attractive. The striptease troupe they invited was extremely rare. When she thought of the exciting scene, her face flushed red, and she dared not look directly at Jiang Ning. He actually watches that kind of thing every day. This news must be told to my sister quickly, to update my impression of Jiang Ning. In the back row, Shan Keikwun fiddled with the lottery ticket. He saw that the supermarket was open at noon today and there was a discount, so he went to buy a bottle of shampoo. As a result, when he was drawing the lottery, his luck exploded, and he won the ticket for the circus. At that time, there were envious eyes all around. Shan Keikwun felt that he was the son of luck and the chosen one. Unfortunately, as the excitement subsided and he gradually calmed down, he drew his sword and looked around, but found that there was no girl who could share his happiness with him. This is probably the greatest loneliness in the world, right? Shan Keikwun felt desolate. Unconsciously, he thought of Bai Yuxia again. No, it was Lan Zichen. Quanzi, what's wrong with you? Jiuo Kanan strolled in the back row. When he was not flirting with girls, he preferred to play with his brothers. Melancholy. Shan Keikwun felt unfair. Jiuo Kanan could hear his unwillingness in his words and comforted him. We have to learn to let go. Recalling his experience of picking up girls, Jiuo Kanan concluded, if you can't get it, give up. This sentence is well said, but it's a pity that Shan Keikwun couldn't listen to it at all. Shan Keikwun, I'm still unwilling. The more you pay, the greater the sunk cost. Shan Keikwun is now like a gambler who can't turn back. In the gamble of love, he lost miserably. Shan Keikwun was so sad that he wanted to die. Wang Longlong, who lived in a townhouse, was browsing questions space and happened to see Pang Jiao posted a selfie of her hands. Wang Longlong liked it in seconds and commented, the photo is very good. This is the way of the world, and Wang Longlong did it very well. After he posted it, he found that someone commented faster than him. It was Lukiki, you are so beautiful. Lukiki is the master of photo editing in class 8 and the trendsetter of question space. Pang Jiao shouted and laughed excitedly, and Liu Chuandao, who was studying hard at the same table, showed a painful expression. Pang Jiao replied to Lukiki, thank you, you will be as beautiful as me in the future. Lukiki's mouth twitched. If one day, even if she was disfigured, she would not be as ugly as Jiao Jiao. Shan Keikwun was immersed in sadness for a long time, and he still couldn't relieve it. He felt like a fish out of water, suffocating. He asked Ma Jie, should I give up? Ma Shichen is the most opinionated person in their back row. Although Shan Keikwun is dissatisfied with this and that, when he encounters some things that he can't decide, he still chooses to ask Ma Jie. Ma Shichen, don't worry, there is still hope. In an instant, a ray of hope appeared in Shan Keikwun's heart. He was surprised, but his tone was timid. What do you mean? Shan Keikwun's heart was pounding. Since even Ma Jie, who was the most opinionated, said that he had a chance, didn't it prove that he still had a chance to save it? He stared at Ma Jie closely, holding his breath, not missing any second. Ma Shichen pointed at the lottery ticket in his hand and said, don't worry, there is still a chance. You will be in the circus tonight. We are waiting to see you play with monkeys. Liu Chuandao left the devil's cave and came to the back row to breathe fresh air. Duan Shigen came over and said, "Chuandao, didn't you add a junior girl to the playground last time? How is the progress?" That evening, he and Liu Chuandao went to the playground to hunt for beauties. Liu Chuandao made a bet with him, claiming that he could get any girl in the audience in 3 days. Otherwise, he would ask Duan Shigen to smoke. Duan Shigen picked a very wild girl. Now the 3-day deadline has come, and he is waiting for Chuandao's cigarette. Liu Chuandao, "Hey, I'm only 1.8 meters tall. Won't I fascinate her?" Duan Shigen, "Let's see my strength." Liu Chuandao immediately took out his mobile phone. "I'm going to confess to you now." He found the girl with the cat head and sent a message. "Xiao, actually, on the playground that day, I liked you. I want to go on with you and face the future together. Will you be my girlfriend?" Apart from anything else, Liu Chuandao's action is full, never hesitating, and he was so careless that Duan Shigen was stunned. 10 minutes later, the girl didn't reply to the message. Liu Chuandao subconsciously wanted to forward the confession to someone else. Fortunately, he remembered that he was making a bet with Duan Shigen. "You can't, she didn't reply to you." Duan Shigen laughed. "Buy cigarettes quickly." Liu Chuandao continued to send messages. "Xiao, I know you are shy, but it doesn't matter. Whether you agree or refuse, just send a gesture." Soon, the cat-headed girl sent a gesture emoticon, middle finger. Liu Chuandao sent a diamond ring. "Hahaha, she agreed to my proposal. Gangzi, take out the cigarette." Liu Chuandao laughed. Duan Shigen felt his IQ was insulted. "Damn, are you talking nonsense?" In the end, Liu Chuandao admitted his failure. He cursed, "Women are so weird. What do they like?" Lukaki in the front row said, "I like money." Liu Chuandao, "How much money?" "The more the better, and you have to spend money on girls and give them all kinds of big name cosmetics. Otherwise why would they be nice to you?" Lukaki is very realistic at a young age. Shan Kaikwan was indignant. "What money can we have at our age?" Lukaki said shockingly, "So many high school girls like to be with rich brothers." "How do you know?" Jiuo Kanan asked. "Don't worry about it. Anyway, you must have money. If you can't chase girls, it only means that you don't have enough money." Lukaki said. "Ma Shicheng, making money is a must, but whether or not to spend it on girls is not certain." Lukaki, "What if they ask you for a gift?" Ma Shicheng, "Then the next one." Shan Kaikwan asked a soul-searching question. "Do girls really value money?" Lukaki used social thinking. "First, make money and then talk about other things. How can you make girls happy without money? Cuiu, can you stop thinking that girls have no personality?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with a little surprise. Who would have thought that Cuiu looked lazy on weekdays, but was willing to testify for the image of girls? It really is true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Cuiu, not only girls want to find rich men, I also want to find a rich woman. Zhu Yuantang rested in her seat for a while and prepared to go out for a walk. Every time she went out, she would call Jiang Ning and the two would go together. At this time, on the basketball court, a group of students were playing basketball under the shadow of the clouds, and laughter and shouts were heard from time to time. There were also many students walking on the track, and the sky was bright and dark. Zhao Xiaofeng handed a ball to Qi Heng, and then the basketball sank into the basket. Zhao Xiaofeng immediately praised, "Brother Xian's basketball skills are getting better and better." Qi Heng smiled faintly, "Not bad." Zhao Xiaofeng said, "After the matter was done the day before yesterday, the boy in the first grade of high school has not made any movement for a few days. Brother Xian, it's time to take the next step. No hurry, play with him slowly." Qi Heng didn't care much. Since the setback from Yangsheng, Qi Heng has been low-key for a long time. He is ready to change his target and change his taste first. As for Yangsheng, there is no need to rush. She is still young and doesn't know the dangers of society. When she finds out later, it won't be too late for Qi Heng to take action. "Okay, I'll think of a way to make him look bad recently." Zhao Xiaofeng doesn't have many other skills, but he is good at disgusting people. While talking, Zhao Xiaofeng went to the basketball court again, mainly passing the ball to Brother Xian. In the distance, a figure in white appeared at the entrance of the playground. Chang Yi said, "Yunzi, are you really going to do this?" He hesitated to speak. Wu Yunzi's face was also not very good. Last time he played 1v1 basketball with Wu Zhaoqi, he was beaten bloodily. Later, he asked someone to find out that the boy had a very rich basketball resume. Although he was not tall, he was definitely a strong and tough guy. In addition, he underestimated the enemy that day, so he was defeated. In order to get revenge today, Wu Yunzi asked someone to find out about Qixian Heng again. He learned that this person's basketball skills were average, and he didn't believe that he couldn't abuse the other party. In order to raise his head and feel proud, Wu Yunzi specially called Lan Zichen from his class and Shang Wanqing, a beautiful girl from the next class, to prepare to avenge his previous shame in front of the two girls. Thinking of this, Wu Yunzi took a deep breath and adjusted his whole body to the best state. He held the basketball, rehearsed the challenge scene he had challenged countless times, and went to Qixian Heng, Zhao Xiaofeng and others. If it were outside the school, Wu Yunzi could just find someone to cut them, but he was in number 4 middle school and could not violate the rules. As Wu Yunzi approached, Zhao Xiaofeng and others discovered his movements. "Yo, Brother Shan, they are here to cause trouble," Zhao Xiaofeng said happily. Qixian Heng narrowed his eyes. "Let them come." Soon, Wu Yunzi came closer. He was very tall, 16 years old, 1.85 meters tall. In Anhu province, he was at the ceiling level, and he was the best among all the high school students. "You have a good venue." Wu Yunzi had a provocative smile on his handsome face. Without Qixian Heng saying anything, Zhao Xiaofeng stepped forward in his edge sneakers and said, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied?" Zhao Xiaofeng started out by dancing with his hands and throwing cement dust. He has a sense of arrogance. When ordinary students see him, they are unlikely to be able to compete with him in terms of momentum. But Wu Yunzi often commands his younger brothers, and his posture is like a javelin. He said domineeringly, "You have no right to speak. Let the boss speak." Zhao Xiaofeng flicked his hair and said, "Are you worthy of it? Are you worthy of speaking on the court? 1v1. Whoever wins the court will own it. Do you dare?" Wu Yunzi stared at Qixian Heng from a distance. He came with a fierce momentum and spoke bluntly. "Most young people are angry, not to mention Qixian Heng, who is well dressed and well fed." He was ready to accept it immediately. But Zhao Xiaofeng had investigated Wu Yunzi and knew that this kid had good ball skills. Brother Shan would probably lose more than win against him. "If you want to compete with Brother Shan, you have passed me now." Zhao Xiaofeng blocked the knife with his body. Wu Yunzi weighed the basketball and said, "Okay, let me try you first. We'll decide the winner in 2 rounds." After confirming, everyone stepped aside to make room for the two. At the start of the game, Wu Yunzi took advantage of his height and jumped up to grab the basketball. Then he rushed forward with the ball. He made a fake move and easily broke through Zhao Xiaofeng and scored a goal. For the second goal, Wu Yunzi let Zhao Xiaofeng take a shot, and then when Zhao Xiaofeng shot the ball, he jumped up and blocked the shot, knocking the ball down. Wu Yunzi landed and was shocked by the cheers. He was intoxicated with victory. After Zhao Xiaofeng lost in front of everyone, it would have been embarrassing for other high school students, but he was still able to control his mood and said self-deprecatingly, "Hahaha, I've been playing for a long time, and I'm not in good shape. I'm getting old." He cleverly pointed out that he lost the game because of the consumption before. Wu Yunzi mocked, "How are you old? I beat you like a grandson." Chang Yi laughed out loud. Shang Wanqing, who was called over, covered her mouth and said to Lan Zichen, "He is not only handsome, but also a great basketball player and very funny." Wu Yunzi was bathed in the glowing eyes of the girls. He walked towards Qixian Heng. "It's your turn." Qixian Heng was really not sure. Zhao Xiaofeng shouted, "Brother Xian played basketball for a long time just now. You come up to talk about the game. Aren't you bullying an honest man?" Wu Yunzi looked around and suddenly felt that something was missing. Oh, it turned out that there were not enough girls and the scene was not spectacular enough. He raised a finger. "Okay, I'll give you a chance." Next week, we will still play here, 1v1, do you dare? Jiang Ning stared at this arrogant boy. He has always been the only one who bullied others. Today is the first time he has been forced into such a situation. Jiang Ning said stiffly, okay, next week. After that, he led his people away from the basketball court. Wu Yunzi stayed on the basketball court and said to Shang Wanqing, don't you want to learn basketball? I'll teach you. Wu Yunzi won the game and was in high spirits. Shang Wanqing is about 1.62 meters tall, with a pretty face and a nice smile. In the class, she is most likely the best girl. Girls like this often become the youth of many boys. At this moment, Shang Wanqing looked at Wu Yunzi with a lot of admiration, and she nodded attentively. Thank you. Wu Yunzi has a certain emotional intelligence. He did not teach girls to practice basic skills, such as dribbling, but performed a cool quick stop jump shot to show his handsomeness. Shang Wanqing was even more happy. At this moment, Jiang Ning led Tang Tang into the playground, followed by a pair of twins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Stable Performance. Heavy clouds flowed in the sky. On the basketball court, Wu Yunzi was wearing a white sportswear. The basketball bounced violently in his hands. He turned, jumped, and shot. Every movement was full of power. His figure shone brightly on the basketball court, dazzling. Wu Yunzi's basketball one-man show was very good, although that day, he had a conflict with others on the court, which led to a fight, and turned into a group fight, which reduced Lan Zichen's impression of him. But at this moment, his agile figure and handsome goals made Lan Zichen subconsciously ignore those details. That is, the brilliance overwhelmed the shortcomings. Compared with Lan Zichen's implicitness, Shang Wanqing was much more proactive. She curled her lips and laughed softly, and her voice was a little deliberate. Wu Yunzi, you are so cool playing basketball. What a great skill. Her voice was deliberately gentle, and her admiration was beyond words, which made Wu Yunzi feel comfortable. It's not that he hasn't been praised by girls, but there are very few girls as straightforward as Shang Wanqing, and the lethality went straight into his heart. Wu Yunzi looked at Shang Wanqing. At this moment, the little girl stood by. Her eyes seemed to be shining. That was admiration and longing. She was admiring him. Wu Yunzi laughed. You can learn it too. I will teach you now. Shang Wanqing came closer, her face full of shyness of a girl. I won't delay you, will it? Will it affect your playing? Wu Yunzi saw the embarrassment on the girl's face. He was willing. It's okay, leave it to me. But I'm so stupid, I'm afraid I can't learn basketball and make you angry. After Shang Wanqing finished speaking, she lowered her head and looked at the pink sneakers on her feet. The more she was like this, the more Wu Yunzi wanted to teach her. He had just defeated a strong enemy and severely thwarted the opponent's plan. Even though the opponent humiliated him with the cake plan in the cafeteria last time, now, didn't he still lose to him in a head-on confrontation on the basketball court? No matter how many plans you have, I will defeat you by myself. Now the most beautiful girl in the next class has expressed admiration. The country and the beauty are in hand. What else can a husband ask for? Wu Yunzi said cheerfully. How could I be angry? Come, I'll teach you how to shoot. As he said that, Wu Yunzi stood in place and demonstrated to her the technical points of shooting. Shang Wanqing saw that Wu Yunzi was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. A smile flashed through her eyes. She still smiled. Yeah, if it bothers you, you don't have to teach me. It's okay. Don't worry, I will definitely teach you. Wu Yunzi promised. The two interacted on the basketball court. Because Shang Wanqing was too charming, Wu Yunzi even ignored Lan Zichen next to him. Jiang Ning walked along the plastic track. On his right was Tang Tang, who was very close to him, and on his left was the twins who were a little further away and formed a team of their own. Walking and chatting, talking about some interesting things in the class, the twins occasionally laughed. Passing by the basketball court, Chen Xiao looked at the friendly scene of boys teaching girls to play basketball on the court and asked, Jiang Ning, can you play basketball? I think so. He was a left behind child when he was young, often hungry and weak, so he was born weak in basketball, a fierce sport. He did not have the perseverance of Wu Zhaoqi. After playing basketball for a while, he gave up hastily and turned to table tennis and badminton. Chen Xiai recalled the scene last semester when she and her sister were walking on the court and saw the basketball flying to the runway, being caught by Jiang Ning and then thrown into the basket. It was so handsome. Sister Chen Xiqing looked up at Jiang Ning's slender and upright figure and she said, I think you are suitable for playing basketball and you must be very handsome. Chen Xiai agreed with HMM. Zhu Yuantang said proudly, he looks good, even if he doesn't play basketball. Jiang Ning smiled. While they were talking, Shang Wanqing stood on the basketball court, holding up the basketball, showing a posture that seemed to be posing for a photo. For a weak girl, it is not an easy task to throw the basketball accurately into the basket, let alone a girl like Shang Wanqing who likes to control her manners. She tried her best to throw the basketball, but her posture was pretentious, and the basketball slipped out of her hand, not to mention the basket, and even the backboard. She looked at the basketball rolling on the playground, and said in a delicate voice, oh. She looked at Wu Yunzi apologetically and said frustratedly, I'm so stupid. I made my brother angry again. Will my brother forgive me? Wu Yunzi didn't care at all. After getting to know her, he found that Shang Wanqing was so cute, especially when she called him brother. Wu Yunzi felt so light all over, not to mention how comfortable he was. So much so that he completely ignored Lan Zichen next to him and only cared about Shang Wanqing. The basketball rolled to the plastic track. Wu Yunzi was just about to pick it up, but he saw the basketball rolling in front of a familiar boy. When he saw Jiang Ning's face clearly, he couldn't help but think, isn't he the one who did the bench press in the physical education class last week? He had a deep memory of this person. By the way, I remember that noon, there was a very beautiful girl with him. In a very short period of time, several scenes flashed through Wu Yunzi's mind. He still remembers the stunning glimpse of that girl. Brother. Shang Wanqing's gentle voice brought him back to reality. When Wu Yunzi heard her voice, he thought that the cute Shang Wanqing was not bad. It was really comfortable to get along with her. Her little mouth was so sweet. Wu Yunzi had never experienced this feeling before. He found it difficult to give up. He thought to himself, brother is here. As a result, he was shocked to find that Shang Wanqing was not calling him, but the boy named Jiang Ning on the playground. Are you kidding me? Wu Yunzi was secretly unhappy. Brother, can you help me throw the basketball over? After Shang Wanqing finished shouting, she caught a glimpse of the uneasy look on Wu Yunzi's face. She turned her head and comforted him. I was afraid that my brother would be too tired to pick up the ball, so I asked someone else to pick it up. I just feel sorry for my brother. If my brother is not happy, then I will pick up the ball myself. Wu Yunzi's original discomfort disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a feeling of being touched. It turns out that she did it for me. Thinking of this, Wu Yunzi was warmed. The basketball rolled to Jiang Ning's feet. The twins stared at the ball and then looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning lightly raised his toes and the basketball flew into the air. He reached out to take the ball. At this time, he and the basketball stand were at an oblique angle. He couldn't see the basket from his angle. He raised his arms and let the ball go. Regardless of the basketball that drew a curve in the air, he continued to lead Tang Tang for a walk. At the position of the basketball stand, Wu Yunzi was only ready to catch the basketball and continue to teach Shang Wanqing how to shoot. Shang Wanqing stared at Jiang Ning. She found that this boy was very handsome and there was a pair of twins beside him. It was a strange combination. And he threw the basketball very handsomely, with a calm and abstinent charm. Shang Wanqing felt itchy physically and mentally. The next second, as the basketball flew over, it happened to fall into the basket. What the hell? Wu Yunzi was stunned. Shang Wanqing suddenly realized, it turns out, that he didn't throw the ball, but shot it. She looked at Jiang Ning's profile again, her eyes flickering with light, mixed with a strange brilliance. Wu Yunzi happened to notice this scene. Just now, Jiang Ning was staring at him with this kind of eyes, burning only for him, but now, in an instant, her heart, which was originally generous, because of the victory, became narrow again. Wu Yunzi had evil thoughts and said lightly, "It's just good luck. Many people who don't shoot much, occasionally shoot well once. If you don't believe me, let him shoot a second time and you will know." He described it this way. "Is that so?" Jiang Ning was skeptical. Wu Yunzi gave an example. "It's normal. I've seen this kind of situation before. For example, in football, passers-by get the ball and can shoot it." Jiang Ning saw through his thoughts. She put on her smile again and gave Wu Yunzi an admiring expression. "Wow, how come brother knows everything? Unlike me, if brother didn't explain it to me, I wouldn't understand anything." Wu Yunzi was overjoyed by the praise and couldn't help but say, "They just rely on luck. People like us who have been tempered and played basketball games are stable players." After belittling his opponent, Wu Yunzi walked to the 3-point line and stood still, ready to show Jiang Ning a handsome scoring pose. In fact, dunking is the coolest. Although Wu Yunzi has the potential to dunk with a height of 185, he has not undergone systematic training, so it is still very difficult for him to dunk. Wu Yunzi can only step back. "I'll show you what stable performance is." Wu Yunzi smiled brightly. He looked at Jiang Ning and then put his eyes on the basket. He was tall, with long fingers, a prominent Adam's apple, and a handsome jawline. He was exactly the kind of boy who played basketball that girls liked. Wu Yunzi imitated the handsome shooting posture in basketball anime, jumped up, and shot the basketball. On the playground, Jiang Ning just walked from the east side of the basketball stand to the west side of the basketball stand. His spiritual sense heard the conversation between Wu Yunzi and Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning has a very high self-cultivation and does not care about other people's comments behind his back. These insignificant things can't affect him at all. Besides, he was too lazy to prove it. After all, he didn't have the chance to shoot. He stepped forward, but at the moment, when Wu Yunzi threw the ball, he fanned his spiritual power and slightly moved the direction of the basketball. The basketball hit the basket and bounced off with a bang, drawing a parabola. Coincidentally, it rolled to Jiang Ning's feet again. Jiang Ning thought, if there is no opportunity, you can create opportunities. Chen Xiao and her sister were surprised. "Why is it happening again? This is too coincidental." Jiang Ning said, "Maybe it's fate with me." He tiptoed and the basketball flew into his hand. On the basketball court over there, Wu Yunzi's confident shot just now actually missed, which made him a little embarrassed. However, when he saw Jiang Ning pick up the basketball again, his face was also full of doubts. Jiang Ning shouted, "Brother, can you show us what you did just now?" Chen Xiao secretly spitted and exchanged glances with her sister, who was in tune with her. What a shameless girl. That's right. Chen Xiao supported her sister. Wu Yunzi looked at the basketball in Jiang Ning's hand, and he quickly calmed down. Normally, it is absolutely impossible to shoot in from such a long distance. It's okay to be lucky once, but how can you be lucky twice? It's like buying a lottery ticket. If you win once, you want to win the second time. What a joke. He was in a stable state of mind and said to Jiang Ning, "I just said that on the basketball court. Stable performance is the king." He just got lucky. Just watch. Jiang Ning shot the ball casually this time and threw it casually, and the basketball flew into the sky. He continued to lead Tan forward, and his appearance showed that he didn't care at all. However, this time the position was better than last time. The twins stopped and stayed where they were, watching the trajectory of the basketball. The basketball fell steadily into the basket in front of everyone. Chen Xiao looked at her sister. The two girls were surprised. They retracted their gazes and chased after Jiang Ning, saying, Jiang Ning, the ball just went in." Jiang Ning said surprisingly, "Oh, it went in?" The atmosphere on the basketball court was quiet. Jiang Ning, brother, is this a coincidence?" Wu Yunzi felt like he was slapped hard. Evening self-study, before class. Class 15 of grade 1, Shang, what is he like? A female classmate with ordinary looks and wearing glasses without lenses asked. Wu Yunzi, he is a very humorous person. Jiang Ning commented with a smile. Shang Wanking saw the other party's little thoughts clearly and played with them casually. He is so handsome. The girl with glasses said, you must help me learn more about him. Okay. By the way, Shang, are you still opening your blind box tonight? Shang Wanking saw the friend request on her phone and replied, such an interesting thing. Of course I will continue to open it. The back row of class 8's classroom. Jiuo Kanan looked secretly delighted, as if he had picked up a rare treasure. While waiting for the approval of his friend request, he flipped through the library card of the campus library in his hand. Most people's cards are just ordinary cards, but this card actually comes with a cute little cloth bag, made into a folded wallet style. There is an ID photo on this library card. The photo shows a girl with delicate features. Just looking at the ID photo, Jiuo Kanan's long immersed heart began to beat. Not only is there an ID photo, but there is also a string of anti-loss text below. If any kind-hearted person picks up this card, please contact my WeChat. 138. Hahaha, my good luck with women is here, and it can't be stopped. Jiuo Kanan felt so happy. What are you laughing at, brother Nan? Shan Kaikwan was curious. It has been a long time since he saw brother Nan so happy as today. Jiuo Kanan shook his head. It can't be said. It can't be said. He suppressed the urge to show off. Now he has grown up. Before a love relationship succeeds, never let the news leak out. He wants to quietly pursue girls and then surprise everyone. After his brothers left, the girl agreed to his friend request. The first thing Jiuo Kanan did was to click into the other party's circle of friends and greedily browse all the selfies. So delicate, so beautiful, even more moved. Jiuo Kanan switched to the chat page and saw the message sent by the other party. Brother, did you find her library card? Ah. Just by looking at the tone, you can tell how cute she is. Jiuo Kanan replied excitedly, I found it. I found it. Recommend a book top stream. We are not in a relationship. Introduction. Zhu Wen woke up and traveled to a parallel time and space, becoming a traffic star. Bad news. He just terminated the contract with his former company and is unemployed. Good news. Now there are 3 new contracts in front of him, one of which is very tempting. From today on, I, Zhu, will be the nightmare of all blue star artists. Chapter 561 Childhood Affairs. The bell for the end of the evening self-study rang, and the classroom of class 8 was in chaos in an instant. There were 4 people sitting in a row in the back row, who jump at Jiuo Kanan. Brother Nan, let's go out and buy some crackers and a cup of milk tea, iced. In the past, Jiuo Kanan would agree, but today, he refused. No. Hu-jun regretted. Okay, if you don't buy it, I won't buy it either. We can go out of the school together. Jiuo Kanan said, I have something to do. The 2 of them went to the school gate together. Originally, they were a group of 3, but Shan Kaikwan took out all his money to gamble with his junior Lan Zichen, and finally lost both his money and his life, and was completely bankrupt, and could no longer participate in their after-school activities. Shan Kaikwan went to the playground alone for a night run with an empty stomach. He invested everything he had in the upcoming marathon. After the 2 arrived outside the school, they parted ways. Jiuo Kanan ran to buy 2 cups of pearl milk tea, carried the milk tea, walked into the campus against the flow of people, and unexpectedly returned to class 8. He took away the token under Wu Zhaoqi's bench, the basketball. It was not theft, but it was agreed by Wu Zhaoqi. During the evening self-study, Jiuo Kanan talked with the schoolgirl who lost his library card and learned that she liked boys who played basketball. In order to increase her favor, he would go out at night in his fine clothes and bring the ball to the appointment tonight. Jiuo Kanan carried 2 cups of milk tea in his left hand and held the basketball in his right arm. He strode to the female dormitory with a dashing momentum. He went to the appointment alone, like a lone brave man who would never look back. He bathed in the night, walked through the cement square under the number 3 teaching building, and walked through the cobblestone path next to the back garden, like an ancient saint who crossed a long journey and came to a new land to teach. On the way, Jiuo Kanan saw green grass on the lawn, goldfish in the pond, dark clouds in the sky, and some couples. Looking at the intimate combinations of those young couples, Jiuo Kanan once envied them, and he longed to have a girl like that. In his mind, the ID photo of schoolgirl Shang Wanqing popped up, and he thought of her exquisite circle of friends. She is very beautiful, she is very cute, if she could be his girlfriend. Inevitably, the Dao heart millstone in Jiuo Kanan's mind gently grinds, and in an instant, all things wither and all things are born. He eats with girls, walks hand in hand with girls, and goes to the playground to play table tennis with girls. In spring, they go outings. In summer, they play in the water. In autumn, they listen to the wind. In winter, they skate. The Dao heart millstone even evolved the bits and pieces of time he and she spent together. Shang Wanqing's happy look, not only happy, but also shy, angry, and sad. Finally, that day, they quarreled, and quarreled fiercely, using the most vicious language to hurt each other, and refused to give in to each other. Shang Wanqing was heartbroken. She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She said, "Anan, let's break up." Jiuo Kanan also gritted his teeth and said, "I have seen all your looks, but I have never seen you look like you don't belong to me." But in the end, she still gave in, because she realized at that moment that she could not live without Anan in her life. The grinding wheel of Dao heart kept spinning, and the scenes were played like slides. The corners of Jiuo Kanan's mouth rose wildly, and he couldn't restrain it at all, and his face was crooked. It was so happy. Jiuo Kanan felt that he had got the whole world. Manman, Zhu Yan, Lu Ye and others added together could not compare to the lovely Wanqing's finger. Happy times are always short, and Jiuo Kanan was very sober. He was a little serious, hiding the smile on his face, and prepared to make a good impression on Shang Wanqing. Soon, he arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Looking up, the lights were dim. He chose a telephone pole, leaned on it, and posed a chic and handsome posture. Jiuo Kanan picked up his mobile phone and sent a message to Shang Wanqing. "Wanqing, I'm here." At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Shang Wanqing was drying her hair. She put down the hairdryer and shouted to the girl near the door, "Can you help me see if the boy next to the electric pole is handsome?" 10 minutes later, in the boys' dormitory, Hu Jun was eating the crumbs, which were a bit dry. But without good friends to buy food with him, Hu Jun didn't want to spend too much money. People are like this. If friends with the same economic level are very frugal, you will also be frugal. Just when Hu Jun was thinking about getting some water to drink, a figure suddenly walked into the open door. Hu Jun raised his head quickly. "Brother Nan, you are back." Jiuo Kanan's face was numb, and his movements were like a walking corpse. He handed the milk tea to Hu Jun. "Brother Jun, I will treat you to milk tea." Hu Jun was surprised. "What's the situation with Mazi?" Jiuo Kanan said nothing. He took off his shoes, got on the bed silently, pulled the quilt over his head, covered it, and isolated himself from the whole world. Heba, bungalow. Compared with the bright lights in Jiang Ning's room, the small house, where Zhu Chuchu lived, had only a desk lamp shining brightly. Zhu Chuchu was doing homework at the desk. She had already finished the game, so she had no reason to go to Jiang Ning's room to play. Besides, going there too often was not good for all kinds of reasons. She was just like before, concentrating on writing one question after another. The ink pen in her hand was like a sword, cutting through the levels, killing one difficult problem after another, and practicing profound martial arts. At this time, her mother Hua Fengmei walked into the room with a fruit plate. "Chuchu, don't study yet, let's chat for a while," Hua Fengmei said softly. Zhu Chuchu stopped writing the ink pen in her hand. Hua Fengmei took a stool, sat at the table, and said to her daughter, "Mom's salary has increased recently." Zhu Chuchu looked at her mother and found that her brows, which were often frowned because of the hardship of life, were actually stretched a lot. "How much did it increase?" she asked. "It increased by 1,000, and now I can get 6,005. Hua Fengmei never dreamed that she would get such a high salary one day. A salary of 6,005. It was twice her previous salary, and there were 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund, as well as various benefits. At this rate, by the end of the year, the debt owed by our family for buying a house will be fully paid off." Her words were full of longing for the future, which was seen by Chuchu. Zhu Chuchu was at a loss. How long had it been since she felt like this? In the past, her mother worked in a factory, working day and night. In order to make more money, she often chose to work overtime. When she returned home every day, she was exhausted. At that time, the most common thing her mother said was to let her study hard and have a good future in the future, and not to be as cowardly as her, suffering from others' anger all her life. Zhu Chuchu understood everything, so she studied hard. Mom. Zhu Chuchu called out, feeling very uncomfortable. Hua Fengmei took her daughter's hand, as if she was looking at her, with tenderness in her eyes. Don't study today, take a good rest, I'll make you a basin of bubbles later. Zhu Chuchu, it's okay, Mom, I'm not tired. Hua Fengmei, be obedient, I'll be here for you in the future. She smiled kindly. When the family debt is paid off, I will save some dowry for you, and you can get married in style in the future. Speaking of this topic, Zhu Chuchu became shy instead. She lowered her head. I don't want to get married. I want to live with you, Mom, in the future. Hua Fengmei was happy in her heart, but she put on a stern face. Nonsense, who doesn't want to get married? Hua Fengmei lost her husband in middle age, but she never regretted getting married. If she hadn't married, she would never have a sensible daughter like Chuchu. In the future, she would want to see her daughter get married with her own eyes. Seeing her daughter lowering her head in shyness, Hua Fengmei smiled and said with emotion, I'm not as lucky as Sister Gu, and I can't find a son-in-law like Jiang Ning. But don't worry, Mom will definitely find you a good one in the future. There is a lot of chanking liquid. Mom said naggingly, but Zhu Chuchu's mind was all on the first sentence. She was stunned and asked softly, Mom, you just said Jiang Ning is a son-in-law? In Jiang Ning's room, Zhu Yuantang occupied her exclusive throne, and her two little shoes stepped on the pedals installed by Jiang Ning. She held the mouse in one hand and controlled the keyboard with the other. Jiang Ning, you don't know how fierce my mother is. Didn't you go out at noon? I was playing League of Legends, and my mother told me to take a nap. I told her I was playing games, and she asked me to pause the game. I said no, and she said I was quibbling. Zhu Yuantang accused her ruthless mother, hoping to arouse Jiang Ning's empathy. But Jiang Ning just asked, what happened later? Zhu Yuantang pursed his lips. Let's not talk about what happened later. Jiang Ning was talking about something else. Did Ongu twist your ears? Zhu Yuantang stopped talking. She took the opportunity to operate the little fish man and killed a crispy skin in seconds to vent her injustice. It's so pitiful, I've never been taught a lesson like this. Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, sighing leisurely. He reached out and took a duck's foot from the plate. This was Aunt Gu's homemade stew. The duck's feet were plump, spicy, and tasty, and the taste was also very tender and smooth. It was very good as a snack. Zhu Yuantang smelled the smell and looked back. Jiang Ning was eating secretly again. Too much, you didn't even wait for me. Zhu Yuantang also wanted to eat, but she had no hands. Just eat it. Jiang Ning took a bite. Aunt Gu's cooking is really good. Zhu Yuantang was so greedy. She knew Jiang Ning would take care of her, but there were times when she didn't. She stopped controlling the character, turned around and divided the braised duck feet on the plate. There were a total of 8, 4 for each person. As smart as she was, she took a photo to record it, in order to curb the insidious and cunning Jiang Ning. Seeing her serious look, Jiang Ning said, I won't eat yours. Why do you divide it so clearly? Zhu Yuantang said coolly, fair. Unfortunately, she had a bun on her head and was small, not cool at all, but cute. Jiang Ning looked at her sitting cross-legged on the seat, and couldn't help thinking, when she suddenly grew taller, if she found that she couldn't sit in the cross-legged position, what kind of expression would she have? Unfortunately, in her previous life, Jiang Ning had never had any intersection with Zhu Yuantang after she grew up. At that time, Zhu Yuantang had already transferred to experimental class 1. Mom is so unfair. She didn't give me duck feet when I ate them, but why did you get them as soon as you went there? Zhu Yuantang complained. Jiang Ning had just come to her house to deliver some torn clothes. He washed all his clothes by himself. The more Zhu Yuantang wanted to get angry, the more she manipulated the little fishman to kill 2 enemies. Still not satisfied, she said, wash your clothes yourself in the future. Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang, humph, tsk. After repeating this several times, Jiang Ning wanted to ask Chachu to wash his clothes, but Chachu might not be willing to wash them for him. So, he backed down and said, then I'll wash them myself. Zhu Yuantang listened. Without turning her head, she raised her face and said proudly, you're definitely not as clean as I am. Huh. Because the first time I washed clothes stained with soy sauce, and I washed them clean. Zhu Yuantang recalled her record, and couldn't help but be proud. Why did you wash clothes stained with soy sauce the first time you washed clothes? Jiang Ning was puzzled. Zhu Yuantang's reply was irrelevant. My mother bullies me every day, shouldn't I resist? You think I'm too weak? Is it related to soy sauce? Jiang Ning continued to ask. My mother has weapons, so of course I have to find weapons too. Zhu Yuantang said. Then what? Anyway, don't ask. Zhu Yuantang suddenly shut up. Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He chose to contact Chachu and tell her the reason. Chachu just put down the basin. She sat on the bed, lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing a section of white and tender calves. She raised her legs slightly, her calves outlined an elegant arc, and then immersed her delicate feet in the water. After seeing Jiang Ning's message, she replied, that day, Aunt Gu blocked Tang Tang in the kitchen, and prepared to give her a good beating. Tang Tang resisted and took the soy sauce bottle on the kitchen counter as a weapon, ready to confront Aunt Gu, and then the soy sauce bottle was held upside down, and poured all over her. Later, Aunt Gu was next to her, staring at Tang Tang washing her clothes. Chachu still felt a little funny when she thought of that scene. Jiang Ning, Tang Tang is quite pitiful. Chachu enjoyed the slightly hot water temperature, and her pink toes trembled in the water. Chachu, not entirely. Aunt Gu punished her for a reason. At first, Aunt Gu gave Tang Tang 10 yuan, and asked her to buy a bottle of sesame oil, but she took 5 yuan. Jiang Ning saw the message, and replied with a smile, 10 yuan a bottle of sesame oil. She only bought 5 yuan, so she can only get half a bottle of sesame oil. It's easy to be exposed. Chachu's calm face showed some smiles. Tang Tang will naturally not ignore the place you are worried about. She poured water into it, and filled the bottle. But the density of sesame oil is not as high as water, so once mixed, the oil runs on the water and Aunt Gu found it. Jiang Ning, she really deserves to be beaten. He finally understood why Aunt Gu always liked to punish Tang Tang. She was too naughty. He chatted with Chachu for a few more words and reminded her, wipe your feet early, don't let the water get cold. Okay. Chachu agreed. After the conversation, Chachu closed her eyes slightly, emptied her mind, and enjoyed this pleasant moment. When the water was not so hot, she took her feet out of the water. Because of the care of the hot water, her originally white feet were now rendered with a thin layer of red, like pink peaches. Chachu put her knees down, and wiped off the water droplets with a towel. Immediately, she frowned, puzzled. How did he know I was soaking my feet? Chapter 562 Her reply. It was cloudy at night. The sky was particularly heavy, with the stars and the moon hidden in the clouds, revealing a deep blue hue. With the breath of the night, the clouds slowly moved. In the desolate field, a row of bungalows stood here, isolated from the world, and a neon-lit house city in the distance seemed like two different worlds. However, inside a bungalow, it was full of modern equipment. The computer mainframe emitted a light white soft light. Fashionable headphones were placed on the headphone stand. Cyberpunk's glow lights, and the metal mechanical figure Zhu Yuantang pushed down the enemy crystal and cut out of the game. The browser popped up a push notification in the lower left corner of the desktop. The launch of Eternalize will be scheduled for December 2014. A row of small words below. This will be a display of the accumulation of Eternalized technology and a major leap in the field of ophthalmology. Zhu Yuantang poured a glass of water. Today is October 23rd, and there is still more than a month before the launch of Eternalize. A month is really too long for her. She can play many games. After drinking the water, Zhu Yuantang turned the ergonomic chair, and she faced Jiang Ning on the sofa behind her. First, she checked the duck feet on the table. Very good. There were still 4 left in her portion, and Jiang Ning didn't dare to eat them secretly. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang stared at the duck feet on the plate, ready to challenge herself. She sat on the chair, bent down to take the duck feet, and she stretched her arms with all her strength, but there was still some distance from the small table. She moved forward and continued to stretch her arms, but her fingers could not reach them. Jiang Ning sat on the sofa, watching her stretch out her hand, and laughed. "Why don't you get off the chair? I don't believe you can't get it." Zhu Yuantang was unwilling to give up. Once, twice, and 3 times, Jiang Ning saw her petite and soft body twisted into various shapes. It must be said that Zhu Yuantang's flexibility is very good, and splits are easy for her. After a lot of tossing, fine beads of sweat oozed from Zhu Yuantang's forehead, and her skin was slightly red because of the effort. "Let me do it," Jiang Ning said. "No, I'll do it myself." Zhu Yuantang stubbornly rejected his proposal. She was defending her childish dignity in her own way. 5 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang's face flushed red. She couldn't stand Jiang Ning's teasing eyes. She turned around with empty hands, with only her cute bun facing him. "Jiang Ning, ahem." Zhu Yuantang not only didn't get to eat the duck feet, but also lost face, and was underestimated by Jiang Ning. Don't mention how much she regrets now. Ahem. Zhu Yuantang also coughed. "Jiang Ning, I coughed to laugh at someone. What about you?" Zhu Yuantang pretended not to understand. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through her mind. "I cough because my throat is uncomfortable. It hurts. It hurts." Her voice was weak and hoarse at this time, and it was unclear. "Jiang Ning, really? Ahem." Zhu Yuantang acted very weak, coughing weakly, as if she contained endless fatigue. "Do you want to give you some medicine?" Jiang Ning teased her, thinking that she was quite good at acting. "No, no." She suddenly became energetic again. Her tone was cheerful, her eyes sparkling. "Help me get the braised duck feet. Let it scratch my throat, so that it won't hurt." Jiang Ning, 6. Zhu Yuantang took the duck feet and bit them in small bites. She manipulated the mouse to browse the video website. Jiang Ning had memberships on all the video websites on the market, and she could watch any one she wanted. Compared to going to the cinema to watch a movie, where a ticket cost dozens of yuan, the frugal Zhu Yuantang preferred to watch it on the computer. Jiang Ning had opened so many memberships, and since she couldn't stop him from wasting money, she had to help him get his money back. She found a movie, The Grandmaster, and glanced at the length. "Jiang Ning, this movie is almost 2 hours long. Do you want to watch it?" "Do you want to watch it?" Jiang Ning asked her. "I do, but it's already 10:30, and it'll be past 12 after the movie. My mom said, if I don't go home after 11:30, she'll lock the door." Zhu Yuantang sighed softly, lamenting the hardship of life. "Then I'll be homeless at night." She raised her head again, showing him her helplessness, but Jiang Ning not only didn't see the heaviness, but felt a sense of lightness and playfulness. "Jiang Ning, then do you want to watch it?" "I want to watch it, but after I finish watching the movie, the door will be locked at home. Where will I sleep at night?" Her eyes wandered, swaying to the bed against the wall in the room. Jiang Ning followed her gaze, and also looked at the bed. He said, "It's okay, I'll find a way to make sure you have a place to sleep." Zhu Yuantang blinked. "Really? What can you do?" "Jiang Ning, after the movie, I'll take you over the wall and go home." The movie started playing. Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa, Zhu Yuantang leaned on him, and the two of them looked at the movie screen quietly. From time to time, Tang moved around to make himself closer. Jiang Ning, I wonder if there will be chicken patties in the cafeteria tomorrow morning." Zhu Yuantang's soft voice disturbed Jiang Ning's ears. The chicken patties in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school are very authentic, with golden pancakes on the outside, and sprinkled with white sesame seeds. When you bite it, you will find that the filling is tender and juicy chicken thigh meat. The cafeteria made it once last time, and it was loved by countless students, but because the production process was complicated, the students only ate it that time. "It should be available," Jiang Ning said. "If there is, I will give you half." Zhu Yuantang said. "So generous?" "Of course I'm generous." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Then if I win the lottery, I will give you half." Zhu Yuantang was more generous than him. "I will give you all." Jiang Ning took the lead. "You have changed." Zhu Yuantang bit the braised duck feet. "It is obvious that you didn't realize my magnificent mind before." Jiang Ning, I really didn't find it. Huh, now you know? From now on, you can take anything from me. Zhu Yuantang made a great wish. Jiang Ning made a move. Oh, I finished my duck feet. Can you give me one? After 20 seconds, there was no response. Jiang Ning, what's wrong? Zhu Yuantang sat upright, with a serious face. Watching a movie. The break after the morning self-study on Friday. Sitting in the back row, Jiuo Kanan tried to use the newcomers to heal his inner pain. He edited a message to Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11. Hahaha, it's been a long time since we last chatted. I remember you loved posting on Moments before, but I haven't seen it recently. I thought you deleted me. Jiuo Kanan clicked send and got a reply in seconds. Yanzi has turned on friend verification. You are not her friend. Yet the silent words, like a knife, pierced his heart, and the pain was heart-wrenching. Jiuo Kanan's waist, which was not bent to begin with, suddenly became much more hunched. He remembered standing downstairs of the girls' dormitory last night, sending a message to Shang Wanqing, and seeing a similar friend verification. He remembered the other party's last sentence clearly. Not compatible with each other. Not compatible with each other? Jiuo Kanan laughed bitterly. He remembered the first woman he loved, Manman. At the beginning, Jiuo Kanan pretended to be Huang Zhongfei and fell in love with Manman online. What he got was Manman's concern, obedience, and taking care of his emotions everywhere. However, after revealing his identity, the other party was not only angry, but also exposed him on the forum. Just because of appearance? But Jiuo Kanan cannot change what is innate. He was unwilling to give up, and asked Ma Shichen, who was playing games beside him, Brother Ma, in high school, does a boy's appearance determine the degree to which he is liked by girls? Ma Shichen answered very straightforwardly, yes. This was an answer that suffocated Jiuo Kanan. Ma Shichen knew without guessing that Brother Nan was it. He had tried to comfort him many times before, but Brother Nan didn't listen at all, and was repeatedly frustrated. He decided to give Brother Nan some ruthless medicine, and said to Langlong, organize the language, so that Brother Nan can understand it more clearly. Wang Langlong, who was next to him, had nothing to do. He thought about it and said, when you look ordinary, you have endless books to read, and endless test papers to write in high school. When you look above average, high school is the season of love, and the memory of youth. When you look outstanding, high school is your stage, and there are countless people following you. So high school is still the same high school, but you just met a different you. After listening to this, Shan Kaiquan discovered a blind spot. What about the ugly ones? Wang Langlong, even I overlooked it. So do you think girls care about ugly boys? I've learned something. In order to make himself remember it clearly, Jiuo Kanan posted what Wang Langlong just said to his circle of friends to encourage himself and face the reality. After doing these things, Jiuo Kanan began to think about whether his previous path was all wrong. At the same time, Xin Yaoling was playing with her mobile phone in her seat. As the new monitor, she has been working diligently to do her job well, but she took some detours along the way. But it doesn't matter. Now Xin Yaoling is gradually integrating into class 8, and the future will get better step by step. There is a bright and beautiful brilliance in her eyes, and the bags under her eyes add some softness to her. In order to better understand the personalities of her classmates and make targeted methods, Xin Yaoling embraces new technologies and improves her work efficiency by browsing her circle of friends. Xin Yaoling, who happened to see the circle of friends sent by Jiuo Kanan, thought for a few seconds as a good speaker, and typed a reply. No matter what you look like, you can stroll on the cobblestone paths on campus, run on the plastic track, and find the treasure of knowledge in the library. Every spring will not be stingy with its fragrance because of your appearance, and every autumn the fallen leaves will fall evenly into your heart. Appearance is only an external appearance. What is really important is the inner character and talent. This long paragraph appeared under Jiuo Kanan's circle of friends, which was particularly eye-catching. He carefully read Xin Yaoling's reply and silently said, inner character and talent. Jiuo Kanan read it 3 times. His originally calm mood was stirred up again because of this sentence. Brother Nan, did you see it? Shan Kaiquan has Xin Yaoling as a friend, so he can see this sentence. Jiuo Kanan's face was complicated, and he nodded. Yeah. He read it again, took a screenshot of Xin Yaoling's reply and saved it. His heart was filled with warmth. He looked at Shan Kaikun and said solemnly, "Brother Quan, there has never been a girl who cares about me like this, so I think." Ma Shiqing, who was playing games next to him, said, "Brother Nan, let her go." Chapter 563, Stick Technique. During the evening self-study, the clouds were heavy and low, and the stars and the moon were not visible. In the classroom of class 8, the lights were on and the voices were noisy. It's settled. On November 2nd next Sunday, our city's half marathon will start. Damn, this prize money is awesome. Count it quickly, count it. Zhang Kai heard the movement from the 4 major companies and hurried over to watch. He stretched his head and asked, "How much is the prize money?" 6 sixes. Wang Lang said. 6 sixes. Zhang Kai quickly calculated in his mind and exclaimed, 660,000? The champion prize is 660,000. Wang Lang admired. It's awesome. The prize money for ordinary marathon competitions, let alone half marathons, even full marathons, is far less than this. For example, the marathon events in Pengcheng are so developed, but the prize money is only about 100,000. When Zhang Kai heard this prize money, his breathing became uncontrollably heavy. 660,000. Even if he spent 1,000 yuan a day, it would be enough for him to live happily for 2 years. Zhang Kai looked at Shan Kaikun. "Have you signed up?" "I signed up a long time ago and paid 100 yuan. If he hadn't paid in advance, he wouldn't have been able to afford 100 yuan. After what happened to Lan Zichen." Shan Kaikun looked at Zhang Kai's greedy look and said with a smile, "There are 5,000 places in total, and they were all taken." Zhang Kai was extremely disappointed. Not only was the champion's prize money 660,000 yuan, but as long as he entered the top 100, he would get a bonus of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan was more than his living expenses for 2 months. Damn it, I should have signed up earlier. Zhang Kai cursed. He didn't want to spend 100 yuan at that time. Seeing that he was furious, Shan Kaikun continued to add fuel to the fire. For a registration fee of 100 yuan, they also give you a t-shirt, a Nike brand, which costs at least several dozen yuan, and a timing chip with your name engraved on it. You can eat all kinds of drinks, chocolates, and fruits along the way. It is definitely worth it to register. Oh, by the way, if you successfully complete the competition, you will also get a medal, which can be sold for money. Shan Kaikun's words stimulated Zhang Kai to regret it. Wang Lang suddenly said, "Don't worry, Kaizi, only 5,000 places have been released now. At 10 o'clock tonight, there will be another 5,000 places. You can draw lots online at that time." Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Brother Long. Please send me the website for the lottery." Shan Kaikun shook his head secretly. Before Changqing Liquid announced the prize money, the quota was still loose. Now that the prize money has been announced, everyone knows that the competition is absolutely fierce, and the difficulty of winning the lottery is definitely no less than buying a Xiaomi mobile phone. Let's go. Shan Kaikun tied his shoelaces and prepared to go to the playground for a run. He has been exercising for almost a year. Now he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't exercise for a day. Just as he was about to leave, a male classmate who was usually taciturn said to him at the back door of the classroom, "Shan Kaikun, can you take me for a run?" Shan Kaikun turned around in surprise and found that it was Myo Zhe. Myo Zhe's presence is usually not strong, and he is not in the same circle as them. When the school just started, Shan Kaikun was scratched by him for trivial matters. At that time, he went to Ma Jie behind his back and said that Myo Zhe was not a good person. Now a year has passed, and the relationship between the two is still average. However, Shan Kaikun is no longer the same person he used to be. Exercise has made him open-minded, and he has grown a lot. "Okay, if you want to run, just follow me." "Okay." Myo Zhe stood up. He was not tall and very thin. Two classmates who were not familiar with each other left the classroom together and came to the wide square below. They were silent with each other. Shan Kaikun felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he took the initiative to find a topic. "Why did you want to run?" "Myo Zhe, I plan to exercise." "Oh, okay." Shan Kaikun didn't speak. Myo Zhe was still speechless. He and his netizen Yanenai had been in an online relationship for a year. They kept chatting frequently every day, as if they had endless things to say. Their three views were completely consistent. That day, Yanenai asked him when they would meet, and Maozhe panicked all of a sudden. He was not ready for another person to appear in his life. Yanenai asked him again, do you plan to chat with me online like this for the rest of your life? This sentence completely defeated Maozhe's psychological defense line. He dreamed of touching Yanenai and feeling her warmth. For Maozhe, whose parents divorced when he was young and was often bullied by his classmates because of his thin body, she was the only person in the world who understood him. He had touched Yanenai in his dreams countless times, but when he woke up, it was just a dream, and he was lost. At this time, Maozhe knew that he had to accept reality and return to reality. Only in this way could he embrace Yanenai. He still remembered the perfect boyfriend that Yanenai had described to him. But Maozhe in reality was very ordinary, so he wanted to change himself. His skin was not good, so he asked for help from Lukiki, who was good at makeup, and learned skincare from her. Skincare alone was not enough, so he took the second step and exercised. One day, he would stand in front of Yanenai and tell her loudly, I, Maozhe, am the one you like. When he walked to the door of the gym, Shankei-kun couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere and asked again, you want to become stronger, right? Maozhe said, yes. Then I suggest that you don't run first and do more anaerobic exercise. Shankei-kun said, isn't our school's gym open? I just learned the tutorial the day before yesterday. Let's go and try it. The two came to the gym and chose a Smith rack. Shankei-kun installed 5kg barbell plates on each side. He explained, because the root is fixed, it will be much easier to do bench press with this machine. Let's warm up first. He did some stretching. Then he lay on the flat bench and did 15 presses in one breath. After Shankei-kun finished, it's your turn. A boy next to him said, it's boring to do bench press with the Smith stand. If you want to have fun, do free bench press. Shankei-kun ignored him. The man looked bored and left unhappily. Maozhe had a hard time doing bench press, so Shankei-kun had to remove the barbell plates and let him press the empty bar. After a set of presses, Shankei-kun took the opportunity to rest. How is it? Do you feel your arms and chest muscles? Maozhe, indeed. In the future, the heavier you push, the more developed your muscles will be. You can train to the state of being thin when wearing clothes and having muscles when undressing. Shankei-kun explained theoretical knowledge. After doing 2 more sets, the atmosphere became lively. Shankei-kun was curious, why do you suddenly want to exercise? Are you stimulated by your love affair? Shankei-kun asked this because he was stimulated by a girl and chose to exercise to numb himself. Without waiting for Maozhe to reply, Shankei-kun shook his head, it doesn't seem like it. I haven't seen you in contact with girls. Maozhe naturally wouldn't talk about online love. Although the reliability of online love has always been attributed to whether the person on the other side is reliable, in this era, it is indeed easy to be ridiculed when talking about online love. It is easy to make people have the stereotype that this person can't find a partner in reality and can only be forced to find a partner online. Maozhe replied, I just want to exercise. Hahaha, I thought you were in an online relationship. Shankei-kun laughed. Maozhe's face didn't show any expression, but he was very surprised that he actually guessed it. Although Maozhe was embarrassed to talk about online love, deep in his heart, he also longed for the recognition of others. However, when talking about online love, Shankei-kun couldn't help but think of the ambiguous past between Nanje and the tea-selling uncle. He shook his head. Online love is unreliable. You never know whether the person on the other side is a human or a ghost. Really, am I right? Maozhe's mentality was a little broken, and it was difficult to refute, so he could only pretend to agree. Shankei-kun thought of Nanje's miserable situation. Online love. Dogs don't even talk about it. Don't you think so, ZZ? Maozhe's brain hurts. I just want to exercise. Do you have to force me to curse myself? Building 3, the East Corridor on the 2nd floor. Several people are enjoying the breeze. Lindsay leaned on the railing and looked into the distance, laughing. Next month's marathon champion will receive a prize of 660,000 yuan, which is really amazing. By then, the top players from all over the world will probably fly over. Zhuang Jianhu, I get very annoyed when I see those black things. Lindsay, there is no way, they are born to run, and we can't compare with them for the time being. The world sprint and long distance running champions are almost all monopolized by people of other skin colors. Lishi covered her mouth and yawned. I heard that there will be traffic control. It will be troublesome to go out and play at that time. I don't know what the point of this activity is. Lindsay said, this is just an appearance. In fact, in large-scale competitions like this, many runners are runners from other places, which is equivalent to thousands of tourists. It is still very beneficial to the economic development of Yazhou, not to mention the subsequent word-of-mouth fermentation. Jiang Ning stood in front of the corridor and listened to the conversation of several people. Lishi said a few words and moved her eyes. Jiang Ning stood there quietly, with a straight silhouette like a pine tree. It gave her a very strange feeling, as if she was isolated from the world, but also as if she was connected to everything, floating between boundaries, making people unpredictable. Lishi's eyes were straightforward, without a trace of shyness of other girls. This was due to the billions of family assets and the identity of the only daughter, which gave her confidence. Hey, Jiang Ning, aren't you going to participate in the marathon? The prize money is 660,000 yuan. Lishi said with some instruction in her tone. I'm too lazy to go. I remember that you have good sports performance. Maybe you can win a prize. Lishi seemed to be thinking for him. But Jiang Ning always faced the dark playground in the distance and didn't even look at her, which made her feel quite unhappy, as if she was something that she couldn't touch. Jiang Ning replied, normally. Lishi heard that he was very frugal with words and didn't care about anything, and she got angry. The twins appeared at the corner and called out, Jiang Ning, come on. After Jiang Ning left with the twins, Lishi said, what's so great about it? Look at how arrogant he is. I kindly reminded him of the way to make money, but he didn't like it. Lindsay, okay, stop talking. He is self-aware and knows his own strength. Compared with professional marathon athletes, he is nothing. Lishi laughed again. Lindsay thought to himself, so you were instructing others just to attack them? After school, we went to the river dam. The lights of the electric car passed through the diffuse light fog and drove towards the night sky in the distance. You play games in my room. I'm going out for a while. Jiang Ning explained. The starting point of the half marathon is the gymnasium. On the way, he passed Huqi Mountain and Qinghai Lake. He went to check the formation to make sure there were no omissions. Zhu Yuantang saw him running around again and said hi in dissatisfaction. But he didn't say anything to keep him. Anyway, Zhu Yuantang would wait for him to go home. Next week we will go to the marathon site to cheer for Yang Sheng. When Zhu Yuantang mentioned this, she looked forward to it. Can we eat whatever we want like the contestants? She heard from Bayuxia that there are supply stations along the way of the marathon, which often have drinks, chocolate, fruits, and other energy replenishing foods. Eat as much as you want. Jiang Ning told her, we are spectators, we can't eat. Zhu Yuantang's spirit suddenly weakened, and his face was sickly. Okay. Suddenly he didn't want to cheer for Yang Sheng. Jiang Ning said again, but, hearing the turn, Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up, and the fatigue and sleepiness after a day of sleep disappeared without a trace, and he was refreshed. I'll apply for a volunteer ID card, so I can eat like a contestant. Jiang Ning said. He thought about it, and asked Xiao Shuangshang to prepare some unique food supply points. Okay. Zhu Yuantang leaned close, as if to rub his smile on his clothes. Yang Sheng, your game. Tong Tong, will definitely not be absent. Jiang Ning was not there, and Zhu Yuantang called Chuchu to have fun in his room. Zhu Yuantang found a new 2-player game horizontal version of Mario, and she and Chuchu cooperated to jump all the way through the levels. When they were having a great time, the light in the room suddenly flickered and then dimmed. Zhu Yuantang was startled and worried. It's over. The power is out. What should I do? Jiang Ning hasn't come back to take a shower yet. Zhu Chuchu silently stretched out her slender fingers and pointed to the bright display screen in front of her. Oh, Zhu Yuantang suddenly realized. She raised her little head. It turns out that the light bulb is broken. After Jiang Ning moved to her house, he bought a lot of equipment, but he didn't replace the light above his head. This energy saving lamp is a bit old, so it's normal for it to be broken. Zhu Yuantang took advantage of the light effect of the screen and the atmosphere light and took out a brand new packaging box from the drawer. This is the new lamp that Jiang Ning bought before, but because the old one was not broken, he had never installed it. Chuchu, let's install the light bulb, Zhu Yuantang suggested. She wanted to help Jiang Ning fix the light bulb before he went home and not cause him trouble. Zhu Chuchu nodded lightly. Okay. Zhu Yuantang unpacked and put the light bulb on the table. She ran out again and moved a wooden chair and a small square stool. Don't forget the power switch, Chuchu reminded. Zhu Yuantang turned off all the switches and made sure that the whole house was out of power. Then she used the light from Chuchu's mobile phone flashlight to sneak into the house. She piled the small square stools on the wooden chair and took a deep breath. Chuchu, I'm on it. Come on. Zhu Chuchu cheered her on. Zhu Yuantang clenched her hands. She had never changed a light bulb before and was afraid of being electrocuted. She took a deep breath, suppressed her inattention, took off her shoes, lifted her feet, and stepped on the chair with her little white socks. Finally, she stood on the chair, and the next step was the small square stool on it. Her little white socks stepped on the small stool, and she felt a tremor. It's shaking so much, the stool is not stable. Zhu Chuchu, you are shaking yourself. Zhu Yuantang, oh. She stepped on the small square stool with one foot and said, Chuchu, don't stop me, I'm on it. Zhu Chuchu, okay, I'm far away. Come closer. Zhu Yuantang gritted her teeth and stepped on the small square stool with both little white socks, but she was so scared that she didn't dare to straighten her back. She trembled and unscrewed the light bulb and quickly fell off the square stool. Seeing this, Zhu Chuchu took the initiative to say, let me install the new light bulb. The light bulb is still warm. Zhu Yuantang touched the light bulb. Chuchu, wait a minute, I'll be back soon. A minute later, Zhu Yuantang appeared in the room holding a wooden stick. Seeing this scene, Zhu Chuchu raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing her doubts. Zhu Yuantang waved the stick twice and assured, Chuchu, don't worry about installing the light bulb. If you get electrocuted, I will knock you down with a stick. Chapter 564. Looking straight. At night, outside the number 4 middle school, in a rental house, Myozhe sent a message to Lukaki. What skincare products did you say last time to remove blackheads? Lukaki replied immediately, the 0.5% salicylic acid cotton pads I recommended to you last time are good. If you keep using them, you will see results in 1 or 2 months. If you want better results, you can actually go to a beauty salon and do some projects. Myozhe, do projects in a beauty salon really work? Lukaki replied, of course it works, otherwise all those rich women would go to do it. Are they all stupid because they have too much money? Myozhe, okay, I'll think about it. After the chat, Myozhe took out his wallet and counted his savings. There was still more than 300 yuan. Together with the more than 800 yuan in his bank card, it might be a lot of savings for an ordinary high school student, but Myozhe not only takes care of his skin, but also learns how to dress, and is also going to a beauty salon. In the future, when Yanenai comes to see him, he can't let her spend money. The money in his hand is just a drop in the bucket. Myozhe's eyes were calm. He was from a single parent family. His mother opened a small clothing store. The income was not much better than that of the working class. He did not want his family to know about his online love for the time being. Therefore, Myozhe had to rely on himself and work hard to make money. He could earn a little from his desk at Wuzaoki, such as helping to write a self-criticism, but unfortunately Wuzaoki was not a troublemaker every day. Kishian Heng from class 2 was very rich. Myozhe taught them to fold little stars and earned 100 yuan, but this kind of thing, like Wuzaoki's, was a rare opportunity. He had to think of other ways, a way to make money steadily. Although Miozhe was silent in class, it did not mean that he knew nothing about the class. On the contrary, his sensitive heart made him very observant. The most profitable person in the class should be Zheng Lu. She could earn 2 to 3,000 yuan a month by drawing online. Unfortunately, Miozhe could not learn such professional skills. Zhu Yuantang was also very good, and he received many scholarships, but Miozhe could not learn it either. After failing to come up with a solution, Miozhe searched online for ways for high school students to make money, and then went to a local forum in Yazhou. A pet search notice attracted him. A brown Labrador with a notch on its right ear was lost in a park near Dacheng community. A reward of 500 yuan will be given to the finder. Please contact 1,385,526 inches. Miozhe was about to skip it, but he suddenly remembered what Hujun had said in the class group. Why not give it a try? Miozhe thought. Saturday, after lunch, on the street in front of the school gate, 2 ordinary looking boys walked side by side. A boy wearing glasses and a thin figure said, "Hujun, are you sure?" The other boy, who was slightly taller, more solid, and slightly darker in complexion, counted on the magic weapon in his hand. It depends on the situation. This morning, Hujun was planning to go to the young lady at the gate to wash his hair at noon. When Hujun thought of the young lady's gentle technique and charming smile, he couldn't hold back. Unfortunately, 7 yuan for a hair wash was almost as much as a meal. For a kid from a rural area like Hujun, 7 yuan was a big burden. What's more, he not only had to take care of the young lady in the barber shop, but also the middle-aged fried tofu stall owner and the loving divorced Tottenbig sister. Everything he had needed to be paid for. It was a pity that Hujun didn't have enough financial resources and didn't take care of her often enough, which made the big sisters always complain. If Hujun had enough money, he could do more than just wash his hair at the hair salon. He wanted to do projects that others couldn't do. For example, a stress-relieving hair treatment that cost up to 50 yuan. So when Miozhe came to him, Hujun agreed without hesitation. Hujun passed by the familiar fruit stand, took a deep breath, and smelled the strong fruity aroma of bananas, pineapples, and mangoes. This fragrance is eternal, always present, penetrating into the lungs, and intoxicating. Hujun passed by many fruit stalls, but never smelled such a strong fragrance. It was because the owner of the fruit stall was a plump young aunt. Miozhe and Hujun were poor students. They chose to take the bus to Dacheng community. 15 minutes later, Hujun looked at the park in front of him. It was already the end of October. The leaves of the willow trees were yellowing, but they were still graceful, just like the woman with charm. The not so glaring sunlight shone through the clouds and sprinkled on the grass and trees covered with autumn clothes. Miozhe showed the screen of his mobile phone. "It's this dog." Hujun only took a look and remembered it in his heart. He hid his fingers in his sleeves and broke the sachet he had prepared in advance. "Let's go, search along the park, and go back if we can't find it." The invisible fragrance enveloped Hujun's body. He and Miozhe walked along the stone path of the park, walked every path, and finally came to the artificial river. Suddenly, a hurried dog barked from below. Afternoon, back row. Duan Shigen was puzzled when he saw Ma Shichen concentrating on playing games and not paying attention to what was happening outside. In the past, he was the best in the class in terms of neglecting his studies, but after coming to class 8, he found that there were people who were much better than him. Wu Zhaoqi who played basketball every day, Cuiyu and Mengi who watched movies after class, and Zhang Kai who thought about making money every day. Compared with them, Duan Shigen felt that he was working too hard. "Brother, I've been transferred to another school for a few months. How come every time I see you, you're always playing games?" Ma Shichen, life is short, so enjoy it while you can. Duan Shigen, no, don't you want to study? Ma Shichen, I can't concentrate. Wang Lang Lang, my brother Ma has realized the true meaning of life now. Just have fun, and don't worry about it. Don't force yourself to work hard, just because others are working hard. You'll end up not learning well, and not having fun at the slightest sign of trouble. Duan Shigen was moved by what he said, but the string in his heart bounced back. He looked at Liu Chuandao who was trapped in the abyss and said, "No, I have reasons to work hard. Wang long long, the word hard work makes me tired just looking at it. A slave should do twice the work." Duan Shigen resentfully, "I would rather be a slave." He had another sentence hidden in his heart that he didn't say. "I would rather be a slave than go back to the days before." The short-haired Yang Sheng who was throwing away the garbage looked at him and said casually, "Okay, Gangzi, I will arrange 2 jobs for you today." Hu Jun carried a large bag of snacks and stepped into the classroom of class 8 with high spirits. "Wow. Such a big bag. Junzi, you are rich." Zhang Kai surrounded him and was amazed. Today, Hu Jun and Mao Zhe found a pet dog and made a profit of 500 yuan. They were going to split it equally, but they felt that 250 yuan per person was not good, so they each took 200 yuan. With the remaining 100 yuan, they bought some food and a large bag of snacks. This money was no different from the money found. Hu Jun shouted, "This is what brother Zhe and I bought. Everyone share it." Hu Jun poured some snacks on the table, including potato chips, shrimp crackers, small bread, dried tofu, etc. Zhang Kai took 2 bags, and others also took them happily. Hu Jun took the remaining snacks and walked to Jiang Ning's position. Jiang Ning once treated the whole class to food. Hu Jun has not forgotten this friendship. Moreover, he was a bit boastful. After being inspired by Mao Zhe, Hu Jun suddenly remembered that he actually had such an amazing talent, and it was a talent that could be cashed in. He was no longer an ordinary student, but a social person with the ability to make money. The sudden change of identity made Hu Jun suddenly enlightened, and he felt that his future was bright. "Jiang Ning, get some snacks to try," Hu Jun said. "Thanks." Zhu Yuantan thanked. After seeing this, Zheng Lu smiled and said, "Hey, what's good today?" At the beginning of the school year, Zheng Lu was also a person in the back row. She was not a female classmate like Bai Yuxia and Shen Qinsh who always sat in the front row, so they were quite familiar with each other. Hu Jun said calmly, "I made 200 yuan this afternoon. Pretty impressive." Jiang Ning said, "Not bad, not bad." Hu Jun left with a comfortable body. Zhu Yuantang unpacked the snacks and ate them. Zheng Lu moved to Chen Xiao's seat, holding a small bottle in her hand. "Can you help me put eye drops in?" Zheng Lu usually draws, which requires concentration, often for a long time at a time. After excessive use of the eyes are inevitably uncomfortable, so she always has a bottle of eye drops. "I can't put them in well by myself." Zheng Lu's helplessness and cute appearance intertwined, covering up the little intention deep in her heart. "No problem." Jiang Ning knew that it was not easy to put eye drops in. "Okay, thank you. Between you and me, no need to be polite." Jiang Ning took the small bottle. Zheng Lu slowly closed her eyes, leaned forward, and presented her graceful face. At this moment, her breathing became even, and she was ready, as if letting him do whatever he wanted. 3 seconds later, "Jiang Ning, what are you doing? How can I give it to you if you don't open your eyes?" Zheng Lu just opened her eyes and said apologetically, "Oh, sorry, I just thought." However, when she noticed the teasing in Jiang Ning's eyes, she couldn't help but panic. Could it be that he knows what I mean? The first class in the afternoon was Gao Hishuo's class. Gao Hishuo, who was tall and strong, stepped into the territory of class 8 with a strong murderous aura. The whole class held their breath and no one whispered, because Wang Lang had released the news in advance. It was rumored that Gao Hishuo had a blind date with a strange woman in the S restaurant at noon today and was cruelly rejected. Therefore, no one dared to touch his tiger whiskers at this point. "Where is Meng Jiui? Why didn't Meng Jiui come to the classroom?" Gao Hishuo roared. Xin Yaoling replied, "Meng Jiui is sick and asked for leave." Gao Hishuo said sarcastically, "Students nowadays have not suffered much, but their health is very poor. They catch colds and fevers all the time. 10 years ago, which students in our time had these problems? You still say that the young people of today are in good health. Wait and see, your generation may not live long." He suppressed the entire class with his own strength. No one spoke. At this moment, from the north of the classroom, from the endless dark abyss, a cry came out, "How long can our generation live? Teacher, you will definitely not see it." As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Liu Chuandao. Gao Hishuo's face couldn't be any darker, and he roared, "Get out." Liu Chuandao quickly took advantage of the situation to escape from the devil's cave. The air in the back row of the classroom was fragrant. During this time, the classmates in the class were trying to hold back their laughter. Gao Hishuo saw it and was furious. After dealing with the troublemaker, Gao Hishuo was ready to re-establish his prestige. He said to the whole class, "Have you finished the math test paper distributed during the evening self-study yesterday?" Jiang Ning, teacher, you didn't say you had to finish it, did you? Gao Hishuo, every time I hand out the test papers, I will explain it the next day. You haven't finished it, right? He said indifferently, "Go stand at the back." Jiang Ning quickly showed the test paper and said, "I finished it." Gao Hishuo's mouth twitched. "What the hell, you finished it? What are you asking? Why are things going wrong today?" Gao Hishuo swept the classroom with a gloomy look and said expressionlessly, "For all the students who haven't finished the math test papers handed out yesterday, stand at the back of the classroom. Don't wait for me to check them one by one." Following his words, many classmates looked unhappy. Soon, Yuan, Qiangli, Mengxian, Cuiu, Zhangkai and a large group of people left their seats unwillingly. Since there were too many people standing as punishment, the back of the classroom was even a little crowded. Liu Chuandao looked at the 4 golden flowers around him and felt sad. "I risked being beaten by the head teacher, but I still couldn't get rid of you." Cuiu, fate, it's indescribable. There were a lot of empty seats in the classroom. Ma Shicheng sat alone in a seat that was connected to the 4th floor. He looked a little different. Duan Shigen was shocked. "This man is so insidious. He told me to enjoy life while I can before class, but he actually finished the test paper secretly. Damn, who else can I trust?" Ma Shicheng was unusually calm, but he didn't know that behind him, Wang Longlong, Jiuo Kunan, and Hu Jun were looking at him with some surprise. They knew Ma Zhe's homework completion rate better than anyone else. Wang Longlong thought to himself, Ma Zhe really didn't finish it, he just didn't write it at all. The second class was the physics teacher's class. He went to Ansheng to attend a cram school to earn extra money, so he studied on his own during this class. Physics is a difficult subject. Bei Yuxia turned around and asked Jiang Ning a question. Zhu Yuantong, his deskmate, was sleeping soundly next to him, not caring about worldly affairs. In the last class, almost half of the students were punished by Gao Hishuo to stand for a whole class. They were really tired and no one was in the mood to talk. The classroom was very quiet. This afternoon class was particularly comfortable. After Jiang Ning's guidance, Bei Yuxia held the ink pen and wrote the formula on the paper. Her long hair was tied up, revealing the elegant neckline. The window was half open, and the warm sunlight poured into the classroom without hindrance, falling on the desk and Bei Yuxia's delicate face, coating her with a layer of brilliance, making her skin look more like snow. She always looked calm and focused on solving the problem. Everything around her seemed to disappear, leaving only her and the homework. The inner and outer perfectly combined into a higher level of beauty. Time passed quietly, and Bei Yuxia didn't notice it until she solved the problem. Then she raised her face. Then, she met Jiang Ning's eyes. Bei Yuxia's eyes were calm, and she was naturally not timid. She looked at him frankly. 10 seconds later, Jiang Ning suddenly leaned in and lowered his voice. "Actually, you are very beautiful." Bei Yuxia didn't expect that he would say such a thing. It was totally beyond her expectations. This straightforwardness also made her heart beat slightly faster. She couldn't help but turn her eyes away, revealing Jiang Ning's delicate profile, which was inevitably stained with blush. Chapter 565 Passing. A week passed quietly. November 1st, Saturday. The school bell rang at noon, and the boys in the back row ran like wild dogs to the cafeteria to grab food. When most of the classroom was empty, Jiang Ning slowly left his seat and rushed to the cafeteria with Zhu Yuantong, who was still sleepy. It rained last night, and the sun was shining brightly today. The air was filled with the smell of moist soil, which was the unique freshness after the rain. The 4th middle school has been established for some years. There are several small puddles on the cement ground. The water in those small puddles is very clear, like a small lake, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds in the sky. From time to time, there are childish high school students in front, showing off, jumping over the small puddles, laughter, and playful sounds one after another, full of vitality and energy. Zhu Yuantang wore a pair of sneakers today. She stepped into the puddle carefully and walked over the water deliberately. Tang Fu, who was not far away, saw this and chose a wide puddle. She stepped to the edge with a light and firm gait. She planted her left foot firmly on the ground, and her sportswear fit her tight and well-proportioned long legs. Tang Fu suddenly jumped up, her figure like a flying swallow, her long hair dancing in the wind, and she easily crossed the puddle. After landing, she slightly bent her knees and rushed slowly. The whole process was smooth and natural, and particularly pleasing to the eye. The students around couldn't help but look at her sideways, shocked by the girl's height and graceful posture. After watching, Zhu Yuantang pouted her lips. Jiang Ning, I want to dance too. Okay, after the dance, accompany me to buy some pumpkin seeds. Well, why buy pumpkin seeds? Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Jiang Ning said, you will definitely be splashed with mud and water. When Aunt Gu beats you tonight, I will eat pumpkin seeds next to you. Zhu Yuantang, damn it, so vicious. But she still chose a small puddle, jumped lightly, and jumped over. After the jump, she asked Jiang Ning, am I good? Very good. Zhu Yuantang seemed to be slightly dissatisfied with Jiang Ning's perfunctory response. She found a wider puddle, and jumped over it again. Then, her confidence gradually increased. Jiang Ning fell behind, watching Zhu Yuantang's lively and excited figure with a smile in his eyes. Zhu Yuantang in her previous life had never behaved like this. When she was in the first and second year of high school, she would leave the classroom and go out to buy food. Her little face was almost expressionless, giving him the feeling that she was covered with a layer of grey filter. In comparison, he still liked the lively and colorful Tang Tang in front of him more. Jiang Ning saw that she chose a puddle beyond her ability, so he took a step forward and rushed to Zhu Yuantang's side. Zhu Yuantang jumped over several puddles in a row, and her heart swelled a lot. She aimed at this wide puddle and jumped happily. However, she obviously overestimated herself. Seeing that she was about to step into the puddle, a look of fear appeared on her face. The scene in front of her eyes flashed rapidly, as if she had predicted that mud and water would splash all over her clothes, and then she would be punished by her mother when she returned home at night. No. I, Zhu Yuantang, definitely have more than this ability. Fly for me. At the critical moment, Jiang Ning rushed over. He stretched out his right hand and accurately grabbed the back of her collar at the moment when Tang Tang was about to fall into the puddle. He lifted her up like a puppet and hung her in the air. Zhu Yuantang's collar tightened and her throat was strangled. She kicked her short legs as if she was walking in the air, and her body moved forward with the movement of her feet. If Jiang Ning is ignored, it is simply magical like King Gang. A few seconds later, Jiang Ning put Tang Tang on the ground. The feeling of being suspended in the air disappeared, and Zhu Yuantang felt a little melancholy. She turned her head and looked up at Jiang Ning. She wanted to say something proud, but she couldn't. Finally, she said, you saved me in time, didn't you? Then she saw Jiang Ning smiling brightly, of course. Zhu Yuantang adjusted her collar, looked around, and found that some students nearby were looking at her in amazement. She wanted to play again, but now she felt embarrassed. Let's play next time, she decided secretly. 20 meters behind her, Che Wei, surrounded by the 4 golden flowers, looked like he had no desire to live. He once thought about not eating in the cafeteria, just as if the money he paid to the school was wasted. However, every time after school, Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei would find him, surround him, and crowd him to the cafeteria. He was surrounded by stars, like an emperor in ancient times, majestic and powerful. Unfortunately, Che Wei couldn't be happy. He couldn't stand walking with such an ugly girl, and enduring the weird eyes of the students around him. The scene of Jiang Ning carrying Zhu Yuantang happened to be seen by the 4 golden flowers. Pang Jiao covered her mouth and said shyly, "Oi, we want some too." A strong murderous aura burst out, and Che Wei held his breath and dared not answer. Wang Yanan said, Che Wei, if you are willing, as a reward, we will buy you snacks next week. It doesn't matter whether you eat snacks or not. The key is that, if you bring snacks, Pang Jiao will no longer bring him homemade dishes. Che Wei gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation. Okay. 5 minutes later, Zhang Kai found that there were 3 empty seats at their dining table. He said impatiently, where is Pang Jiao? If she doesn't come again, I will eat these ribs. Yan Shai and Peng shouted beside him, hurry up, we have a big business at noon. Zhang Yifu's square face with sharp edges showed a look of reluctance. When Pang Jiao was diving, Li Shengnan also rushed to jump. In the end, they were on the left and right, with Che Wei sandwiched in the middle. The 2 women took Che Wei and flew into the air. Che Wei tried to catch them with both hands, but was thrown away by the inertia of the 2. His knee pads were scratched, and he is now in the infirmary to treat the wound. After dinner, Mao Zhe, Hu Jun, Zhang Kai, Yan Shai and Peng, the 4 of them gathered in the empty classroom of class 8. Hu Jun looked at the 2 and said, it's agreed that no matter whether it succeeds or not, each person will pay 50 yuan, and the travel expenses will be paid by themselves. Yan Shai and Peng rubbed his hands and bent down like a bear. Don't worry. Hu Jun was satisfied. After he and Mao Zhe made a deal last week, they tasted the sweetness and became addicted to this way of making money. Mao Zhe subsequently found 2 more posts about lost pets. In one of the posts, they searched for a whole afternoon, but didn't find the pet, so they had to give up. In the subsequent post, the pet was found, but the owner regretted it when he saw that they were students. He only gave 50 yuan instead of the 1000 yuan he had agreed to. Mao Zhe was angry at the time, but fortunately Hu Jun stopped him, otherwise the scene would be very ugly. However, Hu Jun did not swallow this breath. My money, can you also be greedy? He lured the other party's dog away from home, and then the owner posted a message looking for the dog. Today, Hu Jun hired 2 thugs to collect the debt in person. With a command, the 4 set off. On the bus, since the marathon sponsored by Changqing Liquid will start tomorrow, there are obviously more passengers on the bus today than usual. Even in the car, there are passengers talking about the marathon. Yan Shai and Peng, Kaizi, you are so lucky. Zhang Kai laughed, of course. After the announcement of the prize money of Changqing Liquid last week, countless people scrambled for the marathon list, but Zhang Kai won the first draw. His luck was simply against the sky. Now he is waiting for the marathon to start tomorrow and then win a place. Mao Zhe sat a little further back and did not participate in their chat. He unscrewed the purified water and took a sip. Hu Jun unscrewed his thermos cup and drank a sip of warm wolfberry tea. Zizi, the weather is getting colder and colder. This situation will happen more often in the future. I suggest you buy a thermos cup and drink some hot water. It will be more comfortable and save money. Right, you only spend 1 yuan for a bottle of purified water each time. A little bit will add up to a lot. Mao Zhe calculated. Indeed, I will buy a thermos cup online later. Hu Jun felt warm in his heart. Mao Zhe seemed difficult to approach on the surface, but after getting to know him, he was easy to get along with and listen to advice. Hu Jun had always wanted to find someone to inherit his craft. At the beginning, he chose Cuiu, but since Cuiu and Jiang Ning competed in magic and swallowed a giant spider, Cuiu gave up learning, which disappointed Hu Jun. 20 minutes later, the bus stopped at the west stop of Zuhua Park, and 4 people got off. Hu Jun, let's go and get my teddy dog. Mao Zhe drank another sip of purified water. Hu Jun felt dry and wanted to moisten his throat. He touched it with both hands and said in surprise, damn, my thermos cup was left on the bus. He watched the bus in the distance drive onto the Zuhua Lake Bridge. Hu Jun forgot his sadness. He first went to the park to get the teddy dog and then used Zhang Kai's mobile phone to call the owner. Then they chose a remote place to wait. Zhang Kai held the teddy dog and went to the agreed place with the burly Yan Shai and Peng to negotiate with the dog owner. Mao Zhe looked at the backs of the 2 and said worriedly, can it work? The day before yesterday, he and Hu Jun were very happy after finding the teddy dog, which meant that the 1000 yuan reward was in hand. The dog owners were a middle-aged couple. They were aggressive and threatening. The fat middle-aged woman looked down on them and said, "Do you know that it is illegal not to return your pet? I will call the police to arrest you." In the end, Hu-jun had no choice but to return the dog. Before leaving, the middle-aged woman shouted, "Be honest and don't think about crooked ways." Myozhe was very angry. He still feels very angry when he thinks about it. If Hu-jun hadn't dragged him away, Myozhe might have had a conflict with them. Fortunately, Hu-jun was very capable and made their dog lost again. With Zankai on the scene this time, Hu-jun was not worried at all. He said calmly, "Professional matters should be left to professionals. Keep calm." Finally, he added in his heart, "Evil men need evil men to deal with them." Soon, a miserable dog bark was heard in the distance. Myozhe said in surprise, "Will the talks fail? Hu-jun, keep calm, don't panic." Then Zankai roared, "Alpaca, did you see the ID card? I'm underage. Believe it or not, I'll smash it to death." Myozhe's eyelids twitched. "Will they fight? Hu-jun, don't panic." 5 minutes later, Zankai and Yan Xianpeng returned, both smiling and walking briskly. Yan Xianpeng took out a stack of banknotes and slapped it into Hu-jun's hand. "Here." Hu-jun nodded. "Why only 7? Yan Xianpeng opened his mouth to explain. Hu-jun said, "We agreed on a fee of 1,000 yuan. Do you want to cooperate next time?" After saying this, Yan Xianpeng smiled and touched his pocket again. "Oh, damn, my pocket is too tight and I missed 3 bills. Now it's complete." Yan Xianpeng stretched out his hand and said, "Look at my hand. There is still a red mark." That woman grabbed it. "Give me some more reward." In the end, Hu-jun gave them each 100 yuan. "The bus is here, you can go." Yan Xianpeng pointed at the bus. After Hu-jun and Myozhe got on the bus, Yan Xianpeng and Zankai did not get on the bus. The bus drove away, and Yan Xianpeng took out another stack of banknotes. "Chizzy, look at the red marks on my hands. If I hadn't told them that they were scratched by a dog, they would definitely not be willing to give me an extra 1,000 yuan. I tell you, I have to get 800 yuan. Zankai, get lost." I threatened them that, if they didn't pay, I would throw the wild dog to death. My voice is hoarse. In the end, Zankai got 500 yuan, plus the reward from Hu-jun. He made a total of 600 yuan. Zankai, damn it, I must interact with Hu-jun more in the future. Before class in the afternoon, Zhu Yuantang told Jiang Ning that a new greenhouse had been built to the west of the bungalow to grow strawberries. Boss Yang relied on his righteous character and his father-in-law's connections to make a small farmhouse very successful, and people came to patronize it every day. He did not limit himself to this, but opened a strawberry garden to expand the business environment. Will we have strawberries to eat in the future? Zhu Yuantang looked forward to it. Strawberries are especially delicious in winter, but the disadvantage is that they are too expensive. In previous years, Zhu Yuantang could not afford them. Jiang Ning, yes. He also asked Xiao Shuangshang to select the best varieties. He planted a batch of strawberries in Huqi Mountain, which will be ripe this winter. Chen Xiaoyu, who was sitting at the back table, joined the conversation, saying that she and her sister liked to go to the greenhouse to pick strawberries. Every time they picked a full basket, they could even make back their investment. Zhu Yuantang generously said that he would invite them to pick strawberries in winter. Jiang Ning listened on the side. Since Huqi Mountain was contracted by Changqing Liquid, it has been in a state of prohibition, and no one is allowed to climb the mountain. Many security members patrol the road at the foot of the mountain day and night, and he has set up a spiritual array based on Huqi Mountain to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After this period of development, there are many spiritual fields in the mountain. Even if the temperature drops to -10 degrees in winter, Huqi Mountain is still like spring all year round, and all kinds of medicinal herbs are colorful and full of vitality. He not only uses Huqi Mountain as a spiritual herb cultivation site, but also plans to build some enjoyment facilities. Recently, Jiang Ning used magic to survey the heat energy underground, trying to find enough geothermal water resources so that a hot spring well can be opened. Anyway, the flying sword he refined was about to gather dust, so he might as well use it to dig stones for sharpening. Even if there were no geothermal water resources in Huqi Mountain, he could still use the magic circle to derive hot springs. After arranging the hot springs, Jiang Ning planned to build a private mountain villa around it. The thought of being away from the hustle and bustle of the city, being in the mountains, soaking in hot springs, and listening to the birds' whispers would definitely make people feel relaxed and refreshed, and all fatigue would be swept away. Surrounded by Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice, Jiang Ning smiled. She must have never soaked in a hot spring. When the time is right, it's time to show her. Apostrophe. Chapter 566 Arrest. November 1st, evening. In Zhu Yuantang's kitchen, the incandescent lamp glowed with a pale yellow light, illuminating the entire room. The wood in the stove next to it had not yet completely extinguished. As the remaining wood burned, it occasionally made a crackling sound. A unique wood fragrance mixed with the smoke from the earthen stove, exuding a faint natural scent. Zhu Chuchu picked up the bowl. Would you like to have some rice? Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang said at the same time. Another bowl. Zhu Chuchu stood up lightly and took the bowl with both hands. As she moved, her hair fluttered gently, corresponding to her graceful posture, like a virtuous little wife. There were 2 dishes on the table, stir-fried clams with green onions and ginger, a plate of minced meat and eggplant that went very well with rice, and fried crispy dough cakes in the steamed bun basket. At this time, the meal was halfway through, and Zhu Yuantang finished the 3rd bowl of pumpkin soup. Jiang Ning reached out for the chopsticks and aimed at the clams on the plate. He remembers that the first time he ate razor clams was when he was in the 5th grade of elementary school, when he went to the coastal city where his parents worked. Most of the left behind children in the central region are like him. They stay in their hometown to study during school. When they have a long vacation, if conditions permit, they go to the place where their parents work, stay there for a month or 2, and then come back to school. Jiang Ning lives in the countryside. There are not many places selling seafood in the town, and things like razor clams are really rare. However, there are many in coastal cities. I remember that afternoon, he waited until his mother got off work and went to the vegetable market with her. His mother bought some razor clams. Just like today, after stir-frying with green onions and ginger, Jiang Ning, a child, liked the spicy and fresh taste for the first time. It's a pity that Jiang Ning didn't try it for many years after he came back from his parents. Things that you can't get when you are a child are easy to become obsessions or feelings when you grow up. For example, some foods and some people will let go, while others will miss them. Jiang Ning was about to pick up a piece of razor clam, but unexpectedly, another pair of chopsticks came from the opposite side. The pair of chopsticks met his chopsticks unexpectedly. Zhu Yuantang pecked at the clam at a faster speed. Jiang Ning moved the chopsticks and gently picked up her chopsticks, flicking them away. Zhu Yuantang was not convinced and used chopsticks as a weapon to fight Jiang Ning. The crisp sounds of bang 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 intertwined on the dining table. Zhu Chuchu put their bowls on the dining table. She watched the childish fight between the two, and the corners of her lips rose slightly, quietly outlining a gentle arc, as cold and sweet as a spring. After a few seconds, the battle was decided, and Jiang Ning found an opportunity to clamp the clam. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang was anxious. She directly broke the rules and reached out to grab the tender clam from under Jiang Ning's chopsticks. Zhu Yuantang was about to stuff it into her mouth, but suddenly Jiang Ning shook her wrist, and she only saw a shadow. Zhu Yuantang quickly withdrew her hand and successfully stuffed it into her mouth. She boasted, "I'm still the best. No, I'm better." Jiang Ning tasted the clams fried with green onion and ginger. The taste was very tender, fresh and refreshing. Zhu Yuantang only then realized that she had only eaten the shells, and the meat inside was stolen. Zhu Yuantang curled her lips. Seeing that Jiang Ning was eating so deliciously, she reluctantly sucked the juice left on her fingers. Zhu Chuchu suddenly asked, "Is it delicious?" This dish was cooked by her, and the two of them fighting for it made her feel warm in her heart. Jiang Ning did not praise the specific taste and flavor. He only said, "The taste of my mother's cooking when I was a child." Zhu Chuchu smiled lightly, and even the last trace of coldness disappeared, leaving only warm sweetness. "If you like it, I will buy it again next week." Zhu Yuantang gathered his strength, turned his grief and anger into appetite, and ate in silence. Zhu Chuchu didn't talk much during the meal, so Jiang Ning didn't talk to her. He took a sip of the slightly sweet pumpkin soup, and the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took out his phone and saw a message from Xiao Shuangshan. The food at the supply points during the marathon has been arranged. It's all prepared by our chefs, and it brings together all kinds of specialties from Yazhou, including crispy pork, fruit salad, cold cakes, and ice jelly. Jiang Ning glanced at Tang Tang, who was eating, and replied, "Yeah. The volunteer signs have been made. I've prepared 10 for you. In addition, for the smooth running of the competition, I've arranged a batch of electric vehicles as the official designated vehicles for the event, which will serve as the escort for the event and advocate green travel. You can ride your bike to eat in front of 10,000 runners." Jiang Ning, that's thoughtful. He had never paid attention to marathons, and he didn't expect there was such a way to lead the way by riding a bike. Xiao Shuangshan asked again, "The finale food you prepared, that is, what time will it be delivered?" "My chef will be on standby the whole time. In addition, I specially purchased a few goats so that we can make roasted whole lamb near the finish line of the race." Jiang Ning, "I'm going to Huqi Mountain in the early morning." There was a pause of 1 minute and asked, "Is it dangerous?" Jiang Ning, "It won't hurt me." Xiao Shuangshan knew that he was extraordinary. Jiang Ning was responsible for solving all the troubles encountered in the international expansion of Changqing Liquid, but she and he had already become a community of shared destiny. She still cared. "Be careful." At the dinner table, Zhu Yuantang ate for a while and said, "Choo choo, I will take you to broaden your horizons tomorrow." "Marathon?" "Yes. Zhu Chuchu, I heard it's very popular. There are also students in our class discussing it. This is the first time that Yazhou has held a marathon. In previous years, people heard about marathons mostly in big cities. Now it is appearing in their own city for the first time. Of course, they are proud of it. What's more, Changqing Guy offered a sky-high prize of 660,000 yuan. The average house price in Yazhou is only about 3,000 or 4,000 yuan now. The price of houses in particularly good locations is only 5,000 yuan, which is equivalent to a house and a car. Let's go eat delicious food. There are drinks, fruits, and chocolates. Zhu Yuantang was looking forward to it. Zhu Chuchu looked at Tang Tang's eager expression, as if she had returned to her childhood. In the past, when rural people got married, they often liked to throw candies to celebrate. Tang Tang would take her to grab candies, and they would grab a lot of candies every time. If they met generous relatives, they would even throw money into the air. That was their happiest moment. Zhu Chuchu hesitated. "The food is prepared for the contestants, right?" Zhu Yuantang said proudly. "Jiang Ning applied for volunteers for us, and volunteers can eat snacks, chocolate, Red Bull drinks, and energy bars. You haven't eaten them, right?" "They are all free." Zhu Yuantang tempted her. Zhu Chuchu, "Okay." She agreed. Seeing this, Jiang Ning decided to let Chuchu ride a battery car to take Tang Tang and let them taste all the food along the way. As for himself, we will discuss it later. He may choose to run with Yang Sheng and help her break the wind resistance. After all, he agreed to cheer her up. If he only cares about eating, wouldn't it be bad? Of course, he may also be a volunteer. The Class 8 group chat is in full swing. The marathon held in the city has become the main topic of the night. Class 8 is very lucky. After confessing, such a small class actually won 5 places to participate in the marathon. They are Shan Keiquan, Zhang Kai, Yang Sheng, Tang Jing, and Huang Yazhu. The 5-person network extends to cover nearly half of the students in the class. Meng Xian said that she will cheer for her sister Tang Jing on the spot tomorrow, and Kao-kun chose to follow. Shan Keiquan attracted Ji Yuo-kun and others, not to mention Yang Sheng, the twins, Bei Yuxia, and even Dan Qingfeng all chose to go. Xin Yaoling, I wish you all the best in tomorrow's race and hope you can get into the top 100. Jiang Yanan asked, "Do you know how long it takes to get into the top 100 of a half marathon?" Chen Kan replied, "Even in a small city, you have to run at least 1 hour and 35 minutes to have a chance of getting into the top 100. What's more, the prize money is generous this time. Among the 5,000 runners who will be drawn later, there are definitely many professional runners, including international elites." Ji Yuo-kun, "Brother Quan, what is your maximum time for 10 kilometers?" Shan Kaikun replied, I haven't tested my limit, but I ran 43 minutes last time. Jiuo Kanan cheered for his good brother. 43 minutes for 10 kilometers, 86 minutes for 20 kilometers, and 1 hour and 26 minutes. That's solid. He opened the champagne in advance. Chen Qian, a half marathon is 21.0975 kilometers, and 10 kilometers is different from 20 kilometers. The further you go, the more tired you will be. Zhang Kai said, don't be afraid of a bear, just do it. With my physical fitness, is there any problem getting into the top 100? Duan Shigang, brother Kai is still awesome. Pang Jiao said, I really want to run a marathon. I heard that some people can lose 5 kilograms by running a marathon. If I hadn't lost the spot, I would definitely participate. Wang Yang, oh, what a pity, God doesn't let you, Jiao, lose weight, how annoying. Zhang Yifei, I also want to participate, but I don't have the blessing. Chen Qian, let me correct you, it's no problem to lose 5 kilograms in a full marathon, but this time we are running a half marathon, so it's difficult to lose 5 kilograms. In addition, even if you can't participate in the marathon, you can still run outside as a running companion. Wang Lang thought to himself, brother Qian is impulsive. Pang Jiao was furious and replied, what do you care? Zhang Yifei, what do you care? Li Shengnan, what do you care? Wang Yang, you know so much, that's amazing. Chen Qian wanted to slap himself in the face. It was Zhen Yaoling who came out to persuade them, stop arguing. Pang Jiao, why am I arguing? Wasn't he the one who was meddling in other people's business first? Wang Yang, yeah, what did Jiao do wrong? You are a class monitor, why are you taking sides? Li Shengnan, Chen Qian is a good student, that's great. Zhen Yaoling was so angry that she wanted to silence several people, but she knew that she couldn't abuse her power. After venting her anger for a few words, Pang Jiao made a big fuss in the class group. Sooner or later, I will become as thin as a lightning bolt and blind your eyes. Wang Yang, oh, Jiao, you can do it. The other two golden flowers praised Pang Jiao's spirit. Chen Qian couldn't control his hands, and he typed a line of words. In fact, there is a kind of lightning called ball lightning, commonly known as rolling landmines. After this sentence was sent, the class group was quiet for a moment. Chen Qian closed his eyes. I will never regret dedicating myself to defending the truth. The class group was completely in chaos, and the screen was filled with abusive messages. At this time, Jiang Ning received an invitation from Shan Kaikun to join the group, from the Marathon No. 4 middle school group. You are a volunteer, join it, Shan Kaikun said. After clicking to agree, Jiang Ning saw many familiar faces in the group. Wu Yunsky, Wan King, Zichen. I participated in the 1500 meter race in junior high school, and won a place. I will take you to run, when the time comes. Shang Wan King, but brother, if you take me to run, will it delay your winning? Sister doesn't want to drag you down. Many lurking group members, seeing such greasy words, secretly complained in their hearts, where did you get the bragging? Wu Yunxi was secretly happy to see such a charming little girl acting coquettishly in public. He said, for me, the competition is not as important as you. On the other side of the screen, Shang Wan King replied expressionlessly, oh, why are you so nice? I'm so touched. I'm so embarrassed I'm afraid of delaying you. During her speech, many group members clicked into her question space. Shang Wan King's space is open to everyone, and contains many photos. Shy, cute, and confused. People who originally thought she was hot changed their minds in an instant. She was not hot at all, she was obviously cute. For example, Tao Nian, a senior high school sports student who had competed in the high jump finals with Jiang Ning, jumped out and said, junior sister, you are also participating in the marathon. When Wu Yunxi saw that his beauty was being approached, he immediately said, it's okay, Wan King, you can run with me when the time comes. November 2nd. At 2 o'clock in the morning, everything was silent. The sky was a deep blue with stars, and the moonlight fell on the fields, showing a little fluorescence. Zhu Yuantang next door was fast asleep, and Zhu Chuchu also fell asleep. The door of the room where Jiang Ning was suddenly opened without wind, and his figure appeared in the small courtyard. He flicked his hand casually, and the pocket-sized spirit boat expanded. He jumped on the spirit boat and sailed towards Yuki Mountain. The mountain forest in the early morning was dark, and there was a faint cloud and mist. In the forest, a group of wild boars were foraging. They had a rough and thick appearance, grey hair covering their bodies, and short and sturdy limbs to support their heavy bodies. The adult wild boar in the lead had a pair of sharp tusks protruding from its head and was extremely ferocious. This wild boar brought its family with it to forage for food, moving freely in the mountains and forests, using its tusks to dig food underground. Its small eyes flickered, always paying attention to the movements around it, and its ears kept shaking, as if catching sounds. In this situation, Jiang Ning's figure appeared beside the big tree, and he did not hide. Soon, the vigilant adult wild boar discovered Jiang Ning and snorted in a low voice, which was a warning. At the same time, the wild boar's eyes became sharp, full of anger, its body tensed, and its hair gradually stood up. Jiang Ning chose a cub behind it and said, "Get away." The next second, the wild boar took a step with its thick legs and rushed over frantically, with heavy footsteps on the ground, like a heavy hammer hitting. This kind of adult male wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms has almost no natural enemies. If it encounters an ordinary person, it only takes 2 moves to kill him, charge and sprint, and he can knock him down in one go. The fangs can cause devastating puncture damage. Even with a gun in hand, it is difficult to kill a wild boar. It takes several shots to kill a wild boar. That's why there is an old saying among the people, 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning said silently, "You eat and drink from me, and you still dare to attack me." He grabbed with his empty hand, and the invisible spiritual power hand slapped out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567. These volunteers. In the forest, the wild boar was tense, and the force of the charge was quite fierce, as if it would destroy anything wherever it went. If Duan Shigen was here, he would definitely recall the tragic past, when he was hit by a heavy truck composed of 4 golden flowers. The spiritual power around Jiang Ning condensed, and a red light bloomed in the air. A car-sized palm emerged. This palm was extremely realistic, and looked very textured. Jiang Ning pointed his finger and slapped his bare palm. The wild boar was like being hit by a boulder. With the air wave rolling, the surrounding grass, trees, and soil exploded instantly, and the solid ground was instantly sunken into a big pit. This palm smashed the wild boar from a 3-dimensional shape into a flat surface. Jiang Ning took back his hand lightly. The meat of adult wild boars was slightly inferior, so he could just kill it directly. He looked at the confused little wild boars in the distance, and grabbed one of them with a casual scoop. The wild boar flew into the air, and the surrounding little wild boars were frightened and fled madly, thinking that a great disaster was coming. Jiang Ning moved his fingers, and the wild boar weighing more than 50 kilograms began to accelerate in the air, following the traces of his fingers, as if being pulled by an invisible wire. The wild boar let out a scream of struggle. Finally, Jiang Ning flicked his fingers, and the wild boar was like a cannonball, suddenly thrown out of the mountains and forests, and rushed straight to the Hukishan villa area below. The wild boar crossed thousands of meters, gradually slowed down, and finally fell into the courtyard of a villa. The people left behind in the villa area were alarmed, and ran to the courtyard to check. After doing this, Jiang Ning stepped onto the spirit boat, turned into a stream of light, and flew back to the river dam. November 2nd, 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky was light blue and purple, the soft morning light appeared in the east, and the sound of birds came from outside the bungalow. Half an hour later, the 3 of them gathered in the kitchen of Zhu Chachu's house. Zhu Yuantang was wearing sportswear, and her childish face was full of fighting spirit. "Eat something, we are going to eat a lot during the marathon." She grabbed the fabric of her clothes. "Look, I've changed my clothes." Jiang Ning looked at her and said, "Volunteers have special clothes." Zhu Yuantang seemed to see contempt in his eyes. If she had seen this expression on Jiang Ning when she first met him, Zhu Yuantang would definitely feel inferior, feel sad for her own lack of knowledge, and even secretly hide at home to wipe her tears and curse him fiercely. But now, she is much tougher in front of Jiang Ning. Humph. She lowered her head and took a bite of the burrito, despising him in her heart. He knew so much, but he still wanted to eat the food she cooked, and asked her to do his homework for him. Zhu Chuchu saw Tang Tang's appearance, and took a bite of the burrito. She knew very well that Tang Tang used to be full of thorns, not as soft as he is now. This breakfast is very simple: rice soup, steamed buns, shredded potatoes and some beef sauce. Zhu Yuantang didn't eat much. After half full, he urged the two to go to the city, as if he was afraid of being late. 7:40. Yuzhou Stadium was shrouded in the morning light, and slowly woke up. The sun was a little warm, taking away all the coolness of last night. The dazzling light shone on the row of trees in front of the stadium, casting shadows. The square was very lively, with tens of thousands of people gathered here, and the voices of discussion and shouting intertwined to form a boiling music. Many people took their mobile phones and cameras to record this moment. Somewhere in a corner, Yang Sheng put on a t-shirt for the competition. She was doing stretching exercises. The simple movements showed her flexible posture. Here, Chen Xiaoyu gave her the small rubber band. Yang Sheng bit the rubber band, lowered her head slightly, put her hands together to hold her short hair, and then took the rubber band and flexibly shuffled her fingers. As the rubber band was fixed, she clapped her hands with satisfaction. The next second, she raised her head, and her temperament changed. The twins looked at her, their eyes widened at the same time, the same small mouth opened, and even their breathing slowed down a lot. Yang Sheng, you. The two of them took a step forward. The girl in front of her showed her whole face, and Chen Xiaoyu realized that Yang Sheng seemed to have changed. If she was full of heroism before, now she was mixed with a touch of charm. Her face was still handsome, but the lines were not so sharp. On her, handsomeness and charm were not mutually exclusive, but blended together to form a unique charm. Yang Sheng smiled, raised his eyebrows, and said with some teasing, "Is my brother handsome?" Bei Yuxia next to him couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth, and her cute dimples were looming. "Handsome? Come on for me later." Yang Sheng looked at the dense crowd in front of him, among which there were many people of other skin colors. Yang Sheng knew how talented those people were. Zhu Yuantang assured, "Don't worry, I will ride the battery bike to cheer you up." Zhu Chuchu and Jiang Ning stood together. Volunteers got a set of clothes for free, the simplest white t-shirt with a red vest, very simple. But when she wore it, she looked pure and pure, as if emitting light. She looked at the crowd around her. Her eyes were calm and clear, without any tension. All the turmoil and noise had nothing to do with her. This temperament also made her stand out, and countless eyes with various meanings were intertwined with her. Zhu Chuchu stood in the crowd, but turned her face towards Jiang Ning. The clothes fit well. The volunteer clothes she was wearing were actually slightly different. For example, the collar was designed with a dull collar, which slightly diluted the coldness, and became a little cute. Jiang Ning, of course, this is the size I reported. Zhu Chuchu heard this, and was a little confused. "Do you know what size clothes I wear?" She remembered that she had not told Jiang Ning. Facing Zhu Chuchu's doubts, Jiang Ning remained calm. "You will know after taking a look." Zhu Chuchu smiled lightly, very impressive. Then there was a silence. Jiang Ning said, "I will join the race and help others break the wind. Please take Tang Tang to eat." He handed over a thin metal plate. "This is the food at the finish line. You can eat it after you get this plate." Then, Jiang Ning found Yang Sheng and went to the starting point of the race. The time was approaching. The students participating in the marathon from number 4 middle school gathered together and talked to each other. Shan Kaikwan stood on the edge and stretched silently. Jiuo Kanan looked not far away, where Lan Zichen, a junior, was chatting with Wu Yunshe. He said to his good brother, "Brother Quan, come on, you have good sports talent." Shan Kaikwan also saw Wu Yunshe's unpleasant face, especially the look he showed off in front of Lan Zichen. Wu Yunshe's voice was not small. He said to a familiar boy next to him, "When the time comes, you will run with my pace, and your ranking will definitely not be bad." Tao Nan, a senior sports student, stretched his legs on the spot and said, "Brother, have you ever run a marathon?" Wu Yunshe ignored him. Shang Wanqing saw that Tao Nan was very professional and handsome, so she said with a smile, "Senior, have you ever run a marathon?" Tao Nan heard the reply from his junior sister, and he smiled brightly. "I participated in a full marathon in Ansheng before, and was lucky enough to get into the top 100. Senior, you have great physical strength. You can actually get into the top 100. Shang Wanqing has an outstanding appearance, and is very delicately dressed." At this time, her lips slightly opened, revealing just the right amount of admiration, and the faint starlight in her eyes made people feel very real, and not at all artificial. Tao Nan felt like a spring breeze, and his affection for his junior sister increased. Who doesn't like the admiration of a beautiful girl? The two talked for a few words, and Wu Yun's eyes twitched. He was arrogant and self-righteous. When he saw this scene, a surge of evil fire rose. His face was not good, and his tone was a little harsh. "Shang Wanqing, come here." Tao Nan was also very unhappy when he saw it. "You actually treated your junior sister in such an attitude." He shouted, "Who are you?" Shang Wanqing was embarrassed. "Senior, wait for me." Then she followed Wu Yunzi to a slightly farther place. Wu Yunzi asked unhappily, "What did you talk about with him?" "What's there to talk about?" Shang Wanqing was affected by his harsh tone, and a trace of mist immediately appeared in her eyes. She lowered her eyebrows and eyes. "I did that to him because I wanted to help my brother in hope that he would get good grades. If you don't like it, I won't do it anymore." Wu Yun's heart softened immediately. He took a breath and said, "Okay, Wanqing, I don't need you to sacrifice yourself." Shang Wanqing, "But I want to see my brother win the award even more." Lan Zichen, who was nearby, watched coldly. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her. "Jiang Ning, why did you participate in the competition?" Yang Sheng was quite surprised. "The official competition invited me to participate," Jiang Ning said. "Can it be like this?" Yang Sheng was stunned. She didn't dwell on this issue. "Are you going to win the prize?" Yang Sheng knew Jiang Ning's physical fitness very well. He broke records in track and field events, and his bench press in the gym was at the elite level. Not to mention fighting, he could take on several people at once. Although he was much worse than the top players in any one of them, he was very comprehensive. Yang Sheng's father was in the field of sports. She had been influenced by him since she was a child. She had seen some provincial players, but she had never seen someone like Jiang Ning. As for winning the prize, it depends on the situation. I promised to cheer you on, so I have to fulfill my responsibility, Jiang Ning said lightly. Yang Sheng was happy. "You are so righteous. But your own race is more important." "Jiang Ning, it's okay. Let's play for a while." Yang Sheng looked around. In addition to the dense flow of people, there were many police officers nearby to maintain order. In the distance, there were many medical staff and white coats and countless volunteers. Yazhao has paid a lot for this marathon. Yang Sheng sighed. On the surface, many people are attracted by the huge prize money, but behind the scenes, it is the result of the efforts of countless official personnel. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain such a large-scale event. Yang Sheng. As he spoke, a tall figure appeared. It was almost 8 o'clock. The sun shone on the huge blue display board, and the entire surface was dyed bright by the light. There were big words on it. 2014 Yazhao Half Marathon. Another line, Happy Yazhao, Evergreen Forever. 13 black-clad gunmen lined up in a row, holding up the starting gun. 10,000 contestants wore bright sportswear, their faces full of determination, their eyes fixed on the front, and the air was filled with tension. Countless spectators gathered on both sides of the track, watching who would win the championship and take home the 660,000 yuan prize. In front of all the contestants, several pink electric bikes were parked steadily. Zhu Chuchu was one of the riders. Mobile phones and cameras kept flashing, and many people took pictures of this girl with an extremely perfect appearance. Many people would never get a glimpse of a girl with such an extreme appearance in their entire lives. Zhu Chuchu's expression remained unchanged. She often encountered such situations in her life, so she was quite used to it. However, Tang Tang behind her buried her little face completely in her shadow. Zhu Chuchu glanced at the stopwatch and looked at the twins on the right. She gently turned the handlebars. The electric bike was charged, and she was the first to gallop out. The marathon section was completely closed, and she could drive as fast as she wanted. Outside the venue, a young woman said to Shenkinj, "Why are there still people riding electric bikes in the competition?" Shenkinj looked closely at Zhu Chuchu and Zhu Yuantong, and said to her sister, "They are volunteers. If Zhu Yuantong is here, then Jiang Ning should be here too. Where is he?" Shenkinj looked for the crowd, but there were too many people and she couldn't find them at all. A little further away, Li Shi complained, "Are we here to see people?" In front of the display board, the host in a white dress shouted, "3, 2, 1, bang." The gun went off. Countless runners passed the starting line, leaving behind dazzling shadows. Drones took off and flew to the front of the runway, taking overhead shots of the crowd that looked like dumplings. At the same time, Yazhou TV station broadcast the entire event live. Some people were running, and some were riding in a car. At the 5-kilometer race point, an ice jelly stall appeared at the edge of the runway. The chef wearing a chef's hat was making ice jelly. He had superb skills. Bowls of crystal clear ice jelly were placed in front of the stall, with many small ingredients on top, such as crushed hawthorn, raisins, dragon fruit, and mango. The audience who originally gathered here were waiting for the first runners to arrive to see who had the first mover advantage. As a result, they saw the exquisite ice jelly and were immediately attracted to it. They knew it must be delicious without tasting it. Someone asked, "Boss, make us a bowl." "Yes, make us a bowl." The boss shouted, "No, we provide this for the runners. I'll pay." "Not even if I pay." Of course, the boss was not a pedantic person. When he saw the uniformed security guards next to him, he picked up 2 bowls and handed them over. "Thank you for your hard work." The spectators next to him cursed in their hearts. Some people resisted their appetite and looked at the track. In their sight, several pink electric vehicles appeared and whizzed over. The electric vehicles slowed down slowly. Zhu Yuantang stretched out her little head and looked at the ice jelly stall curiously. She took out a sign to identify herself. "We are volunteers." The stall owner immediately handed over a bowl of ice jelly with colorful ingredients and even prepared a small stool. Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chuchu sat on the small stool, facing the half-marathon track, eating ice jelly while chatting with the twins. "Chen Xiaoyu, millimeters, it's delicious." The chef laughed loudly and said, "I'm the chef of evergreen liquid. How can it not be delicious?" Evergreen liquid. Chen Xiaoyu was stunned. The crowd of onlookers watched them eat ice jelly. Many popular people's noses were crooked. "Are you volunteers here to eat?" Chen Xiaoyu said confidently, "We are here to taste the contestants." Chapter 568 What kind of man is he? Yazhou 2014 Marathon. At the 5-kilometer supply point, Zhu Yuantang was eating, which attracted a lot of hatred. At the backtrack, at this time, drones were shooting the marathon scene from the sky. Tens of thousands of runners from 23 provinces across the country and 21 countries around the world rushed to the finish line, and the scene was spectacular. The voice of the female host came through the speakers, constantly encouraging the runners. Most of the shots were given to the leading first echelon. Many black runners, they were thin and had very standard steps, and the gap with amateur runners was very obvious. These people wandered around the major marathon venues, almost sweeping the marathon prize money across the country. Wherever there was a competition, they were there. Of course, not all the first echelon were black. There were also many elite runners from all over the country. Tang Fu had a pair of long legs, and each step was much wider than that of ordinary people. Her movements were smooth and her running posture was pleasing to the eye. Many men were attracted to her and followed her. Unfortunately, there were only a few who were capable. They could not hold on for long at this pace, and soon she disappeared. When Tang Fu was running, a thought popped up in her mind, where is little Yang Sheng? She knew that Yang Sheng's physical fitness was also outstanding, but he fell behind. Was he conserving his energy? Behind the team, Wu Yunzi ran with Lan Zichen and Shang Wanqing. Tao Nan, a senior sports student, passed by a few people. He adjusted his breathing, smiled handsomely, and shouted, "Junior sister, I will accompany you here. I will run first. I will give you the medal later." Shang Wanqing's breath was a little unsmooth because of running, but her voice was still soft and charming. "Brother, you are good to me." Tao Nan, ha ha ha, I will go first. As he said that, He glanced at the pretty boy Wu Yunsky with contempt in his eyes and silently laughed. Then, his pace gradually accelerated and soon disappeared. Wu Yunsky was despised in person and looked uneasy. A few seconds later, Shan Kaiquan appeared from behind and also ran to Wu Yunsky's side. Shan Kaiquan tilted his head, his eyes indifferent, and faced Wu Yunsky. He didn't say a word. Then he speeded up a little and disappeared. Wu Yunsky's face became even uglier. Shang Wanqing saw it and said, "Brother Wu, don't worry about me. I will take good care of myself." Wu Yunsky had been holding his breath for a long time. When he heard this, he was instantly moved. After all, he was a man who won a prize for running 1500 meters in junior high school. He also had the habit of playing basketball regularly, and he thought that his physical fitness was definitely not inferior to others. Women are important, but he doesn't want to be looked down upon by other men. He is a lion of the grassland, not a husky who can only nod and bow around women and act coquettishly. Thinking of the scene at the end of the marathon, Tao Nan took the medal and gave it to Shang Wanqing. You don't need to think about that face to know how hateful it is. How could Wu Yunsky, a proud son of heaven, endure such humiliation? Women, listen carefully. No, Wu Yunsky changed his mind. Women are not chaste, but attracted. As long as he is strong enough, there will be countless girls around him. If I bloom, butterflies will come. Wu Yunsky's heart was filled with surging ambition, and it was on fire. His face was filled with the spirit of a young man. Okay, take good care of yourselves. I'm leaving first. Shang Wanqing, brother is the best. I believe in brother. Wu Yunsky's eyes flashed with light. His smile was as bright as the sun. His steps became vigorous and powerful, and his voice was loud. As you wish. After this sentence fell, Wu Yunsky quickly pulled away and rushed to the crowd in front. Forward, forward, and forward again. Charge. 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 Wu Yunsky's eyes were full of sharpness. His arms swung wildly, coordinated with the movements of his legs, and his speed was very fast, surpassing countless runners. He jumped up, his figure flashed in the sun, and even the airflow was torn apart, leaving behind a trail of light after images, breaking the wind and waves, surpassing the heroes, fearless. At this moment, he, Wu Yunsky, was the overlord on the track, the ultimate invincible little whirlwind. The runners around him were shaken by his momentum and could not catch up. Passers-by were amazed. Is he sprinting the 100 meters? He's sprinting now. Is he almost at the finish line? No, this is just the starting point. There are still 20 kilometers ahead. Sports student Tao Nan was running and suddenly saw a familiar shadow passing by quickly. He was stunned. Then he cursed in a low voice. What a waste of money. This is a half marathon. You are running so fast at the beginning. How can you run later? At the back of the team, Tang Jing took a step and trotted. Yazoo, see you at the finish line. She was very foresighted. In order to get closer to Huang Yazoo, she aimed at the marathon early, and before Chang Qinggai announced the prize money, she pulled Huang Yazoo to sign up for the competition. How tiring is the marathon? By then, Huang Yazoo will be exhausted and fragile. Tang Jing will encourage and comfort him. Taking advantage of the opportunity. Won't it be easy to take advantage of it? Recently, Tang Jing has been looking for skills on the internet every day to pursue boys. She still doesn't believe that she can't handle Huang Yazoo. Huang Yazoo's steps are steady. He looks at the gradually lengthening team in front of him with determination in his eyes. After he signed up, he found out that the prize money for the marathon was surprisingly generous. If he could win the prize, it would be a great help to his poor family. At that time, he could buy a lot of clothes and snacks for his younger brothers and sisters. When he thought of the happy smiles of his younger brothers and sisters, Huang Yazoo was filled with a sense of fate. He said solemnly, Tang Jing, I will definitely return the 100 yuan registration fee you paid for me after the race. Seeing his serious look, Tang Jing smiled and said, it doesn't matter, we agreed to reach the finish line together. Huang Yazoo nodded. Okay, I will definitely wait for you at the finish line. After that, without waiting for Tang Jing to speak, Huang Yazoo stepped on the ground and gradually began to speed up. Tang Jing was anxious. Wait for me. Unfortunately, her voice was covered by the noisy crowd. Huang Yazoo ran a distance away and looked back at her and then saw Tang Jing shouting and waving to him. Huang Yasu thought she was cheering for him, so he secretly held his breath and ran a few points faster. Huang Yasu didn't have a bicycle before, so he ran home every day after school. In addition, he worked every day, so he was very strong. At this moment, he ran as if he had infinite power, gradually surpassing countless runners and approaching the elite runners in the front. Tang Jing shouted out of breath, but she couldn't stop Huang Yasu. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot. At this time, in the middle of the team, Yang Sheng was running slowly behind Jiang Ning. In the vast crowd, Jiang Ning's figure was not conspicuous in the marathon team. After all, this was a team of more than 10,000 people. Even many people who knew him found it difficult to find his position. Yang Sheng's pace was neither slow nor fast. After all, Jiang Ning came to cheer her up. Yang Sheng followed him very politely and let him break the wind for him in front. It's okay not to speed up for the time being. Save your energy first and finish the first 5 kilometers. At this time, a small whirlwind gradually approached from behind. I saw that the man's steps were like thunder, his arms were like knives, cutting the airflow, shocking the 4 directions. He is the embodiment of speed, the master of wind, and the legend of transcendence. He is Wu Yunzi. After Wu Yunzi sprinted a distance of 100 meters, his physical strength was slightly reduced, but he was still sprinting hard. He passed by Jiang Ning and noticed the boy who bench pressed 140 kilograms, and also noticed the girl next to him. Wu Yunzi took a quick glance and saw that the girl had a beautiful profile, a straight and delicate nose, and a bit of heroic spirit. What is more eye-catching is the confidence and calmness that she exudes from the inside out. Wu Yunzi can't speak well, but she is so unique that people can't ignore her, as if she was born to belong to the arena. Damn, why is this boy always accompanied by a beautiful girl? Wu Yunzi was indignant and extremely jealous of Jiang Ning. Boys like Wu Yunzi who are handsome, can play basketball, and have money are actually not short of girls who like them. He is completely different from ordinary boys of the same age. Most boys of the same age have average looks and average academic performance. They have never been liked by the opposite sex since childhood. When faced with pretty girls in their class, they can only have a crush on them, and they are satisfied if they can just look at each other a few times every day. Maybe in the next few years, the only photo with a girl is the graduation photo. If you encounter unexpected situations, you will see the girl you have a crush on flirting with other boys, and you can only watch helplessly and finally feel miserable. And Wu Yunzi is the boy who flirts with the girl who has a crush on someone else. He is the winner, more advanced than the stubborn yellow-haired hooligans. Those people are only worthy of being his subordinates. But even Wu Yunzi felt strongly dissatisfied with Jiang Ning at this moment. Damn, why? Not to mention this one, the girl who was with him last time was even more beautiful. The last time, there was a pair of beautiful twins. These girls, even Wu Yunzi, are difficult to get close to. The more he thought about it, the more indignant he became. With a slightly contemptuous look, he swept across Jiang Ning. He stepped on the ground, and his internal organs, which had been a little exhausted, instantly provided abundant physical strength. Wu Yunzi rushed to the front of the team. Only a rebellious back was left, as if saying, only useless men would think about pleasing women. A real man should go to the finish line alone and win the medal that symbolizes glory. Different from the tense competition. At the supply point at 5 kilometers, Zhu Yuantang ate the ice jelly beautifully and was ready to have another bowl, but thinking of the delicious food behind, she restrained herself with her strong willpower. Chachu, let's go. Zhu Yuantang called her driver. The next supply point was still waiting for her. Zhu Chachu ate elegantly. She wiped her mouth with a tissue. At 8 kilometers, some spectators gathered here, and there were also reporters carrying cameras and holding microphones, looking forward to it. They were ready to see which players were leading, but their eyes were not unified, but frequently cast towards the supply points on the roadside. There were many foods on those stalls, fruits, drinks, energy gels, chocolate bars. These were ordinary supplies. Only 2 stalls were unique. A woman in a white chef's uniform, her gloved hands dancing like musical notes. With a gentle touch of the spatula, the milky white whipped cream was smeared on the small cake, and a layer of lace was put on. She picked up a white spoon, scooped out the strawberry jam, and gently embellished the cake. Her expression was completely immersed, due to her love for desserts. The oven next to her was baking bread. These breads were made of Laxi imported selected flour, with a fine texture. The butter added was top-grade unsalted butter. Its fragrance was diffuse, rich and tempting, and the audience at the scene couldn't help but take a deep breath. Linzida and his friends appeared here at some point. Lishi smelled the mellow fragrance and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Her wealthy family background made her aesthetically pleasing, but the quality of the bread in front of her was no less than what she usually ate. People in the crowd next to her whispered, "I heard that they are the chefs of Changqing." Lishi suddenly realized that this was the case. However, the treatment of these contestants is too good. Lishi couldn't understand why Changqing could send a chef. Linzida, it smells so good. Zhuang Jianhu agreed, it smells good. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. He smelled the aroma of bread and wondered if he could get some to try. Are you selling bread? Someone asked at the track. The female pastry chef said politely, it's for the runners. An uncle couldn't help but try to step into the track, but unfortunately there were security members who were maintaining order next to him. The uncle returned in disappointment, looking unhappy. Can't I buy it with money? The security advised kindly, next time you participate in the marathon, you will have food, right? Someone shouted, just for these foods, you must participate in the next marathon. In the noise, several pink electric vehicles appeared in everyone's sight, and everyone looked at the electric vehicles. As the distance got closer, Lishi recognized them and was confused. Isn't she a twin from our school? She often went to the corridor of class 1, so she had seen the twin several times. Linzida looked at it for 2 seconds. Volunteer uniforms. Wow, you can ride an electric bike, so high-end. Just thinking about it, riding an electric bike in front of tens of thousands of contestants is quite refreshing. Lishi's expression turned cold, and she said lightly, it's boring, you're just a hard worker, I don't want to be yours. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Chuchu's electric bike stopped in front of the cake stand. Zhuang Jianhu's eyes stayed on Zhu Chuchu. The girl was so beautiful. Even though he usually spent more time with Ding Xuan, Zhuang Jianhu was also shocked by Zhu Chuchu's cold and perfect face. Not only him, but all the men and women around him paid attention to the volunteers. The twins moved faster. Chen Xiaoyu was not afraid at all. She and her sister were twins. When they went out, since they were young, they were often surrounded by people, like watching giant pandas. What was the small scene in front of them? Chen Xiaoyu ran to the cake stand and showed the volunteer badge on her chest. We are volunteers. Can we eat? The pastry chef had been told several times by the company, and she smiled. No problem. She pointed to the various small cakes. Which one do you want? I recommend butter bread, and this chocolate bread, imported chocolate from Aohang, with a very rich texture. Zhu Yuantang in the back wanted to shout I want them all, but unfortunately there were more delicacies at the supply point behind. After choosing the small cakes, Chen Xiaoyu took some juice, and Zhu Chuchu ordered a portion of freshly fried crispy meat sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Several people sat at the picnic table and began to enjoy. A few meters away, the crowd of onlookers stared at them, and the scene was very strange for a while. Zhu Yuantang silently shrank behind Chuchu. She was not used to this kind of scene. The uncle who wanted to eat bread before came forward and asked, is it delicious? Chen Xiaoyu, it's delicious. Lishi couldn't stand it anymore. Her face was a little stiff. Aren't you volunteers? Chen Xiaoyu, we are also tasters. Lishi couldn't stay any longer. She said to Zhuang Jianhu, let's go directly to the end. She still didn't believe it. The end point is so fancy. Another chapter will be posted later. Chapter 569. Torture before the end. 8 group. Many students who did not go to the scene watched the stadium through the live broadcast of TV and discussed in the group. Have you found our classmates? Jiang Yanan asked in the group. Dong Qingfeng, no, there are too many people and I can't see them at all. Che Wei, wait until they run to the front row, then you can see them. The premise is that they can run to the front row. Jiang Yanan, Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng are so good at sports, I think they can. Wang Long Long, doesn't my brother Quan have a name? Che Wei. They have good sports results and are in the same school area, but this marathon competition is facing players from all over the country, including professional athletes. Look at the black people leading the way. Song Shen couldn't stand Che Wei's pointing fingers. Don't boost others' momentum and destroy your own prestige. Che Wei, it's just the facts. Smile. The TV camera changes 8 kilometers. The female reporter in a white shirt and a hip skirt saw Zhu Chachu's appearance, and her eyes lit up. Being able to wear the volunteer uniform so beautifully, if she is on camera, she will definitely be liked by others. She was moved and walked into the track, and handed the microphone to Zhu Chachu. Excuse me, is this your first time to participate in the marathon volunteer activity? The camera was aimed at Zhu Chachu. At the same time, the city TV station broadcast live, which meant that countless people in the city would see this scene. Under the soft sunlight, Zhu Chachu faced the camera. Her face showed a trace of nervousness and shyness, and her eyes were as clear as lake water. Zhu Chachu replied, "Yes. Excuse me, what position do you hold in this marathon event?" Zhu Chachu's voice was as soft as silk, as if the wind was blowing through young leaves, and the sound quality was pure and flawless. "I'm the pace setter, responsible for checking the road conditions along the way for the runners." Her sentences were fluent, and she was not nervous at all when facing interviews. Zhu Yuantang thought to herself, Chachu is quite good at talking nonsense. As a volunteer for this marathon, what do you feel? The female reporter continued to ask. At the same time, the class group of class 8 broke out into a discussion. "Fuck, this girl is so pretty." Liu Chuandao shouted in the group. Many boys agreed. Not only class 8, but many students from Yazhou No. 2 middle school, such as Jin Yuanhang, who was in the same class as her, were amazed in the group, leading to rounds of discussion. The female reporter was interviewing, and Tang Tang answered, "All delicious. I like it very much." The camera turned the angle and aimed at the stall in the distance. The reporter introduced, in this marathon, in addition to the fierce competition and sweat, there is also a place that makes people yearn for it. That is the supply point. After a brief introduction, the female reporter changed the interviewer and gave the camera to Zhu Yuantang, who was speaking enthusiastically. She gave the other party a look, and the momentum of a professional reporter was released, forming an aura, as if silently saying, "Are you ready for my interview?" Finally, the female reporter asked, "Little friend, how do you evaluate the supplies for this marathon?" Hearing the reporter's address, Zhu Chachu wanted to laugh, but a reserve made her still dignified, and only a subtle arc formed at the corners of her mouth. Zhu Yuantang was a little stage frightened, but thinking that many people were watching at the moment, she absolutely could not make any mistakes, otherwise she would be laughed at by Jiang Ning. She forced herself to be calm, and even smiled in contrast. "Which supply are you asking about? The small cake, or the fried skewers over there?" Female reporter, "Small cake." Zhu Yuantang, "Delicious." Female reporter, "What about the fried skewers?" Zhu Yuantang, "Delicious." The female reporter was in a trance for a moment, and continued to ask, "How delicious is it?" Zhu Yuantang, "Are you asking about the small cake or the fried skewers?" Female reporter, "Small cake." Zhu Yuantang, "Extremely delicious." Female reporter, "What about the fried skewers?" Zhu Yuantang, "Extremely delicious." The female reporter was convinced, and she was extremely puzzled. "Why do you let me ask the same answer twice?" Zhu Yuantang, "Because the small cake is really fragrant." Female reporter, "What about the fried skewers?" Zhu Yuantang tightened his snow-white face and said seriously, "It smells good too." In the kitchen of Changqinghai, an LCD TV is hung on the wall. Aunt Gu stared at the screen intently, and then saw the content of her daughter's interview. She was a little amused, but also a little worried. "I make delicious food every day to nourish her body, but she is still so silly." She was worried that Jiang Ning might dislike her daughter. Class 8 group. Deng Qingfeng, "This answer is too good. I'm afraid the reporter doesn't want to pay attention to her." Jiang Yanan, "The girl just now was so beautiful." Lu Kiki, "She is beautiful, and her skin is very good. She didn't wear makeup, and her makeup didn't smudge at all." Talking about beauty, Wang Yanglian, "I think her foundation is average, but she is very thin." Zhang Yifei, "I think her foundation is very average." Li Shengnan, don't you understand that there are filters on TV? Several golden flowers began to chat in the group. Cuiu said sarcastically, does anyone really think her skin is good? I think Sister Jiao's skin is not worse than hers. Meng Jiui cooperated, brother Cui is right. Pang Jiao usually wanted to tear Cuiu apart, but who doesn't like to hear good words? She said, oh, if you want good skin, you must not stay up late, and you must get enough sleep every day. I got up too early today, and I feel it hurts my skin. I'll take a beauty sleep, to make up for it, otherwise I will become ugly. Duan Shigang, hahaha, beauty sleep probably won't work, you need to hibernate. Cuiu, too much, brother. What she needs is a long sleep. The class group exploded again. Track. As the team moved forward, the crowd gradually separated, and the runners who couldn't keep up began to fall behind. Currently, the leading runners are almost all elite runners. After Wu Yunzi rushed for 1 kilometer, he once rushed into the first echelon. He was so fierce that the audience on both sides cheered for him after seeing it. Unfortunately, it ended here. Because he ran too hard, Wu Yunzi's physical strength was consumed by more than half. His steps became heavy, as if he was filled with lead. Every step he took a lot of effort, and his breathing became rapid. His original lead was gradually lost, and the surrounding runners ran past him one by one. Wu Yunzi clenched his teeth. What else was left for him? Only his inner pride, which supported him to keep moving forward. Not long after, sports student Tao Nian ran past him with a brisk pace. Seeing Wu Yunzi's embarrassment, Tao Nian was extremely happy. He adjusted his breathing and shouted, brother, what's wrong with you? Keep running. Wu Yunzi was so tired that he couldn't speak at all. Gio. 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 Tao Nian encouraged him, and seeing that he still didn't struggle, he shook his head and passed him, leaving him with a vigorous back. Soon, Shan Keiquan passed by here. He glanced at Wu Yunzi who was panting, and without saying a word, he quickly overtook him and rushed to the first echelon of players. Wu Yunzi looked at the backs of the two people, feeling helpless and unwilling. If he hadn't run too hard at the beginning, he would never have fallen into this situation. He didn't lose, he just didn't allocate his physical strength well. There is still a chance. Wu Yunzi wanted to squeeze out more physical strength, but unfortunately, he had completely exhausted it. Not long after, another familiar figure passed by. Wu Yunzi took a look, and found that it was Jiang Ning and the girl. The two kept the same pace, especially Jiang Ning was still chatting and laughing with the girl, without any sign of fatigue. In comparison, Wu Yunzi was in a state of embarrassment. What made Wu Yunzi even more angry was that the person passed by him without even looking at him. This complete disregard was even more devastating than Tao Nian's ridicule before. His pride became vulnerable after being completely ignored. Wu Yunzi was furious. What's so great about that? If you have the ability, win a prize. Damn. He took a deep breath and prepared to make another charge and struggle. It was so funny that he couldn't charge at all. Wu Yunzi was so tired that he decided to give up the resistance. At 8 kilometers, because of the interview with the reporter, Zhu Yuantang wasted some time. She saw the marathon prize team coming out. She didn't want to eat with the big group, so she rushed to the next supply point with Chachu. At the 10-kilometer supply point, there was sweet and soft cold cake. Zhu Yuantang felt very hungry and only ate a little. She took a few of the grilled squid and egg dumplings. At 12 kilometers, there was delicious rao jiamo. Zhu Yuantang and Chachu shared a piece and had a few braised tribes. It's so happy, it's like a feast. Zhu Yuantang was so happy. Zhu Chachu stood in front of the seafood pot and nodded silently. Fortunately, she listened to Tang Tang's words, otherwise she wouldn't be so happy now. She regretted having breakfast. The volunteers had already run to 12 kilometers. Wu Yunzi stopped at 5 kilometers. He straightened his clothes and wiped the sweat off his forehead to make himself less embarrassed. Then, Wu Yunzi got a bowl of ice powder at the supply point and ate it on the side of the road. A few minutes later, Shang Wanqing ran to the supply point. After seeing Wu Yun, a trace of confusion flashed across her face. Didn't he go to win the championship? Why is he here? However, Shang Wanqing did not ask stupidly. She smiled reservedly and said in a sweet voice, "Brother, you are waiting for me here." Wu Yangzi walked forward and smiled as brightly as I thought about it. Compared to the championship, it is more important to accompany you. This marathon passed through Huqi Mountain. Tens of thousands of runners looked at Huqi Mountain along the way and saw the mountain peak looming in the clouds. The sunlight penetrated the misty clouds, forming golden rays of light, which contrasted with the emerald green of the mountain peaks, and the beauty was breathtaking. Tourists from other places were amazed at the beauty of Huqi Mountain and said that they would climb the mountain after the competition. Then the old man told them that the mountain was contracted by chunking liquid to cultivate raw materials, and no one was allowed to enter. Some people lamented, "Chunking liquid is too strict." People in Yazhou City said, "It is right to keep it strictly confidential. What if foreigners get the raw materials and copy our formula?" Chunking liquid has taken root in Yazhou. Many local people work there. The high salary and perfect welfare make them the absolute fans of chunking liquid. They don't want chunking liquid to go wrong more than anyone else. Otherwise, where can they find such a good job? In the middle of the marathon team, Yang Sheng looked at the players in front of her and knew that if she didn't speed up now, she might not be able to win the prize. She was just thinking about it and suddenly saw Jiang Ning's pace faster, so she stepped up to catch up. "Follow me closely," Jiang Ning whispered. "Yang Sheng, don't worry." Jiang Ning took the next step. His body brushed the air, and the colorless spiritual power separated from his arms and extended into a pair of invisible wings. The wings were fully spread, and the feathers slowly expanded, gradually resisting the air resistance, until finally, all the wind resistance was completely blocked. Yang Sheng found that her steps were much lighter. She slightly accelerated and was not so tired. The two approached the first echelon at the front. 8 groups of 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers, and 15 kilometers. Jiang Yanan suddenly spoke. "Did you see Jiang Ning just now? He was captured in the video just now." Yuan, "No, did he participate in the competition?" Yanan, "You didn't see it wrong." Jiang Yanan, "I didn't see it wrong. He was in a relatively forward position." Che Wei saw Jiang Yanan's excited tone. He looked at the TV at home, and now the camera was given to the first few people. Those people were almost all black, with only one yellow man. Che Wei sent a message: "Give up fantasy and accept reality." The half marathon is 21 kilometers in total, and there are more people at 20 kilometers than at the finish line. The crowd was densely packed and surrounded the barbecue stall. The grill was made of steel bars, and a piece of wild boar was roasted on it. After the 50 jin wild boar was processed, it changed from an oval to a flat rectangle. This huge piece of meat was interspersed with several steel bars, and then tied with steel wire through the ribs, fixed on the rack, and placed on the charcoal fire. After being carved by the flame, the meat showed an attractive reddish-brown color. The fat boiled under the burning flame, making a hissing sound, and then part of it dripped, and part of it penetrated the fiber of the meat, and the whole wild boar exuded a rich meaty aroma. The fragrance drifted from the grill, permeated the air, and spread far and wide with the breeze. There seemed to be a kind of magic in the aroma, which could instantly ignite people's taste buds, and make people drool. It was a primitive and strong temptation that made people irresistible. The audience 2 miles away were attracted by it and gathered around. Faced with such temptation, people reacted differently. Some people closed their eyes and took a deep breath, as if to inhale all the fragrance into their lungs. Some people had a gleam in their eyes and couldn't wait to taste it, and even wanted to rush into the stadium. Hundreds of security guards formed a human wall to resist the impact of the people. A man in a suit shouted, "I'll pay for it, pay for it." Many people were drooling silently. Finally, the barbecue chef picked up the spice bottle and began to sprinkle spices, chili powder, and sesame on the barbecue. After sprinkling, he quickly removed the roasted wild boar and put it on the empty rack next to it. The crowd became more agitated. The barbecue chef cut a piece of meat with a knife and tasted it first. He closed his eyes and looked intoxicated. With just one bite, he experienced the ultimate enjoyment. Shen Qinj was closer. Her sister stood beside her and was surprised. "It smells so good." Shen Qinj exclaimed. "Chef Changqing guy is so amazing." In the crowd in the distance, Li Shi was numb. she said angrily. He is a barbecue chef. Can he eat that? Lindsay drank a sip of purified water to relieve his craving. This thing smelled so good. It was comparable to the smell of the rabbit roasted by Jiang Ning at the farmhouse last time. Even though Lindsay was very well educated, he still couldn't control himself and ran to find Jiang Ning shamelessly. What's more, ordinary people who haven't eaten much food at the scene can imagine the temptation. In the torment of the crowd, they saw several pink electric vehicles coming from a distance, led by Chen Xiaoyu. Li Shi's lips moved, and all kinds of emotions flashed across her delicate face. Surprise, unwillingness, and finally she said in a complicated way, "Is it too late for me to sign up as a volunteer now?" Chapter 570. What a stupid question. The 20-kilometer supply point of the marathon. The morning sun shines, and the crowd gathers here. With the aroma of barbecue wafting, it is like an invisible big hand, pulling every passerby, and more people stop. If Chanking Guy had not arranged security personnel in advance, I'm afraid that the defense line would have been broken by the crowd long ago. After all, this is a little female pig that grew up in Huki Mountain. It grew up in a place rich in spiritual energy. It usually eats food containing spiritual energy. It is in its infancy and the stage of storing fat. The meat will be more delicious. Even if this kind of meat is not seasoned, just rinse it with water. You can feel the amazing taste. What's more, now it is a barbecue chef hired by Chanking Guy. After marinating, it is grilled. It has been grilling from early morning to now. The adults around can't help swallowing their saliva. It is difficult to resist such temptation, but due to security in their own qualities as human beings, they can only watch from a distance. On the contrary, many children smelled the tempting aroma, but couldn't eat it, and they cried and screamed. But their parents themselves can't eat, let alone these children. Some children can't stand it anymore, and they use their best skills to start throwing tantrums and rolling around. Some stubborn ones lie on the ground, slap the ground, and cry loudly. The crying is sharp and rapid, like a sharp blade, cutting people's ears, making people more irritated. An aunt couldn't bear to see her grandson suffer. She raised her voice. "My grandson is only 3 years old this year. He is still a child." Similar calls came one after another, but the security members around were not moved at all. Many of them were migrant workers. They had to leave their hometowns, endure the pain of separation from their relatives, and work in other places to make a living. Now, Chanking Guy gives them 8,000 yuan a month, 10 days off a month, and full benefits. How dare they let people break through the defense line because of a little sympathy? Unless they are crazy. These security members work harder than many official police officers, forming a solid human wall. Under such circumstances, Chen Xiaoyu twins, dressed in volunteer clothes, came here. Zhu Yuantang was intimidated by the crowd nearby and specifically told Chachu to stay slightly behind the twins so that they could attract attention for him and divert the trouble. As for her cleverness, she just ate the barbecue and made a lot of money. Chen Xiaoyu parked the electric car and jumped off the car. Facing the surging crowd, she was not afraid and dragged her sister to the barbecue grill. Staring at the fragrant barbecue, the two girls' eyes lit up instantly, looked at each other, and swallowed their saliva at the same time. Chen Xiaoyu took out the volunteer sign. "Can we eat it?" The barbecue chef was waiting for this moment. He said warmly, "You can eat it." As soon as he said this, he reached out and cut off a few slices of barbecued meat with spices, put them on a small iron plate, and handed them over. Chen Xiaoyu took the barbecue and tasted it immediately. As she enjoyed the barbecue, many people around swallowed their saliva and were hungry. The man in leather shoes who wanted to pay for the barbecue was filled with righteous indignation. The children rolling on the ground howled even louder. This scene was absurd and real, chaotic and orderly, and bizarre. In the same place, some people were happy, some were sad, some were eating meat, and some were watching others eat meat. Chen Xiaoyu tasted a bite of the barbecue, which was perfectly grilled, and had a completely different taste from the roasted lamb and beef she had eaten. This piece of barbecue was so delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an extremely rich taste. When you bite it with your teeth, there is actually a burst of gravy, forming a warm current, followed by a refreshing feeling. It's so delicious. Chen Xiaoyu, sister, try it. She forked a piece of barbecue to her favorite sister. At the same time, Zhu Yuantang also handed over her volunteer sign and received a fragrant roasted little female wild boar. Although she is a girl, she is very tall, with a net height of more than 1.75 meters, which exceeds the average height of men in Yazhou, so she can see clearly standing in the crowd. She said angrily, "Let's go home." She said this, but her footsteps did not move. There was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. What if I can eat a piece? In the urban area of Yazhou, a residential building, Ji Yuoran got off the taxi. She was wearing a dark blue denim dress today. The texture of this dress is quite unique. When she wore it, it showed off her beautiful waistline and her figure was slim and well proportioned. She had a delicate face, delicate skin, and a very friendly temperament. She was called by her relatives to play as one of her few relatives in Yazhou, although her relatives always wanted to introduce her to a partner. After Ji Yuoran refused many times, that situation was no longer the case. At the entrance of the community, there was an auntie with rich clothes. Ji Yuoran greeted her with a smile. After a brief chat, the auntie said, "Today I will introduce someone to you." Ji Yuoran almost turned around and left when he heard this. Seeing this, the aunt hurriedly said, "Hey, now that you're here, let me tell you, this young man is amazing. His parents run a factory, he has dozens of employees, and he lives in a villa." The aunt's smile was almost blooming as she introduced him. Her niece was alone in Yazhou, and she was a teacher with a stable job and was beautiful. If she could marry a good family, they would definitely care about her kindness in the future. She would definitely get some benefits. The man is very honest and has never chased girls. Remember to take the initiative. She said it in advance. Ji Yuoran dealt with it on the surface, but she was worried in her heart. Originally, after Jiang Ning accompanied her on a blind date last time, she promised that she would never go on a blind date again. Who knew that her relatives had so many tricks, asking her to come and play on the surface, but actually for a blind date. I should have gone to be a volunteer with Jiang Ning earlier. In the class group, Jiang Yanan sent a message again, "Hurry up and watch TV." After hearing this, the students looked at the TV at home. Now the camera was on the first echelon. The leader was a thin black man. He swung his feet and ran forward. Following closely behind was a strange young man. He chased hard and followed the black man closely. These two people are currently far ahead. There were dozens of people in the echelons behind. The camera swept through them one by one. Tang Fu's long legs were particularly eye-catching. They were straight and slender, and every flexion and extension was full of beauty. The sun shone on her, reflecting her healthy and smooth skin, making people feel the vitality of life. Fuck, isn't that Tang Fu? Cuiyu was shocked. At the opening ceremony of the campus sports meeting, he had provoked the other party in public. Liu Chuandao, this leg is amazing. And not far behind Tang Fu, Jiang Ning's figure appeared. He ran towards the light, shining brightly. Jiang Ning's appearance surprised many people at first, especially Che Wenyi in front of the TV, with a very ugly face. He had been bad-mouthing the race in the group, but now he was slapped in the face. Duan Shigang said, "Yang Sheng, look at Yang Sheng, is she currently in the top 10 in the women's group?" His surprise could be felt across the screen. The women's group is the same as the men's group, with very generous prize money for the top 10. Many people realize this. Yang Sheng is going to get rich. She's still speeding up. At this time, the distance had reached 19 kilometers, and the marathon runners at the scene smelled a faint aroma from the 20-kilometer supply point. As they ran forward, the aroma became clearer and clearer, and many people couldn't help but speed up their pace. The originally even rhythm began to be disrupted. As they got closer and closer, the aroma of barbecue finally showed its lethality. A funny scene appeared at the marathon scene. The first leader actually rushed to the barbecue stall, picked up his black arm, and wanted to grab a piece of meat. The black man had prominent cheekbones, was lean all over, and exuded wildness. Even under the sun, his facial features were not very clear. Their innate talent allowed them to dominate major competitions. Their long-term victories and many monetary rewards made them even more arrogant. Even many marathon competitions would actively invite them and give them places in order to improve the competition rules. As a result, they became even more unscrupulous. grabbing meat directly with their hands, without paying any attention to hygiene or the players behind them. However, at this time, 2 security guards appeared and blocked his claws. The black player missed the target and failed to eat the meat as he wished. He couldn't stand the smell and turned back to make a gesture with his hands, asking the chef to cut the meat for him. At this time, a security player nearby brought a sign, uncovered the black cloth outside, and pointed to the question on it. An interpreter said, "You can only eat if you answer the question correctly." The black player understood and looked at the sign. It was a simple picture, which was very clear. The question was, to fill the pool with water, open the water pipe, and fill it up with water. It takes 3 hours. To drain the pool, just open the water pipe, and it takes 4 hours to drain the water. Assuming that the flow rate of draining and filling water remains unchanged, how long will it take to fill the pool with water while draining water? The black player immediately showed a question mark on his face. Soon, the second Chinese player approached the 20-kilometer supply point. He couldn't stand the temptation of the smell and stopped, and was told that he could only eat meat if he answered the question correctly. What are these? The contestant was confused. He had participated in so many marathons, but this was the first time he had seen such a thing. But looking at the security guards who were on standby, the contestant thought that if he didn't answer the question correctly, he really wouldn't be able to eat the barbecue. Looking at the golden and tempting barbecue on the barbecue grill, the fragrance was simply irresistible, especially when he was exhausted. He really wanted to take a bite. What's more, there were several girls drinking juice and eating barbecue next to him. Damn, it was really unbearable. The contestant gritted his teeth and started mental arithmetic. The black man next to him didn't leave, but stood by and waited for him to calculate the answer. Because of their stay, many contestants behind gradually caught up. Without exception, they couldn't resist the temptation and all stayed here. The live broadcast on TV recorded this weird scene, and the citizens watching the game were dumbfounded. When asked in the group, "Why didn't you run?" Jiang Ning, "Are they waiting to eat meat? Isn't it grilled? Look how delicious Chen Xiao and the others are eating. It makes me want to get up and eat." Cuiu sighed in the group. "Compared to the barbecue, the prize money is more important," Duan Shigan said. They were not at the scene and could not feel the aroma of the barbecue. The second-ranked contestant calculated for 2 minutes, but could not figure out the result. He cursed. What a stupid question. Which idiot would pour water into the pool while pouring water? At the picnic table, Chen Xiking, who was eating barbecue, silently unplugged the phone that was connected to the power bank and playing the video in a hurry until the first-tier contestants behind completely caught up. No one could figure out the question. With strong willpower, the black contestant turned around and continued to run. Although the food was extremely tempting, the 660,000 prize money was also very important. The marathon team stretched forward again. Soon, Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng ran to the vicinity. When passing by the roasted female pig, Jiang Ning quickly calculated the answer, 12 hours. Yang Sheng was very persistent in winning the prize and ran one step ahead. Jiang Ning got a plate of barbecue and enjoyed it slowly. He also drank a glass of freshly squeezed juice before continuing to run to the stadium. After 20 kilometers, there was only the last kilometer left. Jiang Ning's speed increased again. There were cheering spectators on both sides of the track. The female host on the live TV became excited. In the last kilometer, 800 meters and 600 meters, Jiang Ning ran in front of Yang Sheng again, spread his wind resistance wings, and increased his speed again, passing more than a dozen leading runners. 400 meters, 300 meters, Jiang Ning and Yang Sheng were about to approach the black runner who was in first place. The championship was at hand. At the edge of the track, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out, holding a bright red flag high, and ran towards Jiang Ning. While running, he waved the red flag. In the class group of class 8, Chen Kan said, "It's bad." Jiang Yanan replied in seconds, "What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing for them to send the flag?" Chen Kan quickly replied, "Marathon runners have their own rhythm in the final stage. If they receive the flag at this time, it will increase the resistance and disrupt the rhythm. After her explanation, the students realized that a small flag could cause such a big consequence. Is it impossible not to take the flag? Xin Yaoling asked. Chen Kan did not reply. Not every part of the marathon is guarded by security guards, so if something unexpected happens, the security guards nearby cannot stop it immediately and can only watch the flag being handed over. Jiang Ning glanced at the person handing over the flag and took it. He shook it lightly, and the flag flew up in the wind. Jiang Ning pinched the two corners and tied it around his neck. When he let go, the bright red flag spread out behind him like a cloak. Jiang Ning took a few more steps, and his speed was actually a few points faster than before. He suddenly rushed out and surpassed the black man who ranked first. The host on the TV screen shouted excitedly, "First, first." The audience around looked at the figure of the young man, and the fluttering red flag was like a burning flame, like a meteor across the stadium. "Come on. Come on." Countless applause and shouts gathered at the scene, forming a shocking sound wave, pushing Jiang Ning forward. In 1 hour and 7 minutes, Jiang Ning crossed the finish line with the first place advantage. Immediately, a deafening cheer broke out from the crowd, like a surging tide, and spectators rushed in from all directions, their faces filled with pride. Chapter 571. She's here. Living room. Jiuo Ran followed the middle-aged woman into the room, and then she saw a man sitting on the sofa in front of the coffee table. She took a look at the other person. Although the man was sitting on the sofa and did not stand up, she roughly estimated that he was about 175 cm tall. The height was okay, but the man was very thin, very frail, and had many acne marks and pimples on his face, and he did not look very clean. Just looking at the appearance, Jiuo Ran could not accept it. She did not ask for the other person to be handsome, but at least clean. Although Jiuo Ran felt this way, she did not show it on her face and remained polite. On the contrary, the man's eyes lit up instantly when he saw Jiuo Ran, 23 years old, as the most beautiful age for women. Jiuo Ran has a beautiful appearance and works as a teacher. She has a very obvious scholarly temperament. The young and beautiful female teacher was always in circulation in the blind date market. The boy became very enthusiastic and greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello, hello, you are teacher Jiuo, right? My name is Sun Ziqiang." Before the meeting, the middleman had told him about Jiuo Ran and gave him a photo. Sun Ziqiang wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that Jiuo Ran was much more beautiful than the photo. This made Sun Ziqiang imagine that if he could marry such a wife, he would definitely be very proud to take her out. This made him, who had not been in a relationship for 27 years, suddenly full of hope for life. "Hello, I'm Jiuo Ran." Jiuo Ran also greeted, but did not shake hands. The middleman, Aunt Chen, smiled kindly. "Oh, you two young people must have common topics. I'll go to the kitchen to cut some fruit and you two can chat." After Aunt Chen left, there were only two people left in the living room, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, the LCD TV in the living room was playing today's marathon, and the host's voice came through the TV screen, which slightly eased the awkwardness. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm a native of Yazhou. My father has set up a factory in the industrial park. My usual job is to go to the factory to help with the financial calculations." This sentence is not true. In fact, his mother has always been in charge of the financial affairs of the family factory. He is considered a vagrant. However, when you are away from home, you give yourself an identity, so you should always give yourself some gilding, right? Jiuo Ran, I'm a teacher at Yazhou No. 4 Middle School, teaching chemistry. Teachers are good, with stable jobs and many holidays, but the salary is not that much, unless you open a cram school. Facing the beauty, Sun Ziqiang couldn't help but show his strength. In fact, it's easy to open a cram school. It's mainly about connections and enrollment. I live in Yuhuguanlan, a villa community, which is full of rich people. If you get to know these people, you will never have to worry about students in the future. It's no problem to make hundreds of thousands a year. Jiuo Ran smiled and nodded. She had heard a lot of such words in her life, but she was never like other women who believed them after hearing a few words. She just smiled at this, and her smile was warm and kind, and her tone was gentle and soft. I'm going to study more and accumulate experience now, and then consider these when my teaching level improves. Seeing her like this, Sun Ziqiang thought she liked this topic very much, so he shook his head and denied it. It's not that your teaching level is good, that people are willing to let you tutor. This world relies on connections. He talked eloquently and instilled some great truths. Jiu Ran was listening with a gentle attitude, and her words were like the gentle spring rain. Sun Ziqiang felt that it was very comfortable to talk to her, like being bathed in the spring breeze, especially because Jiu Ran was very beautiful, with soft facial contours, delicate eyebrows and eyes, white skin like jade, and a faint blush. She just sat there, exuding a peaceful and tranquil beauty, which made people feel relaxed and happy. I heard from Aunt Chen that she asked you to live in her house last year, but you refused. Where do you live now? Sun Ziqiang was ready to start with her life. The teacher's dormitory, provided by the school. Jiu Ran replied. What? Still living in the dormitory? How bad is the environment? Sun Ziqiang said, my family happens to have a house near number 4 middle school. Jiu Ran declined. The dormitory environment is pretty good. The teacher's dormitory of number 4 middle school was not bad before. Later, Jiang Ning donated a large sum of money, and the principal also upgraded the home appliances of the teacher's dormitory. Moreover, as a single woman, she was very safe living in the school. Sun Ziqiang listened to her words, but he didn't believe it. What good environment can there be in the teacher's dormitory? They only sent away some teachers who didn't have money to buy a house. He sat up straight and looked into Jiu Ran's clear, warm eyes with water waves. I heard Aunt Chen say before that you are a very strong-willed girl and very self-reliant. Jiu Ran was helpless. Aunt Chen really knew how to label her. She reluctantly replied, it's okay. She didn't think she was very strong-willed. Sun Ziqiang looked at her directly with a sincere attitude, but you know, strong-willed people often live a very tiring life. Jiu Ran, not tiring, right? How was she tired? The job was leisurely, the salary was enough for one person to spend, and she could save a little. There were also students who gave her throat lozenges and cosmetics. During holidays, she could even go to other cities to play with her sisters. Life was very comfortable. Oh, it was indeed a bit tiring, such as being deceived by Aunt Chen to go on a blind date. Sun Ziqiang stretched out a finger and shook it. Look at you. I told you that you are strong-willed, but you still don't admit it. Isn't this proof of your strong-willedness? Jiu Ran was a little confused by his logic, but she heard Sun Ziqiang say, that's good. You should be strong before, but don't be strong anymore. Jiu Ran was stunned. Why? Sun Ziqiang smiled, decisively and domineeringly. He patted his chest and said, because you're strong is coming. Jiu Ran almost sweated. She couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to escape, but it was not polite, so she reached out and took a tissue and wiped her forehead. Sun Ziqiang was secretly pleased with his performance just now. He didn't expect that he could combine the situation and his name to say such a clever and heartfelt love words. It was so fucking wonderful. He was still complacent about his wisdom and suddenly saw Jiu Ran holding a tissue, so he asked, what's wrong? Jiu Ran forced a smile, a little oily. At this moment, the volume on the TV screen suddenly became excited, full of various shouts. Jiu Ran was attracted by the sound, looked up, and saw a figure like a stream of fire rushing across the finish line in the picture. Then countless spectators flocked over. The camera focused on the champion. A familiar face came into Jiu Ran's sight. The messy hair, black eyes, thick eyebrows, and the extraordinary appearance can be felt through the screen. Jiu Ran's heart was pounding. Why is it Jiang Ning? Didn't he say he was going to be a volunteer? The female host was still excited. 1 hour and 7 minutes. The champion of Yuzhou half marathon has appeared. Jiu Ran was shocked and annoyed, and even complained. You clearly invited me to be a volunteer, but you, Jiang Ning, secretly won the championship. However, when she looked at Jiang Ning surrounded by the crowd, she was sincerely happy for him. Jiu Ran still remembered that the prize money for the marathon champion was 660,000. Which teacher doesn't want his favorite student to live a good life? Seeing that Guo Ran was paying attention to the marathon, Sun Ziqiang catered to his needs. Oh, this champion is quite young, and it was not taken away by Zhao Hei. As Jiang Ning won the championship first, a shock broke out in the class group of class 8. Wang Longlong, too strong. Xin Yaoling, too strong. Dozens of messages were posted, all with these 3 words, and everyone became repeaters. Jiang Yanan couldn't control her emotions. Too great, too great. She only thought that Jiang Ning had a very high athletic talent, but she didn't expect it to be so high, and she won the championship of this game directly. Guo Kunan, I was there. Awesome, awesome. After saying that, he also sent a photo, and the black man who came in second had a very ugly face. Hahaha, look at his black face. Guo Kunan laughed. Duan Shigang, it's already black, and it's even more unclear now. Dong Qingfeng, fortunately, these black guys didn't win the championship. Jiang Yanan, so handsome, just heard Chen Kan say that someone sent a national flag, and I thought the championship was gone. Who knew he insisted on wearing a red flag, and won the championship? Lukaki jumped out and said, 660,000. Ah. She was envious. If she had this money, why would she need to find a man? She would be her own queen. Seeing Lukika's words, everyone suddenly remembered that, yes, the champion prize money is 660,000. What a terrifying number. You have to know that in class 8, many boys only have 1 or 200 yuan a week for living expenses. 660,000 is enough for them to spend until they graduate from college. Everyone turned to discuss the prize money. Liu Chuan said, damn, if I had known, I would have participated in the competition. Yuan, do you think the prize money is so easy to get? Jiang Yanan, Jiang Ning broke our school record in the previous school sports meeting. Meng Xian came out to speak. I know this. He is very good at the 100-meter race. Several good-looking girls praised Jiang Ning in public, which made some students who were not on good terms with Jiang Ning feel a little uncomfortable. Che Wei sent out a line of words. In fact, he won the championship with a certain amount of luck. Normally, the championship should have gone to Heej. Liu Chuan said, yes, the black man was leading by a lot at the beginning. I don't know why he suddenly had a brain seizure and stopped to eat barbecue, which allowed the people behind to catch up. Che Wei, I checked Ansheng's half marathon record. His record was 1 hour and 4 minutes, and Jiang Ning's record was 1 hour and 7 minutes this time. The difference is a full 3 minutes, which is not very valuable. He said with reason and evidence, and it was hard to find fault with it. This is a question deliberately set by the organizer to embarrass the black contestant. Be careful that he won't come next time. Che Wei said. He indirectly proved that Jiang Ning was just average. Ma Shiqing, if they don't want to come, then don't come. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. Che Wei, if they don't come, the marathon will lose its international authority. Although Dong Qingfeng had an average relationship with Ma Shiqing, he also jumped out to object at this moment. How can they be considered international? It's ridiculous. And he stopped to eat. Isn't it because he's arrogant? He was confident that he could win the award, so why did Yang Sheng just run over? After being denied, Che Wei got a little angry, and he began to give examples. Why are they not considered international? They are all friends. At the conference that year, it was all thanks to their votes that we were able to return to the joint organization. Chen Kan, let me clarify, they cast more votes against it at the time, and please remember, we were able to come back not because of anyone, but because of our own strength. Chen Kan has always been a rigorous representative in the group. As soon as he spoke, Ma Shiqing, okay, I just look down on them. Not many of them have quality. Che Wei, people like you who casually mock others are the ones with no quality. I'm also depressed. Why do you hate them so much? Ma Shiqing, hahaha, because I have low quality. Dong Qingfeng, if you don't hate them, I will hate you, laughing. Dong Qingfeng is not very old, but he has traveled a lot and knows the characteristics of Zhao Hei. They have no culture at all, but because of their nature, they are very good at socializing and actively approaching the opposite sex. There are many beautiful girls in China who are ignorant of the world and have been deceived by such people, played with and then abandoned, or taken to injure and tortured. Deng Qingfeng said firmly, let me put it this way. When they are more than us, we will be the ones to leave. Ma Shiqing, Long Long, show your skills. Wang Long Long, 1. I have strayed into a superpower 2. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen 3. There are stars in your eyes 4. Can we be together? 4. Black dragons are also dragons 5. You are the ones who should get out. 6. Your ancestors were actually golden dragons? Deng Qingfeng, I understand the applause. Che Wei, a bunch of ignorant people. Ma Shiqing, I hope your wife's ex-boyfriend will be a black dragon in the future. Deng Qingfeng and Wang Longlong assisted him from the side, and Che Wei had no power to resist. System prompt. Che Wei has withdrawn from class 8, grade 2, Yazhou number 4 middle school. Deng Qingfeng sent a red envelope to celebrate. Hu Jun clicked on it. Brother Feng is so generous, he actually has 7 yuan. Lu Kiki said, you are too much, tell them to quit the group. Deng Qingfeng, just quit. Che Wei's behavior made people feel that he was too immature. There had been so many quarrels in the group before, but no one had quit the group. At 20 kilometers, as Jiang Ning won the championship, many players ran to this supply point. The event officials treated everyone equally, took out a sign, and displayed questions of the same difficulty. Only those who answered the questions correctly could eat barbecue. Zhu Yuantang was full. The barbecue was so delicious, and there was so much, that he couldn't finish it. And Li Shi was still watching in the crowd, hoping that he would be lucky enough to taste it. Lin Zida said, don't watch here, let's go to the finish line. Now the champion should be born. I hope it's not Zhao Hei. Li Shi, wait a little longer, wait a little longer, 5 minutes. Okay. Anyway, it's only 5 minutes, there's no rush, Lin Zida agreed. Time passed by, and as the 5 minutes were almost up, Li Shi was ready to leave. Just as she was about to raise her foot, she suddenly saw a miracle. Zhu Yuantang ran out of the crowd, right in her direction. Li Shi's heart was pounding. Could it be that she did it for me? She remembered how Zhu Yuantang took the initiative to share jelly with her during the sports meeting, and a strong hope emerged. Then, Zhu Yuantang ran back again. Li Shi felt like she was on a roller coaster. Zhu Yuantang ran to Chachu and said, I've run a few steps, and I feel much better after digesting the food. Chachu, do you want to try it? Chapter 572 Directed Search. When Jiang Ning was the first to cross the finish line, accompanied by amazing cheers, the crowd surged like a tide, as if to swallow Jiang Ning. Camera flashes flashed, reporters handed over the microphone, and questions rang out like a machine gun. In such chaos, Jiang Ning's consciousness captured a beautiful figure behind the crowd. Bei Yuxia changed out of the volunteer's clothes. She wore a white dress, and the hem of her skirt fluttered gently with her steps, like a white lotus. Years of dancing made her slender, and good family education gave her a calm temperament. At this time, she was holding a bouquet of flowers, smiling, and a pair of cute dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth, as if she was an ancient girl walking out of a painting. Jiang Ning stood in the crowd, and met Bei Yuxia's eyes. So, facing the swarming crowd, Jiang Ning raised his hand, and his consciousness opened up. The people around him seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, and stopped at the same time. The scene was a bit weird, but it seemed natural, because he was the champion. Jiang Ning stepped forward, and people subconsciously stepped back, to make way for him. Jiang Ning ignored all the reporters in the crowd, and walked faster and faster, passing through the crowd, and walking towards Bei Yuxia who was holding flowers. Almost everyone at the scene stared at Jiang Ning, and the girl who seemed to be isolated from the world. Jiang Ning stood in front of Bei Yuxia, looked down at her and smiled. At this time, Bei Yuxia handed over flowers, the colors of which were warm and bright. Congratulations, champion. The camera was focused on this scene, and the TV station in the city broadcasted it. The marathon champion wearing the national flag set off the girl's white dress. The flowers in her arms made the to smile and shine. No matter when, it was a classic picture. Fuck, grass. In front of the TV, Che Wei cursed. What's so great about you? What's so great about you? A champion who picked up by luck. He was so angry that he crushed the can in his hand. The girl he liked, the girl he couldn't chase, actually gave flowers to others, and in front of so many people. For Che Wei, this was equivalent to treating him as the dignity of life and stepping on him hard, which was more painful than killing him. Damn it. Damn it. Che Wei had no place to vent his anger. Just at this moment, Pang Jiao sent a message on WeChat. Oi, why did you quit the group? Che Wei saw Pang Jiao's profile picture after Makup, and a feeling of nausea arose from the bottom of his heart, and he almost vomited the coke he had just drunk. On TV, Bei Yuxia smiled like a flower. That was a girl, that was youth. But when he thought of Pang Jiao's big face and strong body, Che Wei finally couldn't stand it. Why should I suffer such youth? My life should be a light girl, not a big fat pig. When he thought of these days, he was forced to live a miserable life by Pang Jiao. Che Wei was filled with anger. He clicked Pang Jiao's profile picture and deleted the friend without any hesitation. After doing these things, his world became quiet from then on. In the class group, Bei Yuxia is sending flowers. Look, Jiang Ning said. She had been following the marathon today. Class 8 saw this scene. The TV camera was very clear, and everyone could even see the flower in Bei Yuxia's hand. Does anyone know what the flower means? Yuan gossiped. Is it a confession? Lukaki interpreted it. No. Look carefully. The sunflower with the platycadon rose is obviously not to express love, but more to celebrate Jiang Ning's award. Yuan was disappointed, so that's it. But there is another sentence that Lukaki didn't say. The flower language of the sunflower is, no one else is in sight, and you are everywhere. Look at the scene in the crowd, where Bei Yuxia gave flowers to Jiang Ning. It was so fitting. As the camera turned, hey, why is there another flower behind Bei Yuxia? Jiang Ning was surprised. Why did one person take 2 flowers? At the competition site, Bei Yuxia talked to Jiang Ning for a few words, and she picked up another bouquet of flowers, and walked towards the finish line. Yang Sheng also crossed the finish line as the first place in the women's group. In this competition, the reward for the champion of the women's group is the same as that of the men's group. Bei Yuxia, in full view of everyone, gave Yang Sheng another bouquet of violets. Thank you. Yang Sheng didn't expect that the first bouquet he received was from a girl. As expected of her, she even knew how to send flowers. Bei Yuxia had a faint smile on her face, and her voice was as clear as a spring. I said I would come to cheer you up. Her beautiful dimples were neither deep nor shallow, bringing just the right amount of softness, and seemed particularly sincere, as if she was really just cheering for Yang Sheng. In front of the TV, Che Wei saw this scene, and had a new idea in his mind. Did I misunderstand something? Is there a possibility that she only gave flowers to familiar classmates? Che Wei kept thinking in this direction. He looked at the screen of his mobile phone again. Just now, he deleted Pang Jiao for the sake of momentary pleasure. Of course, it was refreshing, but when he thought about the consequences of the evening self-study and the start of school, it would be an unbearable weight for Che Wei's life. How would Pang Jiao retaliate against him? Press him against the wall and interrogate him? Force him to eat homemade snacks? Confess to him publicly? Each of them was unbearable for Che Wei. Once the passion fades, people will become calm and start to think about the consequences. For example, many criminals often regret it afterwards. In a moment of impulse, they do irreparable things and ruin their lives. Compared with criminals, the biggest advantage of ordinary people is that they can control themselves in extreme moments. Che Wei is a calm person. The more he thinks about the consequences, the more afraid he becomes. It's not too late. It's not too late now. He quickly added Pang Jiao back as a friend. As everyone knows, after WeChat unilaterally deletes, you can directly restore the friend by adding. Che Wei rushed to send. Oh my god. What's going on? Who hacked my account and deleted my friends? Don't get me wrong, my account was hacked. Che Wei waited for 5 minutes in fear, but Pang Jiao still didn't reply. His face changed, and he continued to send messages to save it. Hello, the owner of the account has changed his account. Note, Brother Cheyenne. 5 minutes later, Pang Jiao still didn't reply. Che Wei, damn, I was entangled by unclean things today, and finally got my number back completely. At the supply point at 20 kilometers. After eating the barbecue, Chen Xiao asked the barbecue chef if she could pack it. The answer was that it was allowed, but each person could only pack one. Chen Xiao happily packed one in the resentful eyes of the pedestrians, and then asked her sister to pack another. After Zhu Yuantang saw it, she had an idea and ran to pack a barbecue. This was reserved for Jiang Ning, thanking him for bringing her to be a volunteer. But if she gave it to Jiang Ning, her mother would not be able to eat it. She ran a little further away and messed up her hair a little. Then she slipped in front of the barbecue chef and said, "Hello, I'm the sister of the girl just now. We are twin sisters." The barbecue chef was stunned. "Are you kidding me?" But he had been told in advance, and the barbecue chef pretended not to notice and packed another one for Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Chuchu, who was next to her, witnessed it with her own eyes. She silently moved a little further away from the shameless Tang Tong, pretending not to know her. Chen Xiao was carrying the packed dinner, and then she took out her phone, ready to contact Bai Yuxia to ask about the situation at the finish line. After all, they agreed to wait together for Yang Sheng to win the championship, but she stopped because of the food. Opening the message questions, the list shows Bai Yuxia's need message. "Xiao, where are you?" Chen Xiao looked up at the sky. The weather was very good today, and there were white clouds in the sky, like a flock of sheep. The white clouds floated slowly in the blue sky, and each one had its own unique shape, some like galloping horses, and some like cute puppies, which was very beautiful. Chen Xiao was carrying the barbecue, and thought that Bai Yuxia had never tasted it, so she must not know how delicious it was. Fortunately, she was thoughtful, and knew to bring her one. "Chen Xiao, I'm in a very good place." "Bai Yuxia, where? I can pick you up." "Chen Xiao, really? I'm under a cloud that looks like a pony." "Bai Yuxia, why are you silent? Aren't you here to pick me up?" Chen Xiao asked. "Bai Yuxia, I don't want to." Although the champion has reached the finish line, the competition is still going on. The half marathon lasts for 3 hours. The award ceremony will be held after the end of the race. At 1 hour and 30 minutes, Shan Kaiquan stepped into the finish line. At 1 hour and 31 minutes, Huang Yasu stepped into the finish line. The squad leaders in Yaoling, who was waiting here, gave everyone a flower to celebrate the finish. Although there was only one flower, it immediately won Shan Kaiquan's favor. After all, many boys have never received any flowers during their school days, especially flowers from beautiful girls. There are not only flowers, but also wet wipes. Shan Kaiquan wiped the salt stains on his body. After a 21-kilometer long distance run, the sweat on his body had long turned into salt. "Yasu, let's take a shower and get something to eat." Shan Kaiquan invited. Yasu's grades are similar to his, and he is usually honest. Boys like to get along with such people. Huang Yasu stood at the finish line and looked at the track. "I promised Tangjing that I would wait for her at the finish line," Shan Kaiquan advised. "She runs slowly, it's still early." Huang Yasu still didn't go, and Shan Kaiquan had no choice but to go with Jiuo Kunan. Jiuo Kunan looked at the flowers in Shan Kaiquan's hand. They were given by Xin Yaoling, whom he liked, and Xin Yaoling had several flowers in her hand. He sighed. "Brother Quan, I regret it." Shan Kaiquan turned around and said in a low voice, "Are you still thinking about her?" Jiuo Kunan's mouth twitched. "I regret not participating in the marathon." If he participated in the competition, wouldn't he be the one who received the flowers from Xin Yaoling now? Traveling alone across 21 kilometers, just for a flower for you, this kind of heroic sentiment, isn't it exactly what love looks like? Shan Kaiquan patted him on the shoulder. "Next time, run with me. Maybe we can compete next year." The two gradually walked away. "Brother Quan, you are in the top 100 this time, right?" "I think so." 1 hour and 30 minutes. "I tried my best." Huang Yasu squatted at the finish line, waiting for Tangjing. After 1 hour and 45 minutes, Zhang Kai finally arrived. As soon as he arrived at the finish line, he saw Huang Yasu. "Wow, Yasu, you run so fast?" Zhang Kai was shocked. He arrived earlier than him. Huang Yasu smiled honestly. "Not fast. Jiang Ning runs fast. He is the champion." Zhang Kai was stunned. "What did you say? He is the champion? Are you kidding? He has been running and did not see the lively atmosphere before." Yes, the first to cross the finish line. Zenkai, you are not lying to me, are you? He is not sure about his ranking yet, but it is very difficult to accept the success of his classmate's 660,000 prize money. Until the end of the race, Huang Yasu still couldn't wait for Tangqing. He felt very strange. Didn't they agree to meet at the finish line? At 11 AM, the Yazhou half marathon ended, and the award ceremony began. We are now holding the award ceremony for the men's champion, runner-up and third place in the Yazhou marathon. At this moment, let us cheer with the most enthusiastic applause. There were many people at the marathon site. Because of the generous prize money, many spectators came here. With applause, Jiang Ning walked up to the podium. What is more noticeable is that, except for him, the other two were all black. In the crowd, the audience raised their mobile phones to take pictures, mixed with discussions. This is too young. Is he still a student? Good job, the championship is won by one of our own. The female host in ceremonial clothes shouted. Next, I will introduce to you the men's champion of the 2014 Yazhou Half Marathon, Jiang Ning. His final score is 1 hour, 7 minutes and 59 seconds. The leader in charge of the award ceremony is the second person in Yazhou. He personally put the medal on Jiang Ning, presented him with the trophy, and then gave him a sign marked with 660,000. In the class group of class 8, compliments have been flooding the group. Zenkai, it's really 660,000. Liu Chuandao, damn, so much. This number is so big that many students feel it's unreal. After all, they usually have to worry about eating a 16 yuan braised chicken, not to mention the 660,000 yuan prize. By the way, did Shan Kaikun win the prize? Zenkai asked in the group. Shan Kaikun replied, 92nd place, 1000 yuan prize. What about Yazhou? He's 99th place, 1000 yuan too. Zenkai cursed, damn, why am I the only one who didn't win the prize? UN, oh, it seems so. There are 4 boys in our class participating in the competition, and you are the only one who didn't win the prize. Zankai's face turned green when he looked at his phone. Fortunately, at this time, the host on TV was surprised. Jiang Ning said that he is willing to take out 600,000 yuan in prize money and let Changqing Company donate it to children in poor areas on his behalf. Changqing headquarters. Xiao Shuangshang sat in the boss chair in the president's office, looking at the wall. The 80-inch TV was playing the award ceremony of the marathon. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes turned up, making her phoenix eyes more charming, especially the teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes, which embellished her every blink, and there was an indescribable mystery and temptation. As the sole owner of the huge Changqing liquid company, countless men outside were curious about Xiao Shuangshang, but unfortunately no one could catch her eye. In front of her stood a woman in a professional suit, reporting, Boss Xiao, I have asked the information management department to do it. When we find a suitable candidate, we will start funding immediately. Well, I will come to check all the candidates by then. Xiao Shuangshang said. This sentence made the female secretary strange, because today Boss Xiao suddenly asked them to collect information on girls in poor mountainous areas, requiring them to be around 13 years old, with excellent academic performance, beautiful appearance, and clean family. Although it is difficult to collect, the information network of Changqing Liquid has been laid out, the money has been paid, and it can even use official machines to search the database. It is strange, but the female secretary did not dare to say a word of doubt, because this job is from 9 to 5, with 8 days off a month and an annual salary of 500,000. What surprised her was that Boss Xiao actually asked about it personally. After the female secretary left, Xiao Shuangshang leaned back in the comfortable boss chair and whispered to herself, Boss Jiang, am I doing a good job? Chapter 573 Pillar. The efficiency of awarding prizes in Yazhou Marathon was very fast, because the company responsible for paying the money was Changqing Liquid. After confirming the information of the winners, the finance department did not hesitate at all. Those with bank cards were directly paid into their cards, and those without bank cards were given cash. At 12:30 noon, Huang Yasu received the prize money for the top 100, a full 1000 yuan. As for tax issues, they were solved by Changqing Liquid. In addition, there are also finisher medals. Compared with other marathon medals, the medals used by Changqing Liquid Company are made of white porcelain, which is the same material as the packaging bottle of Changqing Liquid. A herb is engraved on the surface of the medal, representing one of the main medicines of Changqing Liquid, with a style that combines modern and ancient styles. Finish a medal, finish a certificate, and a supply bag. The bag contains Red Bull, purified water, chocolate, dried tofu, dried fruit, beef jerky and other snacks. After receiving the awards, several students from class 8 left the hall together. Cool. Jiu Kanan saw his good brothers finish a reward, and his eyes were full of envy. Not only was there a reward of evergreen liquid, but also flowers from the beautiful female monitor. Zhang Kai looked at the medal for finishing the race. The white porcelain medal was cold, just like his current mood. He thought, this medal should be able to sell for money, right? Shan Kaikun, why sell it? This thing is hung at home, representing the symbol of my running a marathon. Zhang Kai felt that he was talking without any pain in his waist. You got a bonus of 1000 yuan, but I didn't. He was not very happy in his heart, and his tone was a bit aggressive. Shan Kaikun looked at him and was equally impolite. You are not as skilled as others. Who do you blame? Fuck. Zhang Kai has always claimed to be a strong man in class 8. He used to be the sports commissioner of the class, the man with the strongest physique. Little trash like Shan Kaikun was never taken seriously by him. After all, when the first year of high school started, Shan Kaikun did not look strong, and his figure was even a little thin. Zhang Kai thought it was easy to suppress him. Now he looked at him again. Shan Kaikun was walking towards the sunny place outside, with his head held high and his steps steady and powerful. Zhang Kai suddenly found that this boy's shoulders were much wider, no worse than his own. His body could hold up, and his arms had muscle lines, just like those sports students who exercised all year round in the playground. I remember several times at night, he went to Shan Kaikun's dormitory and saw him either bending the arm strength machine or doing push-ups. Zhang Kai was stunned for a while, but he didn't say anything bad after all. He was no longer as superior as before. The arrogant attitude disappeared, replaced by equality. Zhang Kai made excuses indignantly. I didn't rest well yesterday, and I'm not in good shape today, otherwise I would have no problem ranking 100 today. Shan Kaikun, forget it. Zhang Kai, let's fight again next year. Damn, I will definitely give you a big prize. Shan Kaikun heard this and said solemnly, let's participate together next year. I hope I can still draw a place. After this session, there must be a lot of participants in the marathon next year. Zhang Kai took the initiative to say, I'm lucky, I'll draw. Okay. Shan Kaikun admitted that Zhang Kai was really lucky. Several people walked and chatted, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious than before. When they reached the fork in the road, Huang Yasu looked towards the finish line of the marathon again, but still could not see Tang Jing. He called Tang Jing, but no one answered. Huang Yasu was very confused. He promised to repay Tang Jing for helping him pay the registration fee, but now, he couldn't find her. Looking at the time, it was already 12:30. Thinking of his younger brothers and sisters at home, Huang Yasu grabbed the marathon supply bag in his hand. He said goodbye, you guys go shopping, I'll go home first. Okay, see you at evening self-study. Shan Kaikun and others said hello. Huang Yasu won the prize, and because he was very tired from running, he went to the platform to wait for the bus, and rushed back home. Guangming community is an old and dilapidated community in Yazhou, and it is also the most worthless old and dilapidated community among the old and dilapidated communities, because it is located in a remote location, and is not worth demolishing. Huang Yasu got off the bus station, and walked for another 10 minutes, before he walked to the vicinity of the community. Looking from the roadside, you can see densely packed 6-story buildings. Due to the poor quality of the building walls and their age, the lime on the outer walls has fallen off, and various wires are tangled together. He walked home along the alley. The bricks and stones on the ground were cracked, and some were still filled with sewage. If he was not careful, he might step on a landmine, and be covered in sewage. The garbage bins at the edge of the alley were full, and even a lot of domestic garbage fell to the ground. This was because when the cleaners in charge of this area came to collect property fees, many residents were playing tricks and were unwilling to pay the property fees. Although the property fee is only 50 yuan a year, Huang Yasu wore a Nike t-shirt given by Marathon and walked all the way to the door of his house. His house is on the second floor. When he opened the door, his younger brother and sister ran to greet him. Huang Yasu glanced at the books on the table. His younger brother and sister were reading just now, which made him very happy. Although his younger brother and sister were young, they were also using their own strength to try their best to change this family. Huang Yasu opened the supply bag and distributed snacks to them. His parents were working outside and had not come back yet. Only the white-haired grandmother heard the noise and came out of the room. "Grandson, have you eaten?" the grandmother asked with concern. "No." Huang Yasu smiled. He was only concerned about running the marathon and winning the championship. He did not covet the delicacies on both sides, so he was now hungry. There is still some rice soup, steamed buns and vegetables left in the steamer. You should eat some quickly. The old woman hunched her back slightly and took a staggering step to serve her grandson rice. Huang Yasu, "Grandma, don't move. I'll serve the rice." At this time, the younger brother who was still in elementary school ran over and shouted, "Grandma went to sell vegetables today and earned 50 yuan. Hearing this, the wrinkles on the old woman's face relaxed a lot. There were many people buying vegetables today, and they were sold out before 12 o'clock. She was obviously in a good mood. Huang Yasu heard this, but his heart was heavy. His grandmother was 70 years old. Every time she sold vegetables, she had to get up at 2 a.m. to pick vegetables in the field. She could not return home until 7 a.m. and then ride a tricycle to sell vegetables on the roadside near the vegetable market. She often could not return home until 1 p.m. But after all this work, she could only earn 50 yuan, which was considered a relatively smooth sale. Usually, she could not even sell 50 yuan. Grandma is 70 years old. Huang Yasu inherited his father's character. He is honest and loyal, does not fight or grab, and does not owe favors to others. However, today, he only ran a marathon and got a bonus of 1000 yuan. After deducting the 100 yuan from Tangjing, there are still 900 yuan, which is equivalent to grandma selling vegetables for more than half a month. If he ran faster at that time, like Jiang Ning, and won a bonus of 660,000 yuan, would grandma not have to work hard to sell vegetables? Huang Yasu ate in silence. In another community in the city, Yangwangluian, the community has good greening, and there is even a mini artificial lake, which is no different from the popular communities in later generations. Tangjing sat in the pavilion by the lake, looking down at the mist, call from Huang Yasu on her phone screen. She was almost mad with anger, and she wanted to step on Huang Yasu hard, make him kneel down and kowtow, and loudly say that he was wrong. She was ruthless and scheming, but she had never lost so badly before. 21-kilometer marathon, Huang Yasu, you can really run. Tangjing's face was a little ferocious, like a crazy woman. The finish line of the marathon was waiting for her. How could she finish it? 21 kilometers is 42 miles, let alone running. Even if you walk, you have to walk for 4 hours without stopping. Most girls can't finish it. Tangjing wanted to throw away the lady identity she created and abuse Huang Yasu fiercely, using the extreme foul mouth to vent her anger. Unfortunately, Tangjing held back, thinking of all the efforts she had made before. If she gave up now, wouldn't the previous efforts be in vain? She must tie Huang Yasu up, make him work like a cow and a horse, and attack Pang Jiao. Only by using him and then abandoning him can she relieve the hatred in her heart and resolve the knot. Tangjing's face changed for a while, and finally she calmed down. She squeezed out a fake smile, drove away the hatred, picked up her phone, and called Huang Yasu. The call was quickly connected. "Yasu, where are you?" "Huang Yasu, I went home. I didn't wait for you at the finish line." Tangjing pretended to be innocent. "Why did you go home so early? Didn't you agree to be at the finish line?" "I just ran to the finish line and was still thinking about looking for you. You made me so sad." Huang Yasu felt guilty about these words, and he quickly apologized. "I'll pick you up at the finish line right away." Tangjing smiled. "Then remember to come and pick me up by bike." "Okay, I will definitely ride a bike." After getting the reply, Tangjing felt much better. When she sat on Huang Yasu's bicycle, got close to him, and gave him a little sweetness, he still didn't fall. Which young man full of blood can resist such temptation? Thinking of this, Tang Jing's tone became even sweeter. Yazoo, have you eaten yet? Huang Yazoo's simple voice came through the loudspeaker, making people feel at ease. I just got home and am eating. I'm almost done. Tang Jing, what did you eat? Huang Yazoo replied, there are some leftovers at home. He usually gets out of school late, and his family eats first. When he gets home, he only has leftovers to eat, so he's used to it. Ah, do you usually eat leftovers? Tang Jing chatted a few more words. Apart from other things, Huang Yazoo has a good voice, deep and powerful, and speaks at a slow rhythm, like a reliable uncle, which sounds quite comfortable. Huang Yazoo, sometimes it's leftovers from my parents, and sometimes it's leftovers from my younger brothers and sisters. Tang Jing, don't you have a dog at home? Huang Yazoo, I don't eat the dog's leftovers. After Tang Jing hung up the phone, she took a taxi at the gate of the community and went to the finish line of the marathon to wait for Huang Yazoo's arrival. After Huang Yazoo finished his meal, he looked at his younger brothers and sisters who were doing their homework, and he told them, I'm going out, you guys can eat the snacks. Brother, when will you be back? Asked his younger brother. Huang Yazoo, about 4 or 5 o'clock. Before he left, he looked at his grandmother who was resting in the room, and set off with an inexplicable mood. After Huang Yazoo left, his younger brother's eyes rolled around. He found the snacks, tore open the bag, and ate them all in one go. After eating, he put more money in his pocket and ran to his grandma's room. Grandma, our school needs to pay for materials. The white-haired old man looked at his grandson with cloudy eyes and asked, how much? 50 yuan. I remember that I paid it last month, didn't I? The little boy, all other students have paid, but I haven't paid. The old lady didn't say anything. She turned around, raised her wrinkled hands like tree roots, counted out 50 yuan, and gave it to her grandson. After the little boy took the money, he smiled even more. The old lady, study hard, only by reading good books can you have a bright future. Okay. She likes her grandson who studies hard. After watching her grandson's happy look for a while, the old lady went back to sleep. After a while, the little boy went out with 50 yuan in his hand and ran to a black internet cafe in a nearby alley. He fumbled in the smoke-filled internet cafe and found the yellow-haired young man wearing headphones. He shouted, brother, I brought money. Please help me buy the fire Kirin. The brother turned around slowly and counted the small denomination bills in the pupil's hand with his eyes. He took a puff of cigarette, exhaled a breath of ecstasy smoke, and said, this money is not enough to buy the fire Kirin. The fire Kirin is the top weapon in CF and costs 888 yuan. Seeing the pupil's disappointment, he added, but I can help you brush Q coins. However, there are risks. At the finish line of the marathon, Tang Jing got off the taxi. The award ceremony had ended. There were many volunteers and sanitation workers cleaning up the garbage on the field. Tang Jing put on a sun hat, found a cool place, and waited for Huang Yazoo to arrive. In her spare time, she opened the class group of class 8. Compared with the former class 5, even if Tang Jing had feelings for it, she had to admit that the class group of class 8 was more interesting. Originally, the group was talking about Jiang Ning winning the championship and taking away a prize of 660,000 yuan, but donating 600,000 yuan of the prize. Many classmates expressed regret because this money was enough for him to spend until graduation from college. Then CUIU said, even if it's only 60,000, it's enough to spend until graduation from college. Lukaki said that, if you want to chase girls, 60,000 is not enough to spend until graduation from college. Then Liu Chuandao whipped Shan Keiquan's corpse, claiming that he spent several thousand last time and failed to chase the girl. Shan Keiquan was so angry that he wanted to challenge him. Kyangli said, you don't have to spend money to chase girls. Shouldn't you split the bill? As soon as the topic of men and women was touched upon, Lukaki immediately became excited and typed a long paragraph. It's so funny. First of all, you are pursuing someone, so you should pay for it. You can't always think that if you pursue someone, they will split the bill with you. Doesn't they need you to pursue them? Kyangli, that's a twist. Lukaki, that's why you don't have a girlfriend. And to be honest, what's the money for meals and gifts? Shan Kaikun has money, you can afford it, right? You don't even have that little money, and you still want to stay with him, please. You understand how painful it is to have a child, okay? Lukaku's fighting ability is good, and she even used Shan Kaikun as an example. Once Kyangli said that he lacked money, it was equivalent to lowering his status. I advise all boys to collect this sentence and watch it more. Lukaku said. Although Tangjing did not enter the venue, she was inexplicably relieved to see Lukaku's words. After all, they belonged to the same position, and she quite liked Lukaku's speech. In silence, Ma Shicheng retorted to him, is it difficult to have a child? Lukaku, do you know how painful it is? And after giving birth, there are many sequelae that will accompany you for the rest of your life. Ma Shicheng, haha, my relative gave birth to 4, and my friend's mother gave birth to 5. If you think it's painful, it's your problem. You are incompetent. Lukaku, how ignorant. Only people like you think it's easy. Ma Shicheng emphasized, if you think it's difficult, it's your own problem. Tangjing glanced at the screen. The agreed time was almost up. She had already imagined in her mind the scene in which Huang Yazu would take her on a bike. At that time, she would find a path by the lake, accompanied by the tranquil lake, and use her own methods in a romantic and poetic environment. Isn't that honest man Huang Yazu confused? The more Tangjing fantasized, the happier she was. After planning for so long, today, she finally saw the dawn of success. Tangjing stood by the road, glancing at the road frequently, and in her sight, Huang Yazu's honest face appeared. But in the next second, Tangjing's expression changed completely. The previous joy was replaced by a kind of surprise, and her facial features were stiff. On the road, Huang Yazu was riding a bicycle with one hand, and his other hand was holding the handlebar of the second bicycle. He was riding 2 bicycles by himself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574. Don't tell me. In the afternoon, the marathon came to an end. After the prosperity comes peace. The orange-red sun slowly sank, dyeing the horizon a light golden yellow. Kingayu Lake is like a mirror, reflecting the afterglow of the sunset. The Huki Mountain in the distance is connected to the lake surface. The reflection of the mountain sways in the lake, which is beautiful. Zhu Yuantang was barefoot, stepping on the shallow water at the edge of Kingayu Lake. She was surrounded by golden light, and the world showed warm colors. This half marathon passed through Kingayu Lake. This lake area was contracted by Changqing liquid and covered by Jiang Ning with a large array of spiritual energy. The scenery is extremely beautiful. Many contestants and tourists from other places were moved by it and wanted to come here to play after the game, but unfortunately they were prohibited by the security forces of Changqing Liquid Company. After seeing this, Zhu Yuantang wanted to come to Kingayu Lake to play. When she was regretful, Jiang Ning took out the volunteer identity card and stepped into this area. Zhu Yuantang didn't expect that the face of volunteers was so big, so she secretly collected the volunteer card. Jiang Ning, why did you donate so much money? After the competition, Zhu Yuantang, who came late, realized that he had secretly won the championship without telling her. Zhu Yuantang had long been accustomed to Jiang Ning's strength, but Chu Chu's performance was very unexpected, which made Zhu Yuantang very proud. Zhu Yuantang took a step lightly, and her steps were very careful, as if she was integrated with the water. As her feet landed, the tender green water plants at the bottom of the water gently brushed past, which was both soft and a little itchy. Several small fish swam by her feet. Zhu Yuantang lowered her head and saw only a circle of ripples on the water surface due to her footsteps, intertwined with the ripples of the lake. Because there is too much money, I can't control it. Jiang Ning walked to Zhu Yuantang and said so. Zhu Yuantang was only 1.5 meters tall, only up to his shoulders, and looked very small. Can you not control it if you have too much money? Zhu Yuantang didn't understand. Jiang Ning lied. Yes, it's like a child holding a gun that can kill people. Can he control it? Zhu Yuantang understood after hearing this. She reflected on herself. Yes, when I was a child, I got pocket money. Every time I couldn't resist the temptation, I quickly spent it on snacks and couldn't save it at all. Jiang Ning continued to fool her. This is because I can't control money. Many people can't save money after graduation. Zhu Yuantang looked up. Then, the reason for not being able to save money is that the salary after graduation is too low. She thought of her former mother and her current mother. Jiang Ning, anyway, donate it. Okay. Zhu Yuantang always supports his approach. Anyway, there are still 60,000 yuan left, which is a lot, and can't be spent. She stepped on the water again. Qinghai Lake is different from other lakes. After Jiang Ning's transformation, it spreads out a large shallow water area. The water in this area is only a dozen centimeters deep. There are many tender green grasses in the clear and transparent water. It is very comfortable to step on it and play. It's a pity that Chachu went home to study, otherwise she would definitely like it here. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning looked at the clear waters of Qinghai Lake from afar, and his thoughts were flying. If he could build an island in the middle of the lake, plant trees, build some houses, and preferably have a terrace facing the lake, then he could drink coke, eat barbecue, and enjoy the scenery of the lake and mountains. It must be a good experience. After all, this group of people happened to catch up with the peak housing prices when they grew up. It was almost a luxury to own a house in the city with their own abilities. Jiang Ning thought silently. As for the inconveniences of living on the island, such as mosquitoes, humidity, etc., these were not a problem after the formation was arranged. Let her come when there is a chance. Jiang Ning said. Okay, then we will play in the water together. Zhu Yuantang walked in the water. She bent down to pick up a small stone and threw it towards the water. The small stone fell on the lake and made 3 splashes. 3. Am I awesome? She was filled with joy. When she was little, she loved skipping stones the most. Unfortunately, her mother was afraid that she would drown, so she would never let her get close to the water. Besides, there were not many places in their village where she could skip stones. Now that she had the omnipotent Jiang Ning by her side, she could play to her heart's content. Zhu Yuantang picked up the smooth pebbles in the water and skipped stones happily. He also told Jiang Ning, you play too, you play too. Jiang Ning took a stone from Tang Tong and threw it along the lake. Bang! The calm lake surface was startled by a long string of water splashes. The shimmering waves were like a group of golden carps jumping out of the water against the backdrop of the setting sun. Zhu Yuantang was surprised by this scene and opened her mouth. Amazing. She was even more shocked than when she learned that Jiang Ning was a marathon champion. Because the Grand Marathon was too far away from her, and skipping stones was something she often played. Hearing the little one's exclamation, Jiang Ning was quite satisfied. After all, it was not an easy thing to let the stubborn Tang Tang praise him. After playing for a while, it was already very late. Zhu Yuantang said, Jiang Ning, we should go. We have to go to evening self-study in the evening. Okay. Jiang Ning walked to the lake with her. Zhu Yuantang fell behind him, pinched his sleeves with her little hands, and followed him on the water. On the lake shore, Zhu Yuantang dried her feet, put on socks, tied her shoelaces, and prepared to walk towards the modern city ahead. Before leaving, she looked back and saw the sunset. The afterglow shone obliquely. The lake's surface turned from golden to red. The sky was like weeping blood, and the Huqi mountain in the distance was covered with clouds. It's so beautiful. Zhu Yuantang exclaimed. This moment seemed to be eternal. Yeah. Jiang Ning replied. He continued to move forward, and suddenly, his sleeve was grabbed by Zhu Yuantang. She raised her little face. Her clever eyes met Jiang Ning's eyes. Her expression became serious, and she made up her mind. Jiang Ning, I've decided, when I die, I will be buried there. She stood on tiptoe and pointed to the distance, which was full of tranquility, loneliness, and mystery of Huqi Mountain. Jiang Ning looked at Tang Tong. Her face was as smooth and delicate as ever, like porcelain, but her eyes, which used to be lively, were stained with a serious look, as if she was really thinking about this matter. Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang saw that he was a little perfunctory, so she said with a stern face, isn't it beautiful there? Don't you think it's a good thing to sleep there forever? According to the fortune teller in our village, the feng shui must be very good. She was just like a salesperson selling cemeteries. Seeing that Jiang Ning still didn't care, Zhu Yuantang took his sleeve and walked around to Jiang Ning. Not only for herself, she also wanted Jiang Ning to be buried with her. Jiang Ning was speechless. "You are only 15 years old. Are you thinking about this?" Zhu Yuantang kept persuading him. Finally, Jiang Ning said, "You don't need to tell me about this. Just tell our future children." Zhu Yuantang was caught off guard when she heard this. Her face turned red, redder than a ripe apple. Her serious attitude disappeared. Instead, she lowered her eyebrows and stared at her toes. Her eyelashes fluttered and her eyes were misty. After a long time, she finally said, "TSK, what nonsense are you talking about?" She was tough for a moment and said, "I'm still young." Jiang Ning taught her, "It's good that you know. Yazhou number 4 middle school, a street outside the school." Zhang Kai and Shan Keiquan were shopping. Most high school students are busy and don't have much time to play. But that's for ordinary students. The 3 people who went out at this time were not ordinary students. Zhang Kai spent most of his time thinking about making money every day, and he could go to the construction site to move bricks on weekends. Jiuo Kanan can play games, chase girls, and hone his Tao heart at the same time. Shan Keiquan became even more awesome. He studied, chased girls, played games, and exercised. He arranged everything in an orderly manner. "Brother Nan, isn't the liner of your thermos broken?" Shan Keiquan reminded him. "Jiuo Kanan, let's go to UK supermarket to fix it later. I remember they sell it for 8 yuan each." Although everyone had agreed that they would never go to UK supermarket to buy things because every penny they spent would become ammunition for UK boss Wei Ziyuan to chase girls. But more than a year later, Wei Ziyuan still didn't catch up with Deng Jiai. When everyone talked about it, they all thought it was funny. Some people even opened a bet on when Wei Ziyuan would be able to catch up with the beautiful girl Deng Jiai. 8 yuan is not cheap. I spent 8 yuan on the broken liner of my thermos last time. Shan Keiquan said unhappily. The liner of a thermos is only a thin layer, and high school students love to play around, so it is easy to break it. Zhang Kai smiled like a sunflower, very bright, and said thankfully, "My thermos liner has never been broken." Shan Keiquan, "Fuck, you don't have a thermos at all, right?" Not to mention the thermos. When Zhang Kai was at his best, shampoo, soap, basin, toothbrush and toothpaste were all stolen from others. A few people were chatting, and they happened to see Wu Yunxi in a white sportswear. This road outside the school was crowded with many students, but because the road was wide, it was not crowded. However, Wu Yunxi walked straight over without avoiding at all. He remembered the look Shan Keiquan gave him when he passed by him during the marathon in the morning. With new hatred and old grudges, Wu Yunxi was ready to teach him a lesson. Haha, it doesn't matter if you are good at marathon. Life is not a marathon every day. Shan Keiquan didn't avoid it. Their shoulders bumped against each other. Wu Yunxi's physical fitness was not as good as Shan Keiquan's, and he took a half step back after being bumped. His face changed, and a sentence floated. "After the second class of evening self-study, come to the playground to watch me," and lands and 8. Shan Keiquan's face suddenly became ugly. This kind of demonstration involving women is extremely lethal and related to personal dignity. Jiuo Kanan also heard this sentence. He shouted, "Zhang Kai, a meal of braised pig's trotters." Hearing that there was an advantage to be taken, Zhang Kai pointed at Wu Yunxi's nose and cursed in public, "Nima, don't you have eyes when you walk?" Wu Yunxi was stunned. He rarely met such a young man. He stared at Zhang Kai. "Do you know who I am? Zhang Kai, you are my grandson." He even dared to mess with Qishan Heng, the top rich second generation of Yazhou number 4 middle school, let alone a mere Wu Yunxi. Wu Yunxi pointed at Zhang Kai, his fingers trembling, and warned, "Just wait." Zhang Kai looked down on him. After Wu Yunxi left, Jiuo Kanan immediately said, "Zhang Kai, be careful, this guy is very insidious." Zhang Kai didn't care. "I'm with Xian Peng every day, what's there to be afraid of?" "Brother Nan, don't forget your braised pork trotters." Shan Keiquan, "Don't worry, I'll buy you another can of Coke later." Zhang Kai, "How about bottled ones? Bottled Coke has more, and it's more addictive to drink." Shan Kaikwan, okay. His impression of Zankai changed a little. Although this guy's greedy for money, he really does go there when there is something to do. Before the evening self-study class, Jiang Ning rode an electric bike and took Zhu Yuantang to school to sleep. Jiang Ning's riding speed was not very fast. He rode slowly all the way and only accelerated to go home after school. Today is Sunday and there are many pedestrians on the road. On the auxiliary road next to the main road, 3 electric bikes were running parallel in front, completely blocking the road. The 3 car owners were middle-aged aunts with permed hair and wide bodies. They occupied the road and were chatting about family matters. They were really wanton. As for whether it would affect the pedestrians behind them, they didn't care at all. Besides, even if it did, what could they do? If they dared to say no, they would scold them. Since the road was completely blocked, Jiang Ning couldn't find a chance to overtake, so he could only follow behind. The obstacle in front of him was nothing, and Jiang Ning didn't care much. He just urged his spiritual power, turned into a big hand, and swept to the left side of the road. The 3 battery cars were originally separated by some distance in the middle, but after being swept like garbage, they were squeezed together and tilted to the side of the road. In this way, a space was vacated, and Jiang Ning twisted the handlebars and easily completed the overtaking. This kind of thing gave Jiang Ning some inspiration. He rarely encountered traffic jams when riding a bike now, but he couldn't ride a bike all the time. When it was windy and rainy, it was more convenient to drive. But in the next few years, with the rapid economic development and the improvement of people's consumption level, family cars will gradually become popular, and traffic jams will often occur, especially during holidays, and it is impossible to drive. Jiang Ning will go to college in the future, and it is likely to go to another city. Although college and high school are both student times, they are completely different, mixed with many realistic factors. The means of transportation are still very important. Jiang Ning's means of transportation are very top-notch, which is a spirit boat that flies in the air, but this kind of thing cannot be made public, unless it is invincible. As for other vehicles, no matter how top-notch luxury cars are, Jiang Ning is not used to driving them. Can I use the resources of Changqing liquid through Xiao Shuangshan, and I will provide technical support to develop an aircraft? Just develop a few, and then let Xiao Shuangshan negotiate with the official to obtain the right to fly. As for whether the flight rights negotiation is successful, Jiang Ning is very confident that he can shut up all those who oppose it. Then what is more important is the style and power solution of the aircraft. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning looked back at Zhu Yuantang and planned to arrange some work for her. Zhu Yuantang was eyeing the roadside stall selling grilled starch sausages. She noticed Jiang Ning's gaze and immediately suppressed the greed on her face and became much more serious. Chapter 575, Diverting Trouble. The street outside the number 4 middle school stretches out for a long distance, with many vendors selling snacks and setting up stalls, and the crowds are bustling. Today, Yazhou number 4 middle school has made huge profits after the rise of Changqing Liquid Company. Both the number of students and the number of teachers have increased a lot, which has also made the accompanying street at the door much more prosperous. Shan Kaikwan walked on the street, looking at the vibrant scene around him, and said with emotion, "The high school in our town has lost another class in the first grade this year. Jiuo Kunan can understand. There will be fewer and fewer people in the town in the future. When I was in the 3rd grade, there were 10 classes in the first grade of junior high school in the town. When I was in the 1st grade of junior high school, there were only 7 classes. Yes, they all went to the county or the city to study." Shan Kaikwan sighed. Many people working in our village have bought houses in the county. Unlike middle schools in remote areas, Yazhou number 4 middle school has been making progress and is full of vitality. Brother Nan, there are people selling thermos liners over there. Do you want to ask the price? Shan Kaikwan suggested. Jiuo Kunan looked over and saw an auntie setting up a grocery stall, selling some daily necessities. How much is the liner? Jiuo Kunan asked. 7 yuan. It was quite cheap. Jiuo Kunan decided, okay, take one, I'll look at other things. He bought a towel, a shoe brush and other miscellaneous daily necessities at the stall, all at very affordable prices, and finally he also picked a pair of cotton shoes. It's November now, the weather is getting cold, and winter is coming. Number 4 middle school is not equipped with air conditioning now. Yuzhou is several degrees below zero in winter, and it's very cold in the classroom. Preparing a pair of cotton shoes in advance can avoid the invasion of cold. How much? 25 yuan. The stall owner said. Jiuo Kanan knew that most of these small stalls can be bargained, so it's a waste not to bargain. If you save 2 or 3 yuan, you can buy an extra chicken fillet when buying cakes in the evening. He bargained. I bought so many things, please give me a discount. Just 20. The aunt waved her hand quickly. No, I bought the goods at 24. I will lose money if I sell them to you for 20. Jiuo Kanan didn't believe it. He said again, I bought a lot. You must make a lot of money. Just 20. The two bargained here. Zhang Kai looked around the stalls absent-mindedly and was attracted by the ring tossing stall not far away. A student was tossing rings and got a doll. Zhang Kai was itching to play with it. Suddenly, the voices around him got louder, and Jiuo Kanan took out the money and counted it. Sister, this is all the money I have. If you agree, I will buy it directly. The aunt was a little shaken. After all, this order included thermos liner, other sundries, and cotton shoes, which could be sold for more than 40 yuan, so she could make some money. But before agreeing, she still tried to persuade him earnestly, if I sell it to you at this price, I won't make any money. Jiuo Kanan, not enough money. The aunt looked at the boy's companion and urged, if you don't have enough money, you can borrow some from your classmates. Jiuo Kanan patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder and complained to the aunt, look at how poor he is. He can't even afford to eat. It's strange that he has money. Zhang Kai was paying attention to the ring tossing stall in the distance. He was inexplicably pulled here to belittle him, which seriously insulted his dignity. So this is how you look at me? Zhang Kai stiffened his neck and said in a gamble, bullshit, who said I don't have money? After hearing this, Jiuo Kanan and the boss fell silent. Jiuo Kanan said nothing and prepared to pay silently. Zhang Kai suddenly remembered that Jiuo Kanan was bargaining. He continued to look indignant. He reached into his trouser pockets with both hands, and after a circle, he cursed, fuck, it turns out I really don't have money. The first class of evening self-study. In the class of chemistry teacher Jiuo ran. She likes jeans very much. Tonight, she is still wearing a pair of dark jeans, which fits her round legs tightly and extends all the way up until it stops at her waist. The slender waist and the plump curve of the hips make her steps graceful and beautiful. After Jiuo Ran walked into class 8, her eyes first searched for Jiang Ning and then swept over the other students in the class. Although Jiuo Ran is very beautiful, she is not strict, which makes her deterrent power far less than that of teachers like Gao Hishuai. When it is the turn of chemistry class, everyone is always very relaxed. Some bold students, such as Duan Shigang, made an appointment with Deng Xiang and Shenzhou in the evening to eat barbecue and drink, so he went straight to sleep to replenish his energy. Not everyone has the rights of Zhu Yuantang. Number 4 middle school is not the number 4 middle school it used to be. The principal has held many meetings to emphasize that the grades must be done well, and the reputation of number 4 middle school must not be lost. So when Jiuo Ran saw a classmate sleeping, she naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. If she was discovered by the grade group leader patrolling outside, she would probably be criticized. After Jiuo Ran finished explaining a question, he motioned Zhang Kai to pat his desk mat. Zhang Kai adjusted his posture, raised his palm, indicated the position, and slapped Gangzi on the dog's head, waking him up. Duan Shigan was suddenly attacked in his dream, and said in panic, what's wrong? What's wrong? Zhang Kai motioned to teacher Jiuo Ran on the podium. Jiuo Ran deliberately said sternly, Duan Shigan, I won't say anything if you sleep in this class. Now the management of number 4 middle school is strict. If you sleep again next time, I will ask you to stand up and listen to the class. Although she was very strict, her appearance was really not lethal. Instead, she made people feel very beautiful and very friendly. Duan Shigan is also an old man. He has experienced the tempering of society and has that unique slickness. He said with a playful smile, teacher, I didn't sleep. You saw it wrong. After that, he wanted to see Jiuo Ran's angry look. Beautiful women are beautiful, even when they are angry, so people can't help but make her angry. Facing the students who lied with their eyes open, Jiuo Ran did not get angry, but calmed down and said calmly, "Oh, then tell me, how many times did I walk around the classroom in this class?" Duan Shigen had no idea. He racked his brains and thought about it and said, "3 times? Jiuo Ran, wrong. I didn't leave the podium at all." Duan Shigen thought to himself, "Fuck, why are you still fishing for law enforcement?" The atmosphere in the classroom became cheerful. Seeing that there were still a few minutes before the get out of class ended, Jiuo Ran did not continue the lecture. She sat down, drank a sip of tea, and said, "Everyone still has to study hard. The purpose of learning is not only to get into a good university and find a good job, but also to let you see a bigger world." The students in the classroom did not take these words to heart because they had heard them countless times. Parents said it, relatives said it, and teachers said it many times. Maybe when listening, the heart surged, as if injected with chicken blood, but a day or two later, they still repeated their previous lives, which is the so-called sober degeneration. Jiuo Ran knew what the students were thinking. She thought about the blind date she had met that morning and said, "Studying hard also gives you the right to choose, not just your life, but also your life." She changed the subject and said with a smile, "Choose someone you like." Many students who had not paid attention to this topic started to think about it after hearing this. They did not expect that teacher Jiuo would be willing to discuss this topic with them. Jiuo Ran was the type of caring older sister. She was very beautiful and could fit in with the student group. Everyone looked at her and waited for her to continue. Jiuo Ran thought about the blind dates she had been introduced to before. She said, "Generally speaking, the higher the education level, the more choices you have. If you are choosing a partner, do you prefer someone with a higher education level or someone with a lower education level? I think the answer is self-evident. Chen Qian, of course, someone with a higher education level. I don't have that much time to choose. Education level is the best filter." After hearing this, Jiuo Ran felt recognized. But soon, opponents appeared. Duan Shigen raised his hand and said, "I like pretty ones." Lukaki raised her hand and said, "If they have money, I'm fine with them regardless of their education level." Jiuo Ran, class dismissed. By the way, Jiang Ning, come to the office. As soon as these words came out, the classmates reacted differently. Some were envious and lamented that Jiang Ning had a good relationship with the teacher. Some, like Che Wei, clenched their fists and were filled with jealousy. When he thought of the two of them talking in the office, he even began to hate Jiuo Ran, whom he once admired. A teacher who doesn't follow the rules of a teacher. In the office, Jiuo Ran made a cup of jasmine tea for her favorite student with her delicate hands. Then, she leaned back in her chair, looking lazy. The curve of her shoulders was just right. Because of her posture, the buttons of her shirt, which were originally slightly loose, were stretched a little tight, outlining her undulating contours. Jiang Ning sat on the chair, looking straight ahead. In fact, the posture he usually leaned on the sofa at home was taught by Jiuo Ran. It was indeed very comfortable, and he liked it very much. Jiuo Ran drank a sip of tea, and the tiredness in his eyes dissipated a little, adding some vitality. At this moment, seeing Jiang Ning sitting upright and obedient, she thought of his domineering attitude when he won the marathon championship and waved his hand to disperse the crowd. This contrast made her unable to help but tease, "Hey, where is your champion's aura?" Jiang Ning replied, "Teacher, you are joking. How can I put on airs in front of you?" Jiuo Ran pressed his temple and complained, "Didn't we agree to be volunteers?" After Jiang Ning left, Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei came to find Che Wei. Their two big faces were extremely oppressive. Che Wei held his breath. "Ah Wei, after the next class, we want to go to the gym to exercise. Can you be our trainer?" Pang Jiao bit her thick lips. There was a kind of heroic shyness on her face. The rays bursting from her big eyes seemed to say, "We can give you an advantage." Che Wei subconsciously felt nauseous when he heard this. He turned pale and declined politely, "I can't do it. I feel a little dizzy today, and I'm not in good shape." He promoted, "If you want to exercise, I suggest you find Jiang Ning. He can bench press 140 kilograms, which is better than the physical education teacher. He also has experience in teaching others. He must be a very good coach." This move is called diverting trouble. Jiang Ning, die for me. Che Wei roared in his heart. He didn't believe it. If Jiang Ning was entangled by Pang Zhao and the others, could he still be as cool as he is now? At that time, he would definitely appreciate Jiang Ning's miserable condition. Bai Yuxia, her escort, glanced at Che Wei with a hint of wishful thinking. After a moment, she continued to write the questions. The next class was Gao Hishuo's class, so she had to consolidate her knowledge first to avoid being asked questions. After Che Wei used his trick, he thought Pang Zhao would think about it, and then he would add fuel to the fire and burn fiercely. Unconsciously, his heart was also burning. As a result, Pang Zhao actually skipped his suggestion and entangled like a black vine. I just want you to teach us. Che Wei was puzzled, and he continued to quibble. Jiang Ning teaches much better than me, and I'm really dizzy today. I'm afraid of fainting in the gym. You don't want me to faint, right? Zhang Yifu's tough square face was full of confidence. She smiled like a brick flower in full bloom. We have studied in the infirmary. When you faint, we will give you artificial respiration. Che Wei suffocated and almost couldn't sit still when he heard this. 4 consecutive seats. I'll copy. Wang Lang was copying the math test paper frantically. Not only him, Jiuo Kunan also sat in Shan Keiquan's seat, copying a test paper with Wang Lang. There was no way the math teacher Gao Hishuo was cruel. If the test paper was not finished, you had to stand in the back row in the next class, which was not only tiring, but also embarrassing. In fact, Jiuo Kunan and the others didn't have to copy the test paper now. Why did they drag it on until now? I just like the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. Exciting. Jiuo Kunan copied heartily, and suddenly, he felt a shadow coming, and his head was held down. Jiuo Kunan looked impatient. Brother Quan, stop it, I'm copying homework. After speaking, he found that the surroundings were terribly quiet. Lukiki, Meng Xian and others in the front row all looked over here. Jiuo Kunan turned his head stiffly and saw Gao Hishuo's black face and bull eyes. Jiuo Kunan was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. His face turned pale. He quickly stood up and explained his mistake. Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have copied homework. Gao Hishuo swept his gloomy eyes over him and then looked at Wang Lang. At this moment, Wang Lang was calm and composed. While writing the questions, he also compared them with Mio Zhe's math test paper. Gao Hishuo asked, Wang Lang, are you copying homework? Wang Lang was not as frightened as Jiuo Kunan at all. He naturally said, no, I'm sorting out the wrong questions. Gao Hishuo questioned, then why are there 2 test papers? Wang Lang said frankly, because I don't have so many wrong questions, so I studied other students' wrong questions and tried to avoid these mistakes. Gao Hishuo, you are just copying. Wang Lang cried out, I really didn't. The two were arguing, and when the bell rang, Gao Hishuo didn't catch Wang Lang's pigtail. Instead, he was stunned by Wang Lang's argument. At this time, Wu Zhaoqi stepped into the classroom, patting the basketball, and accompanied by the beat of the music Dangsi Dasi. He walked arrogantly, his body trembled, and he looked very happy. Gao Hishuo was disturbed by the sound of the ball. He glared at Wu Zhaoqi, and his already unhappy mood became even more unhappy. He was full of disgust for this uneducated relative, and said without disguising, I'm annoyed when I see you. Wu Zhaoqi held the basketball and said bluntly, do you think I feel good when I see you? After that, he turned around and left the classroom to give himself a basketball lesson. Recommend a book. High Martial Arts starts from the Great Dream of Eternity Introduction. In the technologically advanced world of high martial arts, lifespan is still the eternal shackle of mankind. Gene awakening and martial arts sainthood are different evolutionary paths. Who can see immortality? After all, Fang Ming, a handful of yellow earth, traveled through time and awakened the talent of Great Dream of Eternity. He can dream about the past and observe the present and travel through the long river of time. The Peerless Emperor's scripture, the immortal elixir, and all the lost items were collected by Fang Ming. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.